Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Boom, the moment Zhang Li held Mjolnir, the sky thundered and lightning flashed and storms arose again. Wow, Zhang Li looked at Saul and asked, "Do you think it's resisting me or responding to me?" Saul, who was originally decadent, looked at Zhang Li nervously, his breathing quickened, and his heart was full of mixed feelings. Will Mjolnir, who has fought alongside him for more than 1,000 years, choose tension? The tension lifted it upwards with all its strength, but Mjolnir was as if it was embedded in the ground, unable to be lifted. It seems Mjolnir thinks I'm not worthy of it. Thor breathed a sigh of relief, and so did Coulson. The former is afraid that Zhang Li will take away Mjolnir, and the latter is afraid that Li Zhang is really omnipotent. Now it seems that Li Zhang is not perfect. Zhang Li looked at Thor with displeasure and said disdainfully, "Why are you happy? Are you really afraid that I will take Mjolnir away? You are the god of thunder but not the god of hammers, so why do you care about a hammer?" Saul didn't answer and lowered his head again. "Fuck, do you really think I can't pick up Mjolnir? Do I need to be acknowledged for wanting to pick it up? When will a hammer be able to ride on my head?" Zhang Li held the Thor's hammer again with a cold expression. "You have already tried and Mjolnir rejected you." Thor looked up at Zhang Li again and spoke to stop him. "I thought you were mute. It's just a dead thing. Even if it has the blessing of God King Odin, it is just a tool. As a tool, it has no right to reject me. Only tools are not worthy of people." Boom. The night sky was illuminated by thunder. Saul, who was kneeling on the ground, looked up at Zhang, who was originally a head shorter than him. Under the light of thunder, Zhang was as majestic as a hero. Tension's divine power poured into Thor's hammer. He tried to lift Thor's hammer in this way, but was repelled by another powerful divine power in Thor's hammer. That was Odin's divine power, and Zhang Yan was not arrogant enough to think that he could defeat Odin. Divine power cannot shake Mjolnir, but he still has his own special move. "All metal will bow to me." Buzz. This time, Zhang Li easily picked up Mjolnir. He is not recognized by Mjolnir, but it is easy to control Mjolnir through magnetic fields. "Impossible, how did you do it? Have I been completely given up by my father?" Thor was in a state of confusion and felt a little suffocated. If no one can pick up Mjolnir, it proves that he still has a chance, but now Zhang Li has picked up Mjolnir. "Thor," Zhang said with murderous intent looming in his eyes, "kill you, and I can take your place and return to Asgard." What? Saul didn't know what Zhang Li was talking about. The corners of Zhang Li's mouth raised slightly, and he unknowingly distanced himself from Thor, waving Mjolnir and throwing it at Thor. No. Mjolnir flew towards Thor. As Mjolnir's former master, Thor knew how powerful this blow was. As a mortal, he would be directly turned into flesh by Mjolnir. At the critical moment, Thor reached out and grabbed Mjolnir by accident. Thor, who had been on the verge of death, was breathing rapidly and his heartbeat was pounding. "Ha ha ha, I'm worthy of." Before Thor could feel happy, he suddenly felt Mjolnir in his hand sinking and falling to the ground. Thor also fell to the point of stuttering due to the sudden huge weight. How could this happen? Why? Thor could feel that a connection had been established between him and Mjolnir at that moment, but this connection was fleeting. I have said it a long time ago. As a tool, it has no ability to reject anyone. It can only be rejected by people. The tension controlled the magnetic field and brought Mjolnir back into his hand. But the moment he took the hammer into his hands, he seemed to feel that the weight on it had lightened a lot. "No way, am I being admitted." Tension returned the hammer to where it was before. The moment the hammer was about to touch the sand, he cancelled the magnetic field. There was a clear sense of weight in Mjolnir in his hand. It weighed about 20 or 30 kilograms. It was not as heavy as before. "Not to be lifted. Interesting, am I recognized by Odin?" Zhang Li whispered. "What do you mean, aren't you going to take Mjolnir with you?" Thor asked in confusion. "Hey Thor, we are the best of brothers. How could I take away from you?" "I was just joking with you. Look, you look much better now, don't you?" Thor said angrily. "You just wanted to kill me and I felt your murderous intention." "Oh Thor, you make me so sad. I'm doing this all for your own good. You actually slandered your best brother like this. I'm so sad." Zhang Li covered his little heart with a sad look on his face, turned to Coulson and said, "Don't be stunned, do what you should do. Then bring me 10 more pieces of food, and I will turn my grief and anger into appetite. Hand up the suspect and I will interrogate him personally later." Watching Zhang Li leave, Coulson gave the instructions, handed the walkie-talkie to Agent Barton and caught up with Zhang Li. Saul was stunned for a moment. "No, aren't we the best brothers? You just let your best brother be handcuffed." Not only can women's words be trusted, but men's words are also unreliable. Mr. Zhang Li, you just said that the hammer is called Mjolnir. The man is called Thor. Is it what I imagined? Things seem to be far beyond Coulson's understanding. He knew that aliens exist, but he didn't expect that even mythical characters would appear now. Zhang Li explained, "Don't worry, Coulson, you can think of him as an alien. Just like the Skrulls can change their appearance at will, the Asgardians are more proficient in witchcraft and divine power." What witchcraft and divine power are technology? Is it the cutting-edge science in that scientific field? Coulson, don't get too entangled in the principle. We all know that the end of science is theology. But people who have not been to school cannot understand their own bodies. They are made up of cells piled up one by one, right? Zhang Li is helpless. How can I explain? How should I explain? I am a wandering god who intercepted Thor's divine gene halfway. I don't even understand my own replication ability. How can I explain it? Please, I'm a 7-year-old kid who hasn't even been to school. Now I can't even understand a complete English text. What's the point of asking? Are you also a god in a myth? Coulson asked cautiously. No, I'm a new demigod. Now I don't even know how to use my power. Although Zhang Li has powerful power, he doesn't use it to fight. He only knows some superficial applications and more often uses it to strengthen his own mutant abilities. Don't know. Coulson looked at Zhang Li with disbelief. Who can teleport, manipulate metal, and know everyone's real name without using power? I just said that I'm a demigod, so the ability you saw before is not power, but another kind of racial talent of mine. You made my people, those who have received the most professional training in the world, look as embarrassed as a group of supermarket security guards who earn the minimum wage. Coulson came to the place where Thor was imprisoned and conducted routine interrogation. Mr. Zhang Li said that you are Thor, the god of thunder in Norse mythology. With his strength, he should not lie. As a qualified public official, I need to perform my duties and ask in person, are you really Thor, the god of thunder in that myth? At this moment, Thor was experiencing the biggest setback in his life. He was confused and thinking, so he turned a deaf ear to Coulson's questioning. Zhang Li leaned on a chair in the monitoring room, with his feet on the table, eating potato chips while observing the conversation between Coulson and Thor in the monitoring. Coulson had no way to deal with Thor, who didn't say a word, and at this moment his mobile phone rang. Sorry, I'll take a call first and then we'll continue. In the monitoring room, Zhang Li watched Coulson leave the interrogation room, and he knew that Loki was coming. The picture displayed by the monitoring could not capture Loki, who used magic. Bang. Zhang Li appeared in the interrogation room. In an instant, divine power poured into his eyes. Telepathy and magnetic field perception were turned to the maximum, and then he clearly saw Loki, who was invisible through magic. Hello, Loki, I missed you so much. Who are you? Loki was startled by Zhang Li's sudden appearance. Zhang Li, don't hurt my brother, he is innocent. Thor stood up from the chair excitedly. Ha ha ha. Loki felt a little funny and said sarcastically, brother, do you think a mortal can hurt me? Loki put on his own divine clothes, wearing a crown with 2 sharp corners, holding Odin's artifact, the eternal spear Gungnir. Loki, what did you do? How did your father's weapon end up in your hands? Facing Thor's questioning, Loki said in great pain, your exile and the threat of war have exhausted him. You don't have to blame yourself. I know you love him deeply. I tried to tell him, but he wouldn't listen. Now the throne falls on my shoulders. The armistice agreement with Jotunheim is to exile you forever. Mother also agreed. I'm here to say goodbye, brother. As expected of the god of deception, Loki's words stunned Thor. If Zhang Li hadn't known everything, he would have been infected by Loki's emotions. Okay, let's stop talking about your family matters. Next, it's about me and Loki. My business, sorry, forgive my forgetfulness. Do we know each other? What qualifications do you, a mere mortal, have to talk to me, the king of the gods of Asgard, on an equal footing? Kneel down. Loki raised Gungnir and slammed it into the ground. His aura and pressure swept across, but it had no effect on Zhang Li. What? You are not an ordinary mortal. Zhang Li shrugged and said, have you ever seen an ordinary person who can teleport? In any case, you should not offend my majesty. Go to hell, mortal bug. Loki raised Gungnir and aimed it at Zhang Li. No, Loki. Thor wanted to stop him, but what use could his mortal body be? Zhang Li dodged the divine power beam shot by Gungnir and quickly approached Loki. Sizzle, Mjolnir suddenly flew into the interrogation room and fell into Zhang Li's hands. Zhang Li took advantage of the situation and swung it from bottom to top. Crack. Loki's chin came into close contact with Thor's hammer, and a crisp, bone-breaking sound echoed in the air. Looking at Loki flying out, Zhang Li waved his hammer, turned his head and said to Thor, the force is very even. Thor felt that he was not feeling well. Mjolnir should have been his, but now Zhang Li was using him at will. It felt like his wife was sleeping in someone else's house. The movement in the interrogation room was naturally heard by Coulson. When he rushed back, Zhang Li had already chased Loki. What happened? Coulson asked, looking at the two holes that suddenly appeared in the interrogation room. Thor urged, Zhang Li and Loki are fighting, quickly untie my handcuffs. What? Coulson was confused. I just answered a phone call, what did I miss, in the desert? Loki climbed up from the pit, stretched out his hand to reset his dislocated jaw, and angrily shouted, You lowly bug, dare to offend my majesty. You are like a fierce, ugly woman now. Zhang Li, who teleported over, taunted, I want you to die. Gungnir shot out divine light again, but Zhang Li's, who had the ability to teleport, could not be hit by Loki at all. Bang. After having enough fun, Zhang Li teleported in front of Loki, grabbed the tip of Gungnir's gun, turned around and smashed it hard on the ground. Loki grabbed Gungnir tightly and refused to let go, so he felt the love from the earth in advance before he met Hulk. After Zhang Li's divine body was strengthened by countless energies, the power of this attack was not weaker than Hulk's full-strength attack. Loki was knocked unconscious by Zhang Li's attack. He felt that his internal organs were smashed by Zhang Li's attack. What a weak god king. Zhang Li snatched Gungnir and threw him into the ground, then put Mjolnir on top of Loki to pin him down. Okay, now we can talk. Guess what would happen if I killed you right now? Zhang Li always suspected that all this was done by Loki, so he wanted to use Loki's life and death to coerce the future god of stories. Buzz. Before Loki responded, Gungnir trembled and emitted golden divine light. Are you warning me? You can try it. Before I get the answer I want, I will definitely act faster. Gungnir's sword light gradually dimmed as if he had compromised. Although Loki was an adopted son, Odin also loved him deeply. In two worlds, Odin could not beat Zhang Li in speed. Very good, I feel that I have taken control now, so can I go home? Zhang Li looked around the desert, but there was no other movement except the cool breeze. Did I guess wrong, or do you think I dare not? Still no one answered. Zhang Li's face was a little ugly. Facing the deep night sky, Zhang Li roared, You separated me from my family. You feel superior, but you dare not respond. Do you really think I dare not kill Loki? I don't care about the bullshit rules. A dog will jump over the wall when it is desperate. What about people? Crack. There was a crisp sound of breaking in the space. The next moment, the darkness dissipated, and Zhang Li was suddenly exposed to the light. The sudden sunlight made it difficult for Zhang Li to open his eyes. He can't respond to you, so I came. Zhang Li tried to open his eyes, and then he saw a bald man in a yellow robe standing in front of him. Master Ancient One. This is the mirror space. Looking at the bald woman and the abnormally distorted space in front of him, Zhang Li felt a great deal of pressure in his heart. Although he hysterically shouted that he wanted to kill Loki, he would not really do it. He just wanted to return to Rada and Riene. Although life in the real world would be better than the void without the company of his family, he would not be happy even if he got the whole world. Guya said, he made some kind of bet on you. If you're not careful, you will be doomed. I don't know the details, but he asked me to tell you to protect Queen Frigga and your family will be safe. He is. Guya interrupted, that name should not appear at this time. Is it not possible in the mirror space? I have said it many times outside. Guya explained, he used some means to make you unaffected by time, so although you can interfere with everything, you are not recorded by time. If I learn that name through you, you will be exposed, and what he wants to do will be exposed, and you and your family will be in danger. Zhang Li scratched his head and said, I don't quite understand. You said I can interfere with everything, but you can't know that name through me. This sounds contradictory. It's not scientific and there is no theological logic. Master Guya thought for a moment and said, you can treat what is happening as a movie, and you can edit the movie in any way you want. But you can't let the people of this world know that you belong to the outside world. And people like me, we clearly understand the truth of the world and your origins, so once you have some influence on us, it will be instantly perceived by the consciousness of this world. Zhang Li's face was distorted, and he still didn't quite understand. Can you make it simpler? Guya said, first, the general trend cannot be changed. Second, you can't reveal anything to those who can see through the time point. Even if they know something, as long as you don't say it, it's okay. I understand you can explain it simply. Why did you say so much before? Guya said, as a mentor, I am always used to acting more mysterious, which will be more convincing. It makes people feel that it is impossible to refute. Okay, I'm already tied to the pirate ship, so let's discuss the reward now. What's the benefit for me to do such a dangerous thing? Since it can't be refused, Zhang Li can only accept his fate. What else can he do? Are they really going to die together? Although he has died once, who wouldn't want to live? And if he dies, what will happen to Rada and Riene? The Ancient One took out a thick book and pushed it to Zhang Li, saying, "This is a basic magic encyclopedia. You can come to me for other books after you finish learning. If you join Asgard, I think Odin will not be stingy with his magic books and theological knowledge." Looking at the thick magic book in his hand, how long will it take to see it? Zhang Li said, "Master Guyi, is there any magic that can quickly recognize words? I only know Chinese characters." "What, but you speak English? Being able to speak does not necessarily mean being able to read, and won't you give me a Xuan ring?" You have a strong mental power and infinite energy in your body, so it doesn't matter whether you have a Xuan ring or not. As for the problem of reading, you can only solve it yourself. Is there really no such magic? No. I don't believe it. The so-called magic is a tool to realize wishes through magic power. Magic has been developing for endless years. I don't believe that such magic does not exist. Is there any magic that the Supreme Mage can't do? Maybe there is. So the reason why Master Guyi said there is no such magic is that Guyi, as the Supreme Mage, can't even do such a simple little magic. Your friends are here, you should leave. Don't I still have questions? Click. Before Zhang Li finished speaking, Guyi waved his hand and Zhang Li was squeezed out of the mirror space. "Humble bug, let me go. Do you want Asgard to go to war with Midgard?" Looking at the hysterical Loki on the ground, Zhang Li sighed. People in high positions always do things that people can't understand. Zhang Li now knows that the person who brought him here is Loki, the god of stories in the future. Maybe for some reason, he can't go back to the past to interfere with his own historical process. And he found Zhang Li's specialness, so he spent his mind to send Zhang Li to the past. Zhang Li's first stop was when Thor fought Malekith in London, and the Queen of Gods Frigga was dead at that time. So Zhang Li traveled again, but for some reason he traveled to an earlier time this time. It's still 3 years before the Dark Elves invade Asgard. "Humble bug, what are you daydreaming about? Why don't you let me go?" Zhang Li's thoughts were interrupted by Loki, who walked up mercilessly and kicked Loki on the head, knocking him unconscious. The young man fell asleep. "Meow hammer, go back." Zhang Li threw Mjolnir back to where it had fallen, then pulled up Gungnir next to it, walked to Loki, and stabbed it into the sand next to Loki's neck with a swish. "Zhang Li, don't kill my brother." Thor rushed over like a wild horse. He thought Zhang Li was going to kill Loki. "Heimdall, take your king away." Zhang Li walked towards Thor without looking back. Clouds and mist gathered in the night sky, and a colorful beam of light shone on Loki, taking him back to Asgard. Zhang, what did you do to Loki?" Thor rushed up and directly picked up Zhang's collar and asked loudly, "I thought you would seize the opportunity and rush straight into the Rainbow Bridge. Answer me, what did you do to my brother?" "Thor, I'm not in a good mood right now. How dare you, immortal, offend me now?" The aura on Zhang Li's body spread slightly and Saul was directly thrown away. "Coulson, as a public official, how could you make such a low-level mistake as releasing a prisoner privately? Has he hired a lawyer? Has anyone released bail? Has he paid bail? The taxes paid by citizens have supported you. Are you such an irresponsible public official? Don't you want your vacation next month?" Coulson finally caught up with his agents but was silenced by Zhang Li's question as soon as he came up. "Zhang Li, if anything happens to Loki, I won't let you go. Have you seen Coulson? The prisoners you released are threatening my life. Are you just watching with your men? You were the best of brothers just now, and besides, you are not a citizen of this country." Coulson muttered softly. "What did you say, Coulson?" Coulson immediately ordered Barton handcuff him. That night, Jane Foster, who witnessed Thor breaking into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base, called Dr. Shavig to explain everything. Dr. Shavig rushed over with Darcy, forged Saul's ID card, and lied that Saul was his nephew and had some mental problems. For this reason, Thor was taken out of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary base. Before leaving, Saul quietly took away Jane's notes. "Mr. Zhang Li, according to your instructions, Saul has been taken away by Dr. Shavig." Coulson, who sent Thor away, came to Zhang Li's temporary residence. At this time, Zhang was studying the magic book given to him by Ancient One in his lame English that had long since died in his previous life, and he was stuck on the first sentence on the first page. "Coulson, tell me how your English is." "What?" I guess he's still qualified." Coulson was a little confused. "Please, I am a pure American and the first word I speak is English, okay? You made me feel a little unconfident the moment you opened your mouth." "That's right, look into my eyes." Tension invaded the depths of Coulson's consciousness. "Whoa, what is this? I feel like something is moving in my head." Coulson was a little nervous. He felt that many of his dead memories were slowly coming back to life. "Don't be nervous, don't resist, I just want to see if I can copy your memory." "What? Wait, no." The invasion of Zhang Li's consciousness was forcibly blocked by Coulson. "Why are you nervous? I won't check your computer password and website address." "What?" No, of course it's not because of this. There are many national secrets hidden in my mind and these things cannot be leaked. Then why are you blushing? I've seen it all. No, I didn't. Don't accuse me wrongly. Believe it or not, I will sue you for slandering me. Don't be so nervous. Have you seen this book in my hand? It's a magic book. Unfortunately, I can't read, so I want to copy your memory of reading. Don't worry, I have the internal secrets of your SHIELD. Not interested. No, I'm not worried at all, but I can find an agent for you. Don't worry, his English skills are absolutely up to standard. Coulson didn't wait for Zhang Li to refuse and went out directly to bring a low-level agent over. Zhang knocked the agent unconscious with his backhand. What are you doing? Why did you knock him out? Zhang Li explained. He is afraid in his heart. This year's Hydra undercover agents still lack mental experience. What? You said he is an undercover agent of Hydra. Could you be mistaken? We at S.H.I.E.L.D. select agents for 3 generations. Coulson expressed doubts that the agents who can enter S.H.I.E.L.D. are carefully selected. If there is an undercover agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., then there is definitely something wrong with the selection agency. And will there be only one undercover agent? SHH, don't disturb me. This is my first time trying this skill, so I need to be careful. Coulson looked at Zhang Li with his eyes widened in disbelief. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? If I hadn't been smart enough to refuse in time, would I have become a guinea pig in the experiment? Zhang Li's consciousness invaded the agent's brain, and he could browse the agent's life story at will. But just like reading a book, being able to see it doesn't mean being able to remember it, so Zhang Li had to find a way to put these memories in his mind. Zhang Li's mental power unfolded all his memories of learning English in the agent's mind, and then tried to capture these memories into his own mind through divine power. Just like taking photos or making movies, you temporarily compress these images into your mind and then slowly digest them and make them your own. Oh ho ho, it works. Coulson, I succeeded, ha ha ha. A bunch of memories were stuffed into Zhang's mind, like a document stored, which he could browse at any time. Hey, wake up, it's dawn, it's time to get up. Zhang slapped the agent on the face several times, woke up, rang, and then asked, do you remember the English letters of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Very good. It seems that your memory has not been affected in any way. Coulson, you can take the person away, but I suggest you keep it quiet. As an 8th-level agent of SHIELD, Coulson can naturally understand what Zhang Li wants to express. SHIELD doesn't just have one Hydra agent. Finally, prepare some food for me. I'm going to retreat to learn magic. If you don't see the Rainbow Bridge, don't disturb me. Zhang Li opened the thick magic book and started studying directly. Just when Coulson was about to leave, Zhang Li stopped him again. Oh, by the way, Coulson, we should be considered friends now, right? Coulson didn't understand why Zhang Li asked that, but he still replied, of course. I heard that you are chasing stars recently, right? Coulson retorted, no, I've never been starstruck. Forget it, as a friend, I was thinking that if you really admired a certain Asgard squad leader who wore a star-spangled tights and smashed a shield with it, I know some gossip, maybe you can ask for it. There's no autographed photo of him, so forget it. What? Coulson's eyes widened, his voice rose several degrees, and he rushed to Zhang Li excitedly, looking a little overwhelmed. I'm a fan, of course I'm a fan. Did you just say Captain America? Coulson, don't get so close. I have a normal sexual orientation and yours just sprayed on my face. You are a little boss, can you be more reserved? Although Coulson was pushed away by Zhang Li, he still couldn't hide his excitement. On his face that was always calm, he overdrew all the smiles for the next 10 years. Mr. Zhang Li, please tell me the news about Captain America. Look, he is using honorifics now and he bowed. This is a real fan. He was frozen into an ice stick in the Arctic, but the super serum keeps his body active all the time and he will be alive and kicking after thawing. As for how to determine the specific location, that's what you need to worry about. Thank you very much for the information you provided us. I will arrange your needs as soon as possible. Coulson took the low-level agent out of Zhang Li's temporary room. As soon as he went out, Coulson inserted a pen into the low-level agent's neck with his backhand. The man got a box lunch before he could react. Looking at the agents who caught up, Coulson just wiped his hands calmly and ordered, deal with it, don't disturb Mr. Zhang Li. Coulson looks kind and easy to get along with. He may be an 8th-level agent. How bad can he be? Hawkeye and Black Widow are only 7th-level agents now. Coulson, is your information reliable? Facing Nick Fury's suspicion on the phone, Coulson replied, Director, although I have been with Mr. Zhang for a short time, he is very conceited and confident. Such a person would not bother to lie. Conceited and confident, Coulson, do you think this person can be included in the plan list? Listening to Nick Fury's words, Coulson certainly knew what the plan list meant. Sorry, Director, I don't think this possibility is very high. Why do you say that? Coulson replied. Mr. Zhang is not approaching us without intention. Judging from the various behaviors he has shown before, he seems to want to help Thor and gain some benefits from him, and we just acted as a tool in the middle. Excuse me, Director, Zhang is such a powerful and willful dangerous person that we cannot control. My suggestion is to try not to provoke him, and you can give him appropriate convenience and establish friendly contacts. After listening to Coulson's statement, Nick Fury also had a general understanding of Zhang. I will consider your suggestion, Coulson. I will send someone to Captain America. As for the Hydra undercover, don't make it public yet. I will find a way to solve it. You continue to follow up with Zhang Li and report back if there is any situation. That's it. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. building, Fury hung up Coulson's phone, turned to look at Agent Hill and said, "This world is getting crazier and crazier. Even the Aesir have appeared." Hill, do you think there are corresponding gods in other mythological stories? As Fury's right-hand man, Agent Hill naturally knew what he was worried about. At least we can't rule out this possible threat now, but there must be some kind of restraint between gods so that they can't show themselves in front of people at will. Do we need to set up a professional team for theological research as soon as possible? Fury sighed, don't worry for now. God knows if Hydra will take the opportunity to sneak in a few more undercovers. In the bar, Thor, the god of thunder who was once fearless and only knew how to rush around. After hitting a wall one after another, he had to learn to think about what to do in the future. Maybe because he had been fooled by Loki countless times, Thor learned to use provocative tricks the first time he used his brain. He drank a bottle of wine with Dr. Shavig and got him drunk, and then induced Dr. Shavig to say something against his will, overruling the previous decision to drive Thor away. Thor took the drunk doctor Shavig back to the RV to rest, and naturally solved his future housing problem. This kid took advantage of his good impression of Jane, and by the campfire facing the sea of stars, he talked about the legend of the 9 realms and the Rainbow Bridge and recognized Jane and her research theory. Can the young girl withstand this wave of fierce offensive? The two of them were affectionate, and although they didn't say it clearly, they had already remembered each other in their hearts. As for whether there were any other plots between the two sides, maybe there was a chance to ask Heimdall if he saw it. At the same time, the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace in Sif, and the other 4 who were far away in Asgard also noticed Loki's abnormality and the oppressive atmosphere of the Celestial Palace. So they went to the Rainbow Bridge privately, and with the help of Heimdall, they came to the town where Thor was. The 4 people's retro costumes and weapons in their hands looked very different, attracting a large number of mortals. In broad daylight, Sif and her team's arrival on Earth made a lot of noise. Coulson led the agents to the place where Sif and her team landed and saw the pattern traces burned by the Rainbow Bridge on the ground. It seems that the person Mr. Zhang Li wants to wait for has arrived. As soon as Coulson finished speaking, the clouds in the sky gathered quickly. Loki teleported the destroyer over. He wanted to completely wipe out Thor on Earth and let the mortal who dared to humiliate him receive the punishment he deserved. Hello, you are using unauthorized technological weapons and equipment. Please prove your identity. Coulson shouted at the destroyer with a loudspeaker. Obviously, he mistook the destroyer armor for the battle mecha built by Tony Stark. The destroyer looked at Coulson and was stunned for 2 seconds. Coulson confidently turned back to look at the agents beside him and said, "It's okay." The next second, the energy riot in the destroyer directly shot out 2 flames and the car was directly scrapped. Fortunately, Coulson dodged in time, otherwise he would have become a barbecue now. Barton, go and ask Mr. Zhang Li to come out. Coulson took out his mobile phone and contacted Hawkeye, who stayed at the research base. At this moment, Zhang Li was studying the magic of Kamar-Taj. Because he has powerful divine power and energy, Zhang Li does not need to borrow power from other demons. The first magic he learned was not the required magic of the portal, nor did he start from the basic guardian magic, but directly focused on the magic of the mirror space. He can achieve similar effects with other practical magics with the help of his own mutant ability. In his opinion, the mirror space is the most promising magic among the many magics in Kamar-Taj, for 3 reasons. First, as a special space of high dimension, the mirror space has the functions of protecting the real world, experimenting and learning magic, and monitoring reality. Very practical. In the future, Zhang can directly experiment with his various abilities in the mirror space, which is equivalent to having a secret base of his own. Secondly, according to the information Zhang knows, there are very few skills that can control the power of space without using infinite gems. Zhang Li feels that the mirror space can expand other possibilities. For example, make a space ring or something. The third and most important thing about Zhang Li is that it can hide things. You can put anything in it and take it out when needed. For others, maintaining the mirror space may consume a lot of magic power, but Zhang Li is now a collection of energy. There is no shortage of energy at all. The mirror space can operate around the clock. He even thought about whether he could just stuff an asteroid into it and create his own demonic dimension. But he still lacked the relevant foundation of magic. Although there is a lot of basic knowledge in the magic book, without a famous teacher to explain it, Zhang Li will inevitably make mistakes when crossing the river by feeling the stones. Although he has many ideas, it is quite difficult to put them into practice. Even the panacea of divine power cannot help at this time. Mr. Zhang Li, the Rainbow Bridge has appeared. Agent Patton knocked on the door but didn't hear any answer. Mr. Zhang Li, I'm coming in. Barton pushed the door open, and then he felt that his step was missing, and his whole body fell into the tense mirror space. Wow, Barton reacted quickly, opened his hands and made a jump like a frog to slow down your body. Waterfack, I just opened the door. After Barton saw clearly that he appeared high in the sky in a desert, he felt that he might not survive. Hello Barton, how does it feel to fly? Zhang Li appeared silently beside Barton, but Li Zhang stood upright in the air, while he lay in the air like a frog. I feel terrible, can you please put my feet on the ground first? Even though Barton, as a level 7 agent, is used to seeing big scenes, he seems a little panicked at this moment. The feeling of free fall is really bad. Grant your wish. Zhang Li waved his hand casually, and the desert on the ground quickly moved into the distance. The next moment, before Barton could react, he had already landed on the rooftop of a high-rise building. I said down to earth, not face to the ground. He was hit hard this time. Even if he had gone through professional anti-fall training, he was just a mortal. Just wait a moment, let me look for it. Zhang Li took out a thick magic book and flipped through it. Here, the healing magic. Zhang Li looked at the magician and pinched the void with one hand. After a golden spark aperture was formed, he turned it back and forth a few times like pinching the combination lock of a safe, causing complex changes in the golden light pattern in his hand. Facing Patton. Barton, who originally felt that his internal organs were shaking, felt a chill flow through his body, and then the pain in his body dissipated a lot. How does it feel? It's cool and quite comfortable. After Barton stood up, he looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and asked, "Where is this? Are we still on Earth?" Zhang Li explained, "A magical space where we can go out at any time, so you came to me because the Rainbow Bridge appeared." Yeah, Coulson, he's in big trouble. A strange armored man attacked them. Okay, let me take another look. The portal magic is on that page. Zhang Li flipped through the magic book again. He could have directly taken Barton to the small town through his teleportation ability, but he is now a magic apprentice. What would he be called, a magic apprentice, if he didn't use magic? After a while, Zhang Li found the portal magic. He raised his hand and started drawing circles, then thinking about the scene of the small town. Zzzz. Soon, beating golden sparks appeared in front of Zhang Li. As the place he was thinking about became clearer and clearer, the teleportation aperture in front of him gradually became larger. When it is large enough to accommodate 2 people, the tension stops drawing circles, and the energy in the body continues to maintain the existence of the portal. Okay, let's go support them. Zhang Li took Barton directly to the streets of the small town. Boom. As soon as Zhang Li and Barton walked out of the portal, they saw the destroyer crashing and destroying a gas station at the end of the street, causing a strong explosion. Thor led Jane and the others to evacuate the residents of the small town, while the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif faced the destroyer armor. Is that the new armor developed by Stark? Barton wondered. No, that's Odin's destroyer armor. Odin, king of the gods. He also engages in scientific research. This destroyer armor doesn't look like Odin. That is a super powerful armor. Odin is in his strongest state when he puts it on and holds Gungnir. That armor is a theological product made by dwarves, and it has powerful magical inscriptions on it. Volstagg, the lion of Asgard from the 3 warriors of Asgard, flies towards the destroyer armor with the help of Fandral and Hogan. With a tide sound, Volstagg was knocked down by the destroyer with a casual blow and was stuck in a car. The destroyer stepped forward, preparing to unleash a blast of destructive fire on Volstagg. At this time, Sif had already reached the roof and jumped down with a spear, directly stabbing the destroyer to the core. The spear passed through the chest from the back of both shoulders and pinned the destroyer to the ground. Any other god might have died. However, the destroyer armor is just a piece of magic armor and has no life characteristics, so ordinary penetrating attacks are ineffective against it. The destroyer turned every metal structure on his body strangely, turning his back into his chest and the back of his head into his face. He fired a beam of destruction at Sif. The residents of the small town were frightened by the fighting, and they all fled under the emergency evacuation of Saul and others. At this moment, Thor finally noticed Zhang Li and Barton watching the battle. Barton has no weapon now and can't be of much help. Zhang Li, I ask you to help my friends. Saul came to Zhang Li and sincerely desired Zhang Li's help. Yesterday you were still asking me to look good and now you are begging me to come. I refuse. Yesterday you wanted to find a place for Loki, today Loki comes to find your place. But your people will also be affected by the destroyer. As a god of Midgard, how can you turn a blind eye? Zhang looked at Saul in shock and said, Thor, your growth rate is impressive. Now you know how to use moral kidnapping. Unfortunately, I am not a god or guardian of this world. But as gods we should be merciful and spread the light of hope to all living beings. Thor. Zhang Li circled Thor carefully and said, have you forgotten how you were expelled from Asgard by Odin? You want to exterminate an entire race of billions of creatures. Exterminate an entire race. Zhang Li's words made Barton, who was watching the show, tremble. I've changed my ways, Saul said ashamedly. Just one sentence. Saul's tense rhetorical question left Saul unable to answer. How could a person's actions be easily refuted and annihilated in the corridors of history with just one sentence? Boom. The destroyer was still chasing Sif and the others, and it had to be said that Volstag's physique was really strong enough. He was punched hard by the destroyer and hit twice by the destruction beam, and he didn't even receive a lunch box. He is worthy of being the Lion of Asgard, a being that can carry the power of the God of Thunder in the comics. Saul once again looked at Zhang with longing eyes, but Zhang still showed no emotion at all. Seeing that Sif, the only one who still had fighting strength, was about to rush forward to fight, Thor finally rushed forward to stop her. I will die like a warrior, and all who come after me will tell my story. Although she has experienced countless wars, she still cannot hide the fear of death in her heart, but she never retreats. Sif, live and tell today's story yourself. Thor took the shield from Sif's hand and used a gentle voice to persuade Sif not to make unnecessary sacrifices. He used the same words to persuade his friends to return to Asgard to stop Loki's conspiracy, and that he had a plan to deal with the destroyer armor. Brother, no matter what I did to you, no matter what made you do this, I am really sorry. But these people are innocent, killing them will not do you any good, kill me, and then end it all. Thor resolutely walked towards the destroyer armor, he threw away the shield in his hand and went to die calmly. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, looked at Thor through the perspective of the destroyer, and his heart was shaken a little, so the destroyer turned around. But his plan has begun and any obstacles must not affect him, so the destroyer turned back and punched Thor out. Thor, a mortal body, felt the pain from his body and his life passed quickly. He was not afraid in his heart but was relieved. Thor. Jane lay on the ground and gently stroked Thor's cheek, tears flowing out uncontrollably. It's over, you are safe. He wanted to say more and wanted to stroke Jane's cheek to sweep away all her troubles. But his eyes gradually blurred and his lungs could no longer support him to make a sound. In the end, Thor died. Okay, it's my turn. Before Barton could react, he saw Zhang Li take a step forward and his figure appeared behind the destroyer. Hey Loki, it's so sad, have you forgotten me? Loki, who was originally mourning for his brother, suddenly stood up from the throne and the anger in his eyes covered the sadness in his heart. It's you lowly bug, the destroyer killed him. Although Zhang Li couldn't hear Loki's roar across time and space, he could see Loki's anger from the performance of the destroyer. When the destroyer dealt with Sif and the others, he was not as anxious as now. The destroyer rushed towards Zhang Li, and the energy in his body was running wildly, and he directly sent a beam of destruction to Zhang Li. Zhang Li raised his hand and directly absorbed this majestic energy into his body. Then he kicked the destroyer armor flying in the air. How is it possible? The three warriors of Asgard and Sif were stunned by Zhang Li's move. Not to mention that Zhang Li could absorb the attack energy of the destroyer, just being able to kick the destroyer away with one kick was ridiculously powerful. The three warriors of Asgard were not weak in combat, but they could only be abused by the destroyer without even the strength to fight back. But Zhang Li, a young-looking boy, kicked the destroyer away with one kick. This power was even stronger than Thor in his heyday. At this moment, the sky was thundering and lightning and dark clouds were pressing down. The divine power in Thor's body was recovering rapidly. His sacrifice made Odin cry, proving that he was worthy of the name of Thor. It seems that I have to speed up the progress. It just so happens that I need Uru metal to do a magic experiment. Before Mjolnir flew over, Zhang Li was ready to get rid of the destroyer armor in advance. This armor was made of Uru metal. Since ordinary objects cannot carry the mirror space, Zhang Li should try Uru metal. As the king of the gods, Odin should not be stingy with such a little Uru metal. Bang. Zhang Li teleported directly in front of the destroyer, and a whip kick knocked the destroyer who had just climbed up to the ground again. The strength was so strong that the whole earth trembled. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, couldn't help but skip a beat. At this time, Mjolnir, who was flying from a distance, just fell down and Thor's body reached out to grab it, and a pillar-sized thunder struck Thor with a strong light. Thor made a brilliant appearance with a thunderbolt in the clear sky. Ha ha ha, I knew he would come back. Volstagg laughed and cheered, and everyone else was happy for Thor's return. Jane and the others were stunned. Thunder could actually revive Thor and reshape his armor for him. This has completely subverted their scientific cognition. Loki, who was far away in Asgard, was also watching all this in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Father, you are always so partial. After all, am I not your biological son?" He had already killed Thor cruelly, but Mjolnir still chose Thor. He couldn't understand. Zhang Li was the only one who had no interest in this. He took advantage of everyone's distraction to pay attention to Thor and directly squeezed the destroyer armor into a ball and threw it into the mirror space. When the thunder finally dissipated and Thor officially returned, he only saw Zhang Li standing there whistling and flipping through a thick magic book. "Where is the destroyer?" Zhang Li looked around in confusion and said, "Destroyer? What destroyer? I don't know what you are talking about. It's incomprehensible." "Ah," Zhang Li confused Thor. "No, where is the destroyer that was so big just now? Where is the destroyer who slapped me so far away? Am I hallucinating? But I have indeed got Mjolnir now." Sif looked at the three warriors of Asgard in confusion and asked, "Did you see it just now? We are all paying attention to Thor. Who is interested in seeing the destroyer? It's not like seeing a beautiful woman." Sif walked to Thor and said solemnly, "This man is very strong to be able to get rid of the destroyer silently. Is he your friend?" Maybe." Thor didn't know how to answer. Zhang Li said they were best friends when he appeared, but he has been cheated by Zhang Li a lot during this period. "I just asked him to take action and was rejected, but in the blink of an eye, he got rid of the destroyer again. As a result, he didn't know where to vent the surging divine power. Looking for a fight with Zhang Li? Stop being ridiculous. Where would he cry if the Force took Mjolnir away? Barton leaned in front of Zhang Li and whispered, "I saw it." Barton's eyesight was different from ordinary people's. Although his eyes were attracted by Thor just now and there was a strong light to cover it up, he still caught a glimpse of the tense movements. "What did you see?" "Nothing." Faced with the tense inquiry, Barton swallowed the answer back in his stomach. Zhang Li said helplessly, "Barton, you are a good person, but agents always make people annoying. Zhang Yan has seen through everything." These agents, including Coulson, who had been in contact with him before, are all changing their ways to test Zhang Yan's bottom line, conduct personality tests on tension through various methods. Fortunately, they didn't do any extraordinary testing. Otherwise, Zhang Li would have been slapped. "Excuse me." Coulson, who was belatedly arriving, had just walked up to Thor before he had time to introduce himself again. Thor interrupted him directly. "My name is Thor Odinson. You and I, we both fight to protect this world. From today on, I will ally with you, but you have to return Jane's things." "Okay, no problem at all. In fact, Mr. Zhang Li has already ordered that we will return all their experimental data when the matter is over." Zhang Li was a little surprised. Coulson even sold Zhang Li a favor in the end. "You can make this, friend." "Heimdall." Thor looked up to the sky and called Heimdall to lower the rainbow bridge, but there was no response for a long time. Heimdall was frozen by Loki and the frost giants. After hearing Thor's call, he broke out of the ice with his tenacious will, eliminated the guarding frost giants, and opened the rainbow bridge. After Thor called several times, the sky finally changed, and the rainbow bridge was about to arrive. The three warriors of Asgard and Sif trotted towards the teleportation point left on the ground when they came. "I have to go back to Asgard, but I promise I'll come back to you." Saul held Jane's slender waist, their foreheads touched, they made a promise and then kissed goodbye. Thor turned around and saw Zhang calmly standing in front of the four Sifs. "What are you doing?" "What for?" "Of course we're going to Asgard." Thor asked warily, "Why are you going to Asgard at this time? What are your intentions?" Zhang Li promised, "Don't worry, I promise not to steal your monsters now." "Who would worry about this?" "What I'm worried about is that you will do bad things while Asgard doesn't have a god king, threatening the safety of the people of Asgard." "Don't worry, I'm just going to Asgard for a trip. The god king and god queen will welcome me." Seeing that Thor still didn't believe it, Zhang Li said, If you don't come in, Heimdall might not be able to control the Rainbow Bridge. He was seriously injured. Otherwise, why didn't you lower the Rainbow Bridge immediately when you called him? When Thor heard this, he no longer hesitated and stepped into the teleportation point. The Rainbow Bridge instantly lowered and teleported the 6 people to Asgard. Her son was exiled, her husband fell into a deep sleep, and the frost giants were ready to move, making Queen Frigga look tired. She stayed by Odin's side, hoping that this powerful man would wake up soon and turn the tide. Thor regained the name of Thor, which made Loki lose his way. He accelerated the progress of the plan, made dangerous moves, and guided the frost giant Loki directly to Odin's resting place. Queen Frigga is quite powerful, but she works hard day and night and is physically tired, so she is no match for Laufey. Laufey has been suppressed by Odin for thousands of years, and today the oppression of thousands of years is finally about to be released. Looking at the sleeping Odin, Laufey thought he had a chance to win. In order to make Odin feel the despair he had experienced, he nagged in Odin's ear for a long time. It is said that villains die from talking too much. The long-winded Laufey was trying to understand Odin, but Loki, who arrived in time, attacked him from behind with Gungnir. Since he is a traitor, how can he trust him completely? Since Loki can betray his father who has raised him for thousands of years, why can't he betray Laufey, the frost giant who abandoned him? I, Loki, son of Odin, grant you death. Loki raised Gungnir and decisively smashed the desperate Laufey into crumbs. Loki, you saved us. Queen Frigga threw herself into Loki's arms. Now the only child she could count on was Loki. Mother, I swear to you they will pay for what they did today. As part of the plan, Loki will destroy Jotunheim and use this credit to stabilize his position. Wow, it seems I'm late. Zhang Li appeared at the door holding a thick magic book. Despicable and dirty monkey, who allowed you to enter Asgard? Seeing tension, Loki was first frightened and then angry. This is Asgard. He is now the agent of the God King. He can mobilize more divine power with the help of Gungnir. Loki, who is he? Queen Frigga looked at Zhang with gleaming eyes and slowly approached. Hello, distinguished Queen Frigga, my name is Zhang Li. Zhang Li saluted to the queen in a gentlemanly manner. The aura on your body is familiar and powerful, closely related to Asgard. Mom, stay away, he is an intruder. Although Loki was heartless, he could not bear to hurt his adoptive mother. Loki, please be polite, he is a guest of Asgard. What? Loki felt like his brain was shutting down. He couldn't believe that his mother actually scolded him for an outsider. And isn't this the first time you've met? Zhang Li looked at the joy and love in Queen Frigga's eyes. Her hand gently touched Zhang Li's cheek, which made Zhang Li feel warm in his heart. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. My divine power is indeed closely related to Asgard, but it is not what you think. Zhang Li finally understood. He copied Thor's divine gene, causing Queen Frigga to misunderstand that he was the future descendant of Thor. Zhang Li complained inwardly, isn't it possible that Loki brought him here just because he wanted to see this? So that's it? Sorry kid, I lost my temper. A trace of loss and regret clearly flashed in Queen Frigga's eyes. But I can reveal that he is accompanied by a lovely little girl who is extremely talented. Zhang Li told Queen Frigga in a vague way that she would have a lovely little granddaughter. Just now, Zhang Li really felt the queen's heartfelt concern. He had never had this experience in his 2 lives. Seeing her loss, Zhang Li felt worried, so he ignored Guya's reminder and revealed the information to the queen. Really? That puts me at ease. Queen Frigga smiled from the bottom of her heart. Loki was even more confused. My mother actually smiled so happily to an outsider whom she met for the first time. She hadn't smiled to herself like that in a long time. Loki was full of jealousy and anger towards Zhang Li. Loki. At this time, Thor finally came over. Thor. Queen Frigga took Thor's hand. She was very happy to see her children again, especially since she just knew that Thor might have a lovely little daughter in the future. But then her 2 sons made her worried again. Thor and Loki confronted each other and told each other everything that happened during this period. When she heard that Loki actually sent the destroyer to destroy Thor, she almost fainted. Brothers are fighting each other, facing life and death. How could that mother turn a blind eye? It's great that you can come back, but now please get out of my way, I'm going to destroy Jotunheim now. Loki took advantage of Thor's distraction to attack with Gungnir and then quickly rushed to the Rainbow Bridge. He wanted to blow up Jotunheim and completely destroy the frost giants. By then, even if Odin wakes up, everything will be a foregone conclusion. How could it become like this? Queen Frigga was heartbroken. Zhang Li comforted her. Don't worry, Queen God, everything is destined. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. The Queen God could sense Zhang Li's peculiarity, so when she heard him say this, she knew that her 2 children might be fine, so she felt a little relieved. Why are you doing this? When Thor chased the Rainbow Bridge, Loki had already activated the Rainbow Bridge, and it was only a matter of time before Jotunheim was destroyed. Prove to my father that I am his proudest son. When he woke up, I saved his life and destroyed the invaders. I will become the true heir to the throne. This is Loki's ambition. He wants to be the king of Asgard, not Thor's foil. In terms of intelligence and strategy, he is countless times stronger than Thor. Why do everyone think that Thor, a reckless man, should inherit the throne? You can't destroy an entire race. Why not? Loki looked at Thor in confusion and said, "What's going on with your new attitude towards the frost giants? You killed an entire legion of them with your bare hands." Thor said, "Loki, this is stupid." "Are you stupid?" Loki raised his voice in disbelief, his heart filled with rage. "It was you who took us to Jotunheim to provoke Loki, and it was you who suggested the destruction of the frost giants. The origin of all this is because of you." The anger caused Loki's divine power to surge, making him evenly matched with Thor, who had never been good at fighting, and he became more and more skillful in dancing Gungnir. Thor was knocked to the ground by Loki. Anger will swallow up reason. Loki, who has never defeated Thor in a battle, transformed into countless clones to ridicule Thor's weakness. Thor has gone through many tests and is no longer what he used to be. He is not angry. Loki felt proud because he saw Thor's embarrassed appearance. His anger gradually subsided and his flaws were revealed. Thor caught Loki's flaw and Mjolnir hit Loki's abdomen accurately. Loki was a wizard, not a warrior, and he fell to the ground wounded. Thor pressed Mjolnir on top of Loki. Mjolnir itself is not heavy, but his special attributes prevent Loki from getting up from the ground. Thor tried to close the Rainbow Bridge, but everything was in vain. The destruction of Jotunheim by the Rainbow Bridge seemed to be a foregone conclusion. "Ha-ha-ha, don't waste your efforts, everything is a foregone conclusion. Brother, I won this time, ha-ha-ha." In the past, Thor was indeed at the end of his rope and had nothing to do. "No, I can stop this." Thor seemed to have made up his mind, and Mjolnir flew back into Thor's hands. Boom! Mjolnir hammered hard on the Rainbow Bridge and the sound resounded throughout every inch of Asgard. "What are you doing?" Loki's heart trembled and a terrible thought came to his mind. Thor is going to destroy the Bifrost. Click. Thor's hammer hit the Rainbow Bridge again, causing spiderweb-like cracks to open in the Rainbow Bridge. Loki roared, "Are you crazy? If you destroy the Bifrost, you will never see her again." Thor's movements paused for a moment, and his heart was indeed shaken by this. "Forgive me, Jane." Thor made his choice between Jane and Jotunheim. He loves Jane deeply, but as the son of Odin, Thor, the god of thunder, needs to protect the peace and tranquility of the 9 realms. He couldn't exchange the lives of hundreds of millions of living beings for his true love. Boom. Thor roared angrily and swung Mjolnir with all his strength, smashing the Bifrost. As a transmission center connecting the 9 realms, the Rainbow Bridge contains huge energy. The strong explosion caused the waves of the Divine Sea to surge and the earth to shake violently. Thor and Loki were blown away and fell into the stars. At the critical moment, a divine light flew out of the palace, manifesting Odin's true body and reaching out to grab Thor's ankle. Thor reacted quickly and grabbed Gungnir in Loki's hand to prevent Loki from falling into the stars. Under the starry sky is the endless turbulence of time and space, and it is difficult to predict life and death if you fall into it. "I could have done better, Father, I could have done it, for you, for us." Odin always favored Thor, and Loki also longed for his father's approval, even if it was just a word of comfort. "No, Loki." Odin didn't know what he was thinking, but his denial made Loki frustrated. Sadness is greater than heartbreak. Loki did not expect that he had done so much, but in the end he still failed to get Odin's approval. His weeping eyes gradually became cold, and he resolutely let go of Gungnir, allowing himself to be swallowed up by the dark starry sky. "No, Loki." Thor called his brother's name loudly, but the man gradually disappeared into the sea of stars. Zhang Li stood by the windowsill of the palace and watched everything happening in the distance. If he wanted to, it would be just a piece of cake to save Loki, let alone Odin. What this rarely seen king of the gods can spy is definitely far beyond Zhang Li's imagination. Otherwise, everything that happened would be too pale no matter how you explain it. On the earth, Jane watched the clouds dissipate in the sky, the sun gradually set, but the man still did not come back. She comforted herself in her heart. Maybe there is something delayed, but how can people deceive themselves? Thor's exile, the threat of the frost giants, and Odin's sleep, these things have kept Asgard immersed in a depressing atmosphere. Now that everything has settled, Asgard held a grand banquet. Asgardians are enthusiastic and bold, and the female guests will show off their dancing and singing skills impromptu after drinking to their heart's content. After drinking for 3 rounds, Saul suddenly glanced at Zhang Li. He suddenly jumped on the long table, attracting everyone's attention. Today at this banquet, we have a rare guest from outside Asgard at our table. God King Odin had already introduced Zhang Li before the banquet, so people are even more curious about why Saul mentioned it again. He's my best brother. When Zhang Li heard this, he didn't know that Saul was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge on him. So, please bring out the warmest welcome ceremony in Asgard. How about each of us toast him with a toast? Saul held the wine glass with great passion, arousing the emotions of all the guests. With everyone's support, Saul smiled maliciously, raised his glass to Zhang Li and drank it all. Seeing the hundreds of guests in the hall raising their wine glasses, Zhang Li really wanted to say, "I'm only 7 years old, underage people can't drink. But as a man, I can't swallow this breath. It's so boring to drink alone, how about we have a game?" When Zhang Li said this, everyone's curiosity was immediately aroused and they all asked, "How to compare?" Zhang Li stepped onto the long table, looked down from a high position and said, "All the warriors who think they have a good drinking capacity line up in a row. And let all the female guests present come up one after another to toast and see which warrior can stand at the end. Get out of the way, I want to be the strongest warrior." Vosteg was the first to raise his glass and roared loudly. His voice directly lifted the atmosphere. Saul didn't expect Zhang Li to respond in this way, but he felt that his drinking capacity was unparalleled. Looking at Zhang Li's delicate appearance, how much drinking capacity could he have? So all the male guests who felt they were good drinkers lined up, with 2 people beside them, one pouring the wine and the other changing the glasses. I'm the first one. Sif, who changed out of her leather armor and put on a dress, looked pretty. She took a glass of strong liquor and drank it all up without spilling a drop of liquor. Cheers to the warriors. Sif smashed the glass to the ground. Another glass. She had just smashed the glass when she saw Volstagg, who was participating in the competition, had already drunk a full glass ahead of the others. She smashed the glass again. Another glass. Another glass. The other participating warriors also hurriedly picked up their glasses and drank them all. How many cups do you Asgard smash in a year? The craftsmen who make these cups are probably rich enough to rival a country. Thor, who was standing next to Zhang Li, said, "What? You can't drink even 1 cup, that's too embarrassing." Another glass. Thor smashed the glass again. Zhang Li looked at the floor and said, "The bricklayer should also make a lot of money." Then he raised his glass and shouted, "Cheers to the beauties of Asgard." Zhang Li smashed the glass, and the Asgardians cheered again, and then the game entered the acceleration stage. One by one, the female guests of Asgard came forward to toast, and then imitated the men to smash the cups on the ground. The gentle and virtuous women in daily life had never had such an experience, and their faces were so excited that they were hot as fire. The warriors of Asgard were all addicted to alcohol. 10 female guests came forward to toast, but no one got drunk. A wooden draft beer cup in Asgard was about 500 milliliters. 10 cups were 5,000 milliliters, which was about 10 kilograms of strong liquor. If it were a mortal, his stomach would have burst long ago. I can't do it anymore, toilet, I need to go to the toilet." Finally, when the 12th cup was in the stomach, someone couldn't help but clamp his legs and go to the toilet. Everyone laughed. Obviously no one expected that the first person to leave would leave for this reason. The man's steps were awkward but not crooked. Obviously he was not drunk but really had to pee. After 3 consecutive cups, someone finally couldn't stand steadily after the 15th cup and fell to the ground drunk. One person fell drunk and then the second and third. A total of 5 people fell in this round. Obviously, they were all trying to hold on, not wanting to be the worst, until they saw someone couldn't hold on anymore, and then they all gave up the idea of holding on. 3 or 5 people were eliminated in each of the following rounds. By the 18th round, only Volstagg, Hogun, Thor, and Zhang Li were still holding on and entered the finals. Thor looked at Zhang Li's belly in confusion and asked, "How did you do it?" He had been drinking for more than 1,000 years, but he had never seen Zhang Li like this. The wine he drank seemed to disappear. "What's wrong? You can't hold on?" Zhang Li asked Thor with a relaxed look. Even with the restraint of the armor, it can be seen that Thor's belly is bulging and filled with a lot of wine. "I can drink for 3 days and 3 nights. The 19th girl came forward to toast, and Hogun drank 1/10 of it. He fell down directly when he couldn't drink anymore. "Haha, Hogun, I burp more than you." Volstagg drank a lot before the game and he could hold on until the 19th cup, which was already very strong, the 20th cup, the 21st cup. "Burp, I can't do it anymore, I give up, someone help me, I'm going to pee in my pants." Volstagg left the field, leaving Zhang Li to fight Thor. The guests cheered for Thor, and there were also many girls who liked Zhang Li, a more delicate boy. However, when Zhang Li drank the 22nd cup of strong liquor, he suddenly felt a little bloated in his head, and his stomach was also churning like a river. Child, cheating is not a gentleman's behavior. Odin's voice echoed in Zhang Li's ears, which made him a little unconvinced. Isn't it just that you can't bear to see your son lose? Zhang Li quickly urged the energy in his body to consume the alcohol in his stomach. He just cheated and transferred all the drinks to the mirror space. Now Thor had actually drunk 22 cups of strong liquor. Zhang Li didn't believe that Thor could continue to drink. If he insisted on another 2 or 3 cups, Thor would definitely fall. However, after the 23rd cup, Zhang Li suddenly felt his body soften, his eyes slowly blurred, and he uttered the word fuck and nothing else. Zhang Li woke up from his sleep in a daze, feeling his head swollen and his spirit sluggish. Where is this? Zhang Li found himself sleeping on a green grass. This Asgard's hospitality is somewhat surprising. I won't be teleported to some other place again, right? You're awake. Zhang Li turned his head and saw the one-eyed Odin holding Gungnir, with his warhorse Sleipnir riding under his crotch, and 2 crows Fukin and Muni standing on his shoulders. Dear King Odin, what do you mean? Zhang Li looked at Odin vigilantly, and the divine power in his body boiled to disperse the alcohol. Facing this powerful king of the gods, Zhang Li didn't think he could be his opponent, but he couldn't just surrender. King Odin got off his horse, patted his horse's butt and said, "Go play over there." The pure white warhorse trotted out, and the crow on Odin's shoulder flew away from him. Odin smiled lovingly and walked up to him, patted Zhang Li's shoulder and said, "Walk with me, an old man." Zhang Li followed Odin to the edge of the grassland, and there seemed to be a cliff in front of him. Is this the border of Asgard? Zhang Li looked back but could not see the majestic landmark building of Asgard, Asgard's palace. Some wonderful changes have taken place in you. Odin said as if chatting, the inherited power of our family and the power of the goddess Gaia are in balance and symbiosis in your body, and you also have other energy characteristics hidden in your body. Your potential is even stronger than Thor. But power often makes people swell and arrogant. As you can see, Thor paid the price for his frivolity and was exiled to Midgard by me. But the final result is not too bad. In the end, he still found the kindness that a king must have. Zhang Li interrupted and said, I don't think he is worthy of you now, throne. Odin agreed, yes, I remember there is a saying in the East, it is easy to change a country but difficult to change one's nature. He learned a lot from one hardship, but it was not enough to change his arrogant habit, and he would suffer a great loss because of it. Just like I went through all kinds of hardships, but I could never tame my proud heart. Our family is naturally superior and has unparalleled power, so we think highly of ourselves. Just like Loki, I knew that my preference for Thor would force him to take a path of no return, but I still did it. Odin stopped and told the mistakes he had made, but is it too late? Child, you also have the flaws that our family has. Odin stared at Zhang Li and said, What? Zhang was a little confused. I'm not as brainless as Thor. I didn't mean to offend you. I mean, is there something wrong with me? What's wrong with your family? What do you mean? I didn't see anything wrong when I copied Thor's divine gene. Oh, by the way, I was still too weak at the time to see the possible negative effects of divine genes. No, am I suffering from a hereditary disease from your Odin family? I would like to ask weakly, is there any cure for me? Arrogant and frivolous. This is a mistake that every member of the Asgardian royal family will make. Ah, Zhang Li said, even more confused, but I'm very low-key. Am I nervous, proud, and frivolous? I've always been very low-key. Odin's sharp eyes could see through all appearances. He smiled and pointed at Zhang Li's heart and said, But you are extremely proud in your heart, even more than Thor. Of course, you are still just a child after all. Now I am so proud of you. It's too early to say that. But someone told me that you have a mission and time waits for you, so you have to be put to the test. Zhang Li asked, Is the person you are talking about the person I am thinking of now? Odin just smiled, and then his face suddenly turned serious. He turned around and roared, using Gungnir to cut through the veil of the void. On the other side of the cliff, the space was torn open, revealing a huge divine tree, its branches shining with bright divine light across countless voids. Each leaf seems to carry a small space, and together the leaves form a complete world. Just looking at this sacred tree from a distance, Zhang could feel the divine power in his body slowly growing, if this can absorb some energy at close range. As soon as this idea came up, Zhang Yan was startled by his bold idea. Just kidding, if he guessed correctly, the sacred tree in front of him would be the legendary world tree. Stealing the energy of the world tree, doesn't that mean lighting a lamp to go to the toilet and looking for shit? Very good, it looks like you're ready to take the test. Odin gave Zhang Li a look of approval. What kind of test? I haven't. Odin suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly pierced Zhang Li's chest with a "ba" sound from behind with Gangnir and lifted him up, letting Zhang Li's blood spill to the ground. Zhang was shocked. He felt that his self-healing ability seemed to have disappeared, and he could not sense any of his divine power or the energy in his body. Odin, what are you doing? Zhang Li could feel his life slowly dissipating, and the fear in his heart was gradually amplified and then quickly took over his body. Every cell in his body was crying in despair. Although he had died once, Zhang Li struggled harder when he thought of Rada and Rena still waiting for him. Until finally his feet and hands gradually became cold, his movements became slower and slower, and the last 2 lines of tears flowed from his desperate eyes. Then he was completely dead with his eyes open. This child comes for strength and the search for true self. Odin shouted towards the world tree and threw Zhang Li's body out. Gangnir inserted Zhang Li's body into the trunk of the world tree. Odin sacrificed tension to the world tree. No, it was Odin who helped Zhang Li complete his sacrifice, even if Zhang Li didn't know it. On the trunk of the world tree, the divine light slowly wraps the tension, slowly weaves it into a net, forms a pupa shape, and gives birth to a bark covering. The world tree has recognized Zhang Li's sacrifice. Zhang Li refused to close his eyes. His soul came to a dark void space and saw a pale and cold beauty. He was about to ask something. The next moment, his soul was pulled out of the dark void space by a divine light. A look of surprise appeared on the face of the woman in the void space for a moment. Interesting, is this the fighter Loki is looking for, an alien soul? His ability is not enough to reach outside the multiverse, so whose handiwork is this, or is it an accident? Death, one of the founding gods of the universe, suddenly became a little bit interested in the event that tested Loki. Zhang Li's soul fell into a deep sleep, as if he was dreaming. He was aware of his own existence but could not stop any of his actions in the dream. This feeling is amazing. In the dream, his name seemed to be Odin, a very familiar name, but he could never remember where it was familiar. One day, Surtur, the fire giant of Muspelheim, set his sights on the peaceful land of Asgard. Young Odin couldn't bear to see his father Bor working on this, so he encouraged his 2 brothers Willy and Fei to sneak into Surtur's Palace of Fire in an attempt to steal the eternal fire and make Surtur lose its powerful power and power. Asgard opposes. But the clumsy Odin let Surtur discover their theft, and Surtur killed them all, but their ability was not enough to fight against Surtur. In the end, Willy and Fei sacrificed themselves and injected their own divine power into Odin, causing Odin's divine power to skyrocket. He defeated Surtur and successfully captured the eternal fire, but he also lost 2 of his brothers. Soon after, Odin's father Bor had a war with the frost giants and was frozen in frost by a powerful wizard. After his family was destroyed and he inherited the throne of Asgard, Odin, who had been blinded by the fire of hatred, started a crazy war and conquered one country after another. During this period, he discovered the ambition of his daughter Hela, so he sealed her after sacrificing an entire army of Valkyries. Odin's madness continued until his battle with the frost giant Loki. In that war, he lost his right eye and Asgard won a tragic victory. In the frost, he heard the cry of a baby, which was so strong that it penetrated the cold armor and hit his heart. He picked up the newly born Loki, a weak frost giant baby in the frost. This child will become the heir of the Odinson family. Odin seemed to hear his father's voice in the frost, so he brought Loki back to Asgard. The hatred in Odin's heart disappeared from then on. Zhang Li, who was sleeping, experienced the life of the god King Odin in his dream. The dream of thousands of years turned into a deep memory and remained in the depths of Zhang Li's mind. When Zhang Li opened his eyes again, his eyes were full of vicissitudes, and at this moment he finally understood that what Odin said before was true. You are extremely arrogant in your heart, even more arrogant than Thor. Zhang Li has been in this universe for 7 years. From birth to being cut, he didn't even have time to react. After meeting Rada, he began to think about his future life, but because of Rada's strength and obedience to him, his heart began to swell and he dared to confront the Avengers directly. After obtaining the divine gene, Zhang Li's heart swelled again. He played tricks on Star-Lord and Yelena, and then fell in love with the mutant genes of the people in the Hellfire Club. When Riene was injured, he was still thinking about how to get Sebastian's mutant genes. After being teleported to New Mexico by Loki, he provoked Thor, teased Shield, beat Loki, and showed no fear of the Ancient One. He behaved frivolously and was even more rude in the drinking contest in Asgard. Odin was right, his arrogance was even greater than Thor's. Zhang Li found himself lying on a lake in a white dress, and it seemed that he had not returned to Asgard yet. Welcome to Valhalla. A group of people in white clothes walked up to Zhang Li. I thought the test was over and I should be able to survive. So I am really dead. On this day, God King Odin felt something in his heart. He came to the grassland cliff again and cut through the sky with his bare hands, revealing the true face of the world tree. Kaka. The tree cocoon wrapping Zhang began to slowly crack, and Odin reached out to call Gungnir back into his hand. The wounds on Zhang's body slowly healed under the light of the sacred tree. At the same time, Zhang, who was learning swordsmanship in the Hall of Valor, suddenly felt a call, and his soul began to slowly become blurred. It seems it's time for you to return to this world. The beautiful and brave Valkyrie Freya said. During the 3 months he lived in the Hall of Valor, Freya was his swordsmanship teacher, teaching him swordsmanship and the use of various weapons and combat skills. Thank you very much for your patient guidance, Goddess Freya. Could you please also thank the other instructors for their guidance on my behalf? In addition to swordsmanship, he also learned divine magic from other mages in the Hall of Valor. I will. Thanks again. After inheriting Odin's experience in his dream, Zhang Li's arrogance was eliminated, and he is now humble and polite. After Freya promised, Zhang's soul dissipated directly in the Hall of Valor. On the trunk of the world tree, Zhang suddenly opened his eyes. Holding his head in his arms, Zhang Li fell down from the world tree in pain and rolled to Odin's feet. Odin silently recited the divine words and transferred the divine power into Zhang Li's body. The pain in his head slowed down, and at the same time he slowly inherited some special rune power. What's this? Odin said. That is a rune, a powerful divine rune. In theory, it can evolve countless divine magics. 24 runes are engraved in Zhang Li's mind, and he can use the combination of these magic runes to cast powerful magic and blessings. I feel like the divine power in my body has increased a lot. More than just a section, he felt that his current divine power could lift the earth. Sacrifice the world tree with death and the harvest will be inevitable. Your previous body did not match your age. Your divine power was stored in the body, but your soul was at odds with the body. It was just an illusion. Now you have sacrificed your death to the world tree, received the blessing of the divine tree, and experienced Odin's dream, and your body and soul have reunited. From then on, you can be considered a god. Zhang Li probably understood that after he integrated the divine gene before, his body grew a lot, which may be a side effect of the surge in divine power. Therefore, even though he has divine power, it is not his own, so he will feel blocked when using it. Afterwards, he combined his divine power with the mutant gene and integrated it into his body again, and this barrier became smaller. But now, he feels that all he needs is a thought, and the divine power in his body can respond. And at this moment, he felt that the ground beneath his feet seemed unusually kind. He seems to be able to control the power of the earth. The tension is just a movement of his mind, and the ground under his feet is as easy as he controls the metal with a magnetic field. An earth dragon that combines Les and rock turns over the grass and lifts the tension. Wow, this feels like I am one with the earth. Odin explained, your divine attributes are blessed by the divine tree and you gain part of the authority of the god of the earth. Thank you very much for your help, God King. Zhang Li said slowly, but next time there is a ceremony similar to sacrifice, please remind me. The fear of death, the 1,000-year dream of Odin, and as a dead man lived in the Hall of Valor for 3 months, which is too cruel for a 7-year-old child. Odin smiled and said, ha, the result is good, isn't it? Aren't you afraid that my heart will be full of hatred, and then I will wake up and become an evil god, baring my teeth and claws to destroy Asgard? If you become an evil god, I will ensure that you will not be able to wake up. That's why I say this is a test. Hiss, Zhang Li took a breath of cold air. Thanks to his 2 lifetimes, he could see some clues. If this was really a 7-year-old child, he probably wouldn't know how cold it was. As expected of Odin, the former iron-blooded god king, he could even be called a tyrant. On the surface, he looks kind and has good intentions, but when he takes action, he is not soft-hearted at all. Well, I still don't know something. In the myth, you stabbed yourself and sacrificed your right eye to the upside-down world tree for 9 days and 9 nights before you were blessed. But I don't seem to have sacrificed anything. Taste. Although death was used as a sacrifice, Zhang Li is now alive again. Isn't this equivalent to deceiving the world tree? The experience of death can also be counted as a sacrifice, and the experience of Odin's dream and the journey to the Hall of Valor can also be counted as a sacrifice. Zhang always felt that Odin spoke too lightly. Can these things be used as sacrifices? Could it be that Odin realized that the origin of tension was related to Loki, so he sacrificed something privately? Anyway, he wouldn't believe it if he said that Odin's dream was a sacrifice. Before the change, Zhang Li would definitely break the casserole and ask the truth. But now his arrogance has subsided, and he also knows that some things don't need to be asked too clearly. Regardless of Odin's reasons for helping him complete the sacrifice, as long as Loki, the god of stories, knows it. After sleeping for more than 3 months, I suddenly feel like a new person. This experience is really amazing. Zhang Li stretched, his bones crackling as if he had just woken up. In fact, you were asleep for a year and 5 months. What? So I slept in Odin's dream for 14 months, Odin said. It does take some time to engrave the experience in your mind. Zhang Li understood again. How could a person change so easily? It turned out that this was because Odin had performed a long brainwashing operation on him, engraving those experiences into Zhang Li's brain, directly changing Zhang Li's personality. Why wasn't Thor hung on the world tree? Look at how long it takes to exile for a few days, and how long does it take to brainwash? Exiling Thor is really a good deal, isn't it? I still need to remind you that your spiritual energy is very strong, but strong spiritual energy does not mean strong personal will. Only a strong will can match strong energy. Remember. Zhang Li silently wrote down Odin's words. At Odin's level, his reminders often represent the future he has glimpsed. He is warning Zhang Li that he may suffer some kind of danger or test in the future because his willpower is not strong enough. I will remember it, God King. This is your magic book. Odin took out a thick magic book and handed it back to Zhang Li. After Zhang Li was stabbed to death by Odin, the mirror space had no energy supply and naturally shattered, and the things inside naturally belonged to Odin. So the destroyer armor returned to its original owner, and Zhang Li was no longer embarrassed to ask for it back. A remote town in New Mexico. It has been more than a year since Thor last visited here. The smart mayor directly promoted the situation, rebuilt Thor's hammer at the place where Mjolnir fell, and transformed the town into a tourist destination. The town suddenly had many legends about Thor in one day. The TV commercial said, "Do you know what Thor's favorite food is? What is his favorite beer? What is his favorite pet? What is his favorite clothing? Then welcome to Thor City, where you can find all kinds of shops Thor likes. If you happen to be bored at night and want to listen to some songs and dance, we have a special Thor dance hall. I heard that Miss Teju once made Thor stare at her, you know." In the era of rapid development of electronic products, various information spread wildly on the internet. The superhero Iron Man and the Devil Hulk appeared on the big screen, completely opening a mysterious door for people. So when the videos related to the Destroyer and Thor appeared on the internet, basically everyone in the world knew the truth of this world. Gods do exist. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Li has also become a god in people's mouths. Unfortunately, people do not know Zhang Li's real name, so they mistake him for the god of war tier. After all, he knocked the Destroyer to the ground with one kick, and his combat power is really terrifying. On the yellow sand 10 miles away from the town, a venomous snake stared at the lizard on the sand. Squeak. Suddenly, the sparks flashing out of thin air scared the lizard and made it run away. The flashing sparks opened a circle of light, and then Zhang Li, dressed in gorgeous clothes, took a step forward. Looking at the barren desert in front of him, Zhang Li closed his eyes, and his telepathic ability quickly covered the town 10 miles away in his mind. It looks like I succeeded. Hiss. A black venomous snake suddenly shot up and showed 2 sharp fangs to Zhang Li, but the venomous snake was directly fixed in midair by the telekinetic field 10 centimeters away from Zhang Li. Zhang Li waved his hand at the portal behind him to disperse it, then squatted down and grabbed the venomous snake's head. "I'm sorry, I trespassed into your territory without permission." Zhang Li apologized and released the venomous snake. He was like a high monk full of compassion. The venomous snake seemed to know how powerful Zhang Li was and was frightened and quickly fled to the desert. Zhang Li looked at the venomous snake that was gradually moving away and sighed. "I heard that the taste of snake soup is amazing, what a pity." Zhang Li turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly he stopped again. "You don't really think that I have a change of heart and become a vegetarian, do you?" With a whoosh, Zhang Li turned into a shadow and caught the venomous snake again. "You want to poison me, but now I want to eat you. Is that okay? Odin said I was too arrogant. I will admit defeat if I can't beat you. I am willing to learn humbly, but who do you think you are? You dare to provoke me. I must eat you today." So the pitiful snake was taken to a restaurant in the city by Zhang Li, and the chef made a delicious snake soup. Burp tilde cool. Apart from wine and fruit, I can't get used to anything else in Asgard. It's better to live in the human world. After eating and drinking, Zhang Li held a toothpick in his mouth, patted his round belly, and leaned on the chair like a waste. "Oh, I'm so stupid." Zhang Li suddenly cursed himself for being stupid. We are already on Earth, why don't we go to the East to eat Chinese food? At the very least, go to Chinatown. Oh, my brain. Zhang Li regretted it a lot. Did he not eat well for too long? He was so full of Western food. The fat boss of the restaurant saw Zhang Li laughing and crying from time to time, and his behavior was strange, so he called two younger brothers to come to Zhang Li. Sir, are you satisfied with the food? Your total consumption is 1,825 US dollars. Please pay the bill. How much does it cost to eat a meal in a small restaurant? It's only 20 or 30 US dollars, but Zhang Li eats so much. Look at the plates on the table, which are stacked up more than 10 layers. Even mosquitoes flying onto the table feel crowded. Sorry, I don't have money. Eating a free meal? The fat boss was so angry that he laughed. Are people who eat free meals so rampant these days? But I have gold. Zhang Li threw a piece of gold out. The fat boss, who had rolled up his sleeves, caught a golden stone unexpectedly, which weighed about 100 grams. Who knows if it's real or fake? Without waiting for the boss's instructions, the two younger brothers behind him directly brought porcelain plates, pliers, and flamethrowers. The boss carefully cut off a small piece of gold and put it in the porcelain plate and burned it with a flamethrower. In a short while, the gold was burned into a small drop of gold liquid. Boss, it's real gold, we are rich. What rich? I am rich. The stingy fat boss gave the small drop of gold liquid to two younger brothers, and then respectfully sent Zhang Li, the rich man, out of the restaurant. Hey, Laojian, I have a business here, do you want to do it? After the fat boss sent Zhang Li out of the restaurant, he immediately made a phone call. Just kidding, how can you open a restaurant these days without some strength and background? This is a free country. Hey, it's all because Odin brainwashed me, otherwise you wouldn't be able to survive at all. In the deep alley, Zhang Li looked at the few gangsters lying on the ground and sighed helplessly. He now has a sense of resistance to killing, and there is always a voice in his heart saying, they are not worthy of death. Before, Zhang Li could kill a group of people with just a raise of his hand, but now he was kind-hearted and used force with a few gangsters to defeat them with his skills. Hey, the water in the world is too deep, and I still can't control it. It's better to be in a land of nothingness with no restrictions. I wonder how Rida and Rena are doing now. Zhang Li was not worried about Rida and Rene's safety. There were not many people there who could directly threaten their lives with force. I simply miss my family. With the cooperation of telekinesis and teleportation abilities, Zhang arrived in New York City before dark. Why not use a portal? Good question, because he has never been to New York and has no coordinates. It's so funny, Master Ancient One. When such a powerful god like me came to Earth, you didn't even invite me to a cup of tea. You kept me tossing for so long. Okay, let me see where the New York temple is. Zhang Li was just about to start his telepathy, but suddenly he thought, this is the center of the universe. Who knows if there are any untouchable big guys hidden in this small city? A rash exploration will not cause any misunderstandings, right? If someone like a heavenly father penetrates me again, who knows if I can survive this time? Odin's brainwashing is still useful. The methods of the Land of Nothingness will not work here. From New York City to gangsters and OAA, everyone has lived here. It would be unwise to investigate rashly. Okay, should I go find the braised egg man or the big shit? Let me hesitate. It's better to go to Wall Street for a good meal first. Big shit built a tall building in New York reaching into the sky. The word Mark Stark can be vaguely seen 10 miles away. Sir, this is a private building, no one is allowed to enter. Just as Zhang Li was about to enter the building, he was stopped by the security guard. Why are you talking? Do you think I am an idler? The two security guards shrugged and said nothing, but their meaning was clear. How can you tell? Why can others enter but I can't? Zhang Li was confused. Are all the security guards you hire so awesome? Didn't you say that the security guards at Meilichen are just freeloaders? The people who can enter this building are either dignitaries or business tycoons. They all need bodyguards, secretaries, and the like, but you are here alone. So is there a possibility? No. I haven't said anything yet. The two security guards looked at each other and said, we know what you want to say before you even say anything. It's like a cousin having a child. In short, he's either a relative or a benefactor. If it doesn't work, start from Ms. Pepper's side. Zhang Li was speechless and asked, do you often encounter this kind of thing? There are always a few superhero fans here every day. You are not the first and you will not be the last. So, if it's Captain Happy, the frequency is indeed lower. Very good, you are all dedicated security guards. After saying that, Zhang Li turned around and left. How is that possible? It's not too easy for Zhang Li to enter a building, right? How could just two security guards stop him? Zhang Li snapped his fingers and directly gave the two security guards a mental hint, making them unable to see him, thus achieving the effect of invisibility. Immediately, Zhang walked into Stark Tower in a swaggering manner. After getting on the elevator, tension went straight to the top floor. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Big Shit kissing Miss Pepper passionately. Click. Zhang Li got a camera from nowhere, walked directly to the two of them and started taking pictures. Whoa, who are you? What are you doing? Shit, Daku and Pepper were startled by the sudden tension and their little hearts were beating fast. Why does it feel so exciting? Don't get me wrong, I'm a photographer. I just saw two people lovingly falling in love and kissing each other. I couldn't help but want to freeze this touching scene for eternity. I'm grateful for $100,000. Zhang started talking nonsense and asked for $100,000. Are you a fucking robber? What kind of photos cost 100,000 yuan? Who the hell aren't you? Who asked you to break in? Shidada was so angry at Zhang Li. You should be thankful that I'm a good, law-abiding citizen, otherwise I would be able to beat up a bunch of young guys like you even without my armor. Now give me the camera. What camera? Zhang Li spread his hands and threw the camera directly into the mirror space. Shidadako saw the camera that had mysteriously disappeared from Zhang Li's hand. He pretended to be calm and moved to the side, protecting Pepper behind him, and pressed the phone button on the table. Happy, where did you die? Didn't you notice that a stranger came in? Now I advise you not to do anything stupid. You are still young. Shidaku is extremely wary of Zhang Li. He has not yet developed a nano-armor and has no equipment on him. If Zhang Li wants to do something, he will be too young to be strong. If the other party hid a gun or something, there would be no need to fight. After all, Zhang Li can lurk next to them quietly, and it's not that simple at first glance. What are you nervous about? If I had any ill intentions, I would have already taken action when you informed Happy. Don't test it, I'm here to discuss business. I'll give you the camera. Zhang Li stopped acting like a fool and reached out to hand the camera to him. Shit Dada took the camera and handed it to Pepper, then relaxed a little and asked, Who are you? Zhang Li sat on the sofa opposite. Before he could speak, Happy's voice came from outside the door. Tony, I'm coming. Then Happy rushed into the narrow office with a large group of bodyguards. Happy, thank you for bringing thousands of troops to rescue me. Now can you tell me why you have so many people, but you can still let a little thief run into my office silently? Pepper interjected, actually this is my office. The shitty guy just waved his hand and asked the shopkeeper, does he have an office? Yes, this is even more dangerous. If I hadn't been here today, how would you have asked Pepper to deal with this vicious gangster? Zhang Li asked, so am I a little thief or a vicious gangster? Does it make a difference? I'll take him to the police station now. Happy stretched out his hand to grab Zhang Li without saying a word. His physique is so strong that he feels quite oppressive. Wait a minute. Zhang Li dodged back and avoided Happy's capture, Mr. Big Shit, I'm here to discuss business. What did you call me? Pepper couldn't help laughing. I remembered something Happy, she explained. Zhang Li added, anyone in your family has given birth to a baby. Everyone was stunned and the atmosphere was awkward. Sorry, I just wanted to lighten the tense atmosphere. Happy, get him out of here. Wait, let me say the last thing, I can take the shrapnel out of your chest. Shidaki sneered, you are so boastful but you are afraid of spraining your tongue. I have consulted the best surgical experts but they can't help you. How old are you? Happy, do it. Wait a minute. This time it was Miss Pepper who spoke. Let him talk. She has fallen in love with Stark. Women are emotional and they will not easily give up any possible hope. Pepper, he is a liar. Stark wanted to persuade him but Pepper said, I want to listen. Shidaki could only wave his hand helplessly at Happy. How could he refuse Pepper's love for him? Shidaki, you deserve to die. There is such a beautiful woman who loves you deeply and is willing to do everything for you, but you go out to play poker every day. Scum. I have changed. Stop talking nonsense and tell me how you plan to implement your scam. I will definitely make you regret it after you finish. As the smartest genius of this century, he himself can't do it, so he doesn't believe that a young boy like Zhang Li can do it. It's very simple, I have superpowers. Happy, get out. This time, even Pepper didn't want to listen to Zhang Li anymore. Happy didn't take action but waved to the brothers behind him, and the two strong men rushed directly to Zhang Li. Why is it that telling the truth is always questioned? Isn't this the fighting skills that Zhang Li learned from Freya in Valhalla? He twisted his body to avoid being caught and then raised his hands, and the two strong men were pushed out by him. Have you ever heard of hypnotism? Zhang Li turned to ask Stark. I don't know much about it. Do you want to learn more about it? Stark has a big heart and can still talk and laugh in this situation. In fact, he has asked Jarvis to activate his secret weapon, the newly developed Mark 42 armor, although the technology is not yet very mature. I'll lend you your watch. Zhang Li stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the famous watch on Stark's wrist came into Zhang Li's hand. Zhang Li swayed his watch in front of Happy and the bodyguards like a pendulum. Happy and the others stared at their watches and shook their heads together. Obvious children will get sweets. Zhang Li took back the watch and threw it back to Stark and then directly ordered Happy and the others, "Forget everything about me and then go back to work and disband." Immediately Happy and the others walked out of the office obediently like puppets and returned to their posts. Happy. Stark tried to wake Happy up but to no avail. "Is this your superpower, being able to hypnotize others? Then why don't you just hypnotize me so you can get everything you want?" Zhang Li explained, "First of all, I am a legal citizen. Secondly, someone told me to keep a low profile." "It's not Loki to stand in front of me and demonstrate your magical powers," Stark said. Pepper interrupted the argument between the two and asked directly, "So, is there any way you can remove the shrapnel from Tony's body?" "Shit, Ms. Pepper knows how to take care of your body better than you do. Can you please stop mentioning those 3 disgusting words? My name is shit." Stark, he almost got involved. "I just don't want to have to worry about changing jobs anymore. It's hard to find jobs now, especially high-paying jobs." Pepper came up with an excuse which didn't sound very reasonable. "Okay, distinguished Mr. Little Wizard, can we talk about the business you mentioned now? How do you know I'm a wizard?" "Ah, did I say that?" "This is not important. Tell me your method. What is the chance of success?" Zhang Li smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he told his own story. "I believe you all know the story of the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder." In the next 2 hours, Zhang Li started telling stories about meeting Saul in New Mexico, mixed with many random nonsense stories, until he came to New York City. Pepper and Stark were forced to listen to all the legendary deeds that Zhang Li had experienced in the past 2 years. "Okay, it's finally over, right? Then let's." Zhang Li interrupted, "Oh, I'm a little hungry. Why don't we find a place to eat and chat?" Stark pointed angrily at Zhang Li's nose and said, "You brat, my patience is limited. I've already wasted 2 precious hours with you. What else do you want?" "Mr. Shit, calm down. You are a superhero now, so you need to calm down." Zhang Li approached Stark and patted his chest without leaving a trace. "What are you doing?" Stark reacted and realized that the tension had touched his reactor and immediately retreated cautiously. "Whoa, look what this is. Jarvis, can you hear me? Check what's missing in our dude." Zhang opened his palm and 2 small metal fragments lay quietly on it. Diddy. Stark took out the smartphone in his pocket. On it was the image obtained by the artificial intelligence Jarvis after scanning Stark. At the same time, Jarvis' report came from Stark's headset. "Sir, 2 small pieces of shrapnel fragments in your body disappeared out of thin air. Sorry, sir, I did not find out what method Mr. Zhang used to do it. At the same time, I have not found any trace of Mr. Zhang's existence on the internet. How about Tony?" Pepper couldn't understand the image displayed on the phone, nor could she hear Jarvis's voice. "How did you do it?" Zhang Li's method was beyond his cognition and seemed to have no scientific basis. Zhang Li ignored the shocked Stark and instead said to Pepper, "Ms. Pepper, I'm new here and penniless. Can you treat me to a nice meal? Don't have any bad intentions." Stark warned Zhang Li fiercely. "Oh shit, you are indeed a well-known playboy. Please, I'm not an adult yet. Please don't insult my thoughts, okay? Underage, you look at least 25. Although Zhang Li looks very young, Stark just doesn't like Zhang Li. "I am 9 years old." Zhang Li told the truth, but no one believed it. Finally, Pepper said, "You look very young. You shouldn't be 20 or 17 or 18 years old." This is indeed the case in appearance, but some old people whose souls are in their 30s or 40s just rely on the fact that they are 8 years old. Ms. Pepper put down a lot of work, drove to a high-end Chinese restaurant and booked it directly. "Hey, your restaurant is awesome. It has 8 major cuisines. Are you bragging?" Zhang Li communicated with the restaurant manager in authentic Mandarin. "Sir, are you Chinese? What? I look too white, don't I look like that?" No. The manager began to introduce the restaurant. "Our boss is also Chinese. He just wants to put his own cuisine on the international stage, so many of the chefs in our store are orthodox descendants of the 8 major cuisines. That's a treat. I personally like Sichuan cuisine and I have a big appetite. You can decide. I believe you know the names of the 2 people next to me. Money is really nothing to them." The manager is also a smart man. He can see that Zhang Li is the guest of this banquet, so he didn't ask much. After leaving 2 beautiful waitresses, he left. "What is this? It smells quite fragrant. Wow, so spicy, so juicy." Traditional Sichuan cuisine rarely uses chili peppers, but Zhang Li didn't expect Stark to see so many kinds of delicacies and not eat them, but instead picked the mapo tofu. Looking at the tableware again, Zhang Li understood that mapo tofu can be eaten with a spoon. "Is this for people? Orientals are so weird. I think it's quite delicious." Although Pepper didn't know how to use chopsticks, at least she was not as arrogant as Stark. With the help of the waiter, she could barely pick up the food. Stark couldn't refuse Pepper's face, so he changed the subject and asked, "Tell me your conditions. What do you want to get rid of the shrapnel in my body? 3 requirements. Tell me. First, I don't have an ID card. That's easy. I can get any identity you want by just saying hello. Second, I don't have money. I can give you a lot of money. Third, help me find a building with this logo in New York." Zhang Li took out a piece of paper from his pocket on which was drawn a round window pattern with the word "well." That's it. Stark obviously didn't expect that what Zhang Li wanted was so simple. That's it. Nothing else. No, what else do you want? I've seen people bargaining. Do you want to increase the price? No, why should I bother? I'm happy to be relaxed. Happy drove Zhang Li to the New York temple. Zhang felt the magic fluctuation as soon as he got out of the car. No wonder Stark had been looking for it for so long. A protective magic has been cast on the temple, which can cause visual illusions and make it difficult to see the specific appearance of the temple. Thank you, Happy, you can go back. Tony asked me to keep an eye on you. You haven't cured him yet. The ID card and a large amount of money he promised me haven't been cashed yet. Besides, you can't stand me. It seems so. Most of the people who could enter the temple were the magicians of Kamar-Taj, so Zhang Li pushed the door open and entered without attracting too much attention. The mages formed small groups and chatted and discussed casually in the main hall until Master Daniel came downstairs. "Is this Mr. Zhang Li? The Supreme Mage is waiting for you at Kamar-Taj." Master Daniel's words made many mages look sideways at Zhang Li. Having gained the favor of the Supreme Mage at such a young age, his future is limitless. "I am Zhang Li, please ask the mage to lead the way." Zhang Li complained internally. He knew I was coming, but he didn't send anyone to pick me up. Master Daniel directly opened the portal, crossed tens of thousands of miles with tension, and appeared directly in the small square of Kamar-Taj. Master Madhu was waiting here. Master Daniel stepped forward to explain the situation, and then handed Zhang Li to Master Madhu. "The Master Supreme is waiting upstairs." Zhang Li followed Master Madhu upstairs and happened to meet 3 old masters coming downstairs. They must have just exchanged magic with Guyi. "The Supreme Mage is here." Ancient Yu was wearing a simple plain robe. He looked very thin and his eyes were full of wisdom. "You seem to have changed a lot and your mind has matured a lot. Come over and have a cup of hot tea. I'm here to return the book and ask for advice on some obscure runes." Zhang Li reached out and took out the magician that Guyi had lent to him from the mirror space. This scene surprised Master Madhu. He never thought that Zhang Li would be a mage and he could hide things in the mirror space. He was obviously very powerful. Moreover, this man actually asked the Supreme Mage to borrow the magic book. "Who is he? Can I ask for advice on runes? It seems that you have gained a lot in more than a year." Of course, Guyi knew that Zhang Li had gone to Asgard, so when Zhang Li mentioned runes, she thought of runes. "Master Madhu, please return this magic book to the library, and tell the other mages that I need to entertain distinguished guests today, so let them go back first." Master Madhu obviously didn't expect that Guyi would push him away, but he didn't say anything more and retreated respectfully. "I don't understand. You can spy on time, but you haven't thought about changing it." Ancient One told him that small forces can make a difference, so he helped Stark take out a few pieces of shrapnel in advance. But Guyi didn't even bother to touch the small situation and played his role honestly. Sometimes letting nature take its course is the best choice. "From the moment I absorbed the energy of the dark dimension, everything was a done deal." Rigid. Zhang Li thought for a long time and only managed to choke out 2 words. "Ha ha ha, compared to you young people, we older generations are indeed more rigid and not adaptable. Our knowledge and experience have made us and bound us. Maybe one day in the future you will also have this kind of problem. Feel." In the following time, Zhang Li asked Master Guyi for advice on runes. Each character in the runes has many different meanings, and each character can be combined with other characters. While in Asgard, Zhang Li asked God King Odin and Queen Frigga for advice. They speak clearly, but the tension feels like hearing from heaven. Zhang Li thought he could hear some special insights from Guyi, but again, because of his lack of knowledge in the basics of magic, he was unable to understand what Guyi was talking about. Every word is clear to the ear, but putting them together is a headache. Ancient One said, "The runes are engraved in your mind and you can correctly interpret the meaning of each rune. In theory, you can control them." Zhang Li said, "But when I use my divine power to carve the same rune, it is difficult to accurately control that the meaning it expresses is unified." Just like when tension depicts the rune that represents wealth, it also has other meanings such as cattle, unity, harvest, and fertility. The runes that Zhang Li cannot accurately control and depict all represent wealth. Odin is right. Your spiritual energy is strong, but your spiritual will is weak. So what do I do? Perhaps because of his mutant abilities and his two-life relationship, Zhang Li's spiritual energy is very powerful. But compared to old monsters like Odin and Ancient One, he lacks a firm belief to guide his will. At the level of will, even tampering with memory is difficult to work. You need to go through hardships and then understand your own heart. But if you just want to master the runes proficiently, I suggest you learn the history and theory of magic. It will be of some use. In the end, Zhang Li refused Master Guya's invitation to come to Kamar-Taj to practice with his apprentices. He borrowed 2 books on magic history and magic theory and returned to New York late at night, Stark's private apartment. Coulson came with 2 agents to visit. They knew that Stark had applied for an ID card for Zhang Li. After checking the surveillance, they found that Zhang Li had contact with Stark, so Coulson came. 2 agents stayed in front of the apartment to pay attention to the situation, and Ms. Pepper took Coulson into the hall. "Hey, you-hoo, what do you want to do? Are you planting spies around me again?" When Jarvis found Coulson and the others, Stark stopped his research and walked out of the laboratory. After seeing the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., Stark was always cautious with them. "Mr. Stark, I came for Mr. Zhang Li, we are friends. What tension?" "I know magnetism, electricity, and gravity, but I don't know what tension is. Pepper, do you know?" Pepper pretended to be deaf and dumb and did not answer. "Besides, why did your friend come to me instead of looking for you?" Coulson said patiently. "Mr. Stark, our people found out that you had contact with him and they are applying for his ID card. I brought it to you." Coulson took out a transparent file bag with 2 cards in it. One is the Social Security number card, which is the ID card, and the other is the driver's license. In America, these 2 cards are proof of identity. "Pepper, have you seen this? Our country has become so rotten that even state institutions need to fabricate false evidence." Stark didn't buy Coulson's tricks and directly reversed the facts, denying the fact that Zhang Li had contact with him. In his opinion, if a young man who can do magic was taken to S.H.I.E.L.D. by Coulson, he would probably be sliced and studied. "Mr. Stark, I hope you can cooperate with my work." "Cooperate with what? I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave my private territory now, otherwise it will be bad for everyone." Squeak. Just when the atmosphere was tense, sparks suddenly flashed in the hall and a spark halo appeared, and then Zhang Li stepped out from it. Sorry, I didn't expect there would be so many people in the hall. How about I go back?" Stark stayed in the laboratory all day long, and Pepper had countless documents to deal with. Zhang Li really didn't expect so many people to appear in the hall. "What the hell? What is that?" Compared to the shock of Stark and Pepper, Coulson walked up calmly and handed the ID card to Zhang Li. "Nice to see you again, Mr. Zhang Li. I'm not very happy. After all, who wants to be stared at by a black-boiled egg every day? Tony." Pepper approached Stark a little nervously. Stark consoled him, then asked the artificial intelligence Jarvis. "Jarvis, am I hallucinating? Have you found anything?" "Jarvis, Mr. Zhang Li seems to have realized some kind of space-traveling technology." At the moment the aperture appeared, I detected wind currents that appeared out of thin air, as well as some other particles that did not belong to the apartment. So he is a time traveler with future technology. "Jarvis, this possibility is not ruled out because there is no information about him in the world, but he may also be a god and a myth. He once told you the story of his journey to Asgard, didn't he?" Stark asked Zhang Li. "So who are you?" "I am Zhang Li. I am asking what your identity is and where you are from. As you can see, I am a magician from somewhere else, I mean outside the Earth. So you are an interstellar traveler." As one of the smartest people in the world, he certainly does not believe that there is only one civilization in the universe, human beings. You can understand it that way. Not some fugitive or an expelled prince or something like that. You've watched too many movies. Stark asked again, "So is the light ring you just saw magic? What's the principle? Has your body been modified with some super technology? Is your current appearance your real appearance?" "Shit big, your curiosity is a bit too strong." "Puch, hahaha, what did you call him just now? Shit big? Hahaha, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, shit big, no Stark. Mr. Zhang Li, you know how to give nicknames. Shit big, this is even more excessive than black sauce, egg, and fuck man." Even a professionally trained agent like Coulson couldn't help laughing. Stark pointed at Coulson and asked, "So what's your nickname for him? Tell me about it, it'll make me happy." "Coulson, I didn't give him a nickname. Usually I'll only be nicknamed by people I like or hate." Stark said confidently, "I know who wouldn't like Mr. Stark, who is handsome, charming, smart, and rich. I hate you, can't you tell that it's such a disgusting nickname? You envy me, there are so many people in the world who envy and hate me. Maybe there are even more people who hate and dislike you. You guys chat, I still have a lot of work to do." Pepper turned and left the hall. She couldn't understand why these 3 grown men were like children. Especially the agent, wasn't he here to work? Why was he still talking about nicknames with others? After realizing that he had lost his composure, Coulson cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Zhang Li, I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. Can we talk?" Coulson, Stark, and Zhang Li sat in the hall and chatted. Coulson was ordered by Black Egg Fury to recruit Zhang Li, hoping that Zhang Li could join S.H.I.E.L.D. or at least take a sinecure. Unable to withstand Coulson's soft and hard grinding, Zhang Li finally agreed to become an extra staff consultant of S.H.I.E.L.D. There is no need to obey the instructions of S.H.I.E.L.D., but at the critical moment, Zhang Li is expected to provide them with relevant information. So you have already salvaged the popsicle. The popsicle Zhang Li was talking about was Steve Rogers, who had been frozen for 70 years. He has been integrated into social life for more than half a year. Thank you again for providing information, Mr. Zhang Li. Wait, don't you have anything to say to me? And what about the popsicle you are talking about? Seeing that Coulson was about to leave, Stark was unhappy. S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted to invite him to join the Avengers, and they sent Black Widow to do a detailed character analysis of Stark. Now Coulson finally came here, but he didn't even mention it. Coulson glanced at Stark, then left without saying anything. What? Zhang Li, did you see that? He dared to ignore me and my talent. What future does such an organization have? You actually joined them. Zhang Li agreed. Tony, great minds think alike. I also think that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no future. Then why did you agree to be a shitty consultant? Are you short of money? Tell me I have plenty of money. Zhang Li explained. Sometimes I just don't want to cause trouble for no reason. I have to make some people feel that I am still under their control, otherwise I will have a lot of trouble if they go crazy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Flies are annoying, aren't they? That makes sense. Stark raised the wine on the table and took a sip, then asked, "Okay, now it's just the two of us. Be honest, what do you want?" Stark tapped the reactor on his chest gently. He was asking Zhang Li when he was going to fulfill his promise to remove the shrapnel in his body, and also asking Zhang Li what his purpose was in approaching him. I'm just a passerby, just looking for some fun when I'm free. Well, it's getting late, I have to go to bed. Zhang Li smiled, raised his glass and drank the contents in the glass, then went straight back to his room to rest. Stark looked solemn. He didn't believe that Zhang Li, the mysterious traveler, would approach him for no reason. After experiencing his uncle's betrayal and several life-and-death disasters, his world suddenly changed dramatically. He doesn't trust anyone now, only himself, except Pepper. Jarvis, I can't sleep. Let's continue working. Get the design drawings of Mark 42. I suddenly have an idea. Late at night, Nick Fury rushed to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret underground base. The cosmic Rubik's Cube they had been studying for a long time suddenly had a violent energy reaction tonight. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Fury immediately drove to the base. After the last Thor incident, Dr. Shavig was kindly invited by S.H.I.E.L.D. to join. Now he is using his own knowledge reserves to try to solve the problems caused by the universal Rubik's Cube. Nick Fury doesn't understand scientific research and doesn't understand Dr. Shavig's professional terminology. He just wants to know the possible consequences. Maybe someone is opening the door towards us. Hawkeye guessed. His words hit the mark. While everyone was astonished, the energy of the cosmic cube reacted violently and suddenly shot out a beam of light, teleporting Loki into the base. Since the last Asgard incident, Loki fell into the Star Sea but gained the favor of Thanos, the overlord of the universe. Thanos promised that as long as Loki could bring him the Space Stone, he promised to help Loki become the king of the Earth. In fact, this is an empty talk. If he can conquer the Earth, why bother to let Loki come to the Earth? The Ancient One is still alive, and Odin will not sit idly by. Everyone is in peace, and it's not time to turn the table over yet. From one end of the starry sky to the other, this process was obviously not as easy as the Rainbow Bridge. Loki was panting and his forehead was covered with sweat. Sir, please put down your weapons. Hai-Lu Dan's eyes were venomous, and he immediately realized that the spiritual scepter in Loki's hand was extraordinary. Perhaps it was because of the gleaming scepter that Loki could communicate with the Rubik's Cube and teleport here. Loki looked sideways slightly. He couldn't understand how these stupid and weak mortals dared to talk nonsense in front of them. Especially those ants on the side who dared to point their guns at him. Loki took one step forward and jumped to an agent. Before anyone could react, he directly pierced the mind scepter into the agent's body. Ta-ta-ta. When the other agents saw Loki's ferocious appearance, they raised their firearms and pointed them at Loki without hesitation. How could a mortal defeat a god? Loki didn't even use magic and relied directly on physical skills to easily defeat the gun-toting agents. I am Loki from Asgard and I have a glorious mission. The evil god Loki announced his name to mortals for the first time. This moment, after he rules the earth, will be recorded in history forever. A mortal country does not need the guidance of gods. After a brief negotiation, Nick Fury was not deterred by Loki's identity and strength. Stupid, pathetic mortals. Loki was also mentally prepared, but he didn't expect Nick Fury's attitude to be so tough. The battle continued, and the agents rushed towards Loki one after another. Fury wanted to retreat first with the cosmic cube, but Loki would not let him succeed. Hawkeye's strength is greatly limited in the underground base, and there are no bows and arrows around him, so he can only use the ultimate physical strength of the human body. Loki also discovered that Hawkeye Barton was stronger than other agents, and was not an ant that could be slapped to death by him casually. So he used the power of the Mind Scepter to invade Hawkeye's brain and control him. Loki and Barton worked together to steal the cosmic cube from Fury and abducted Dr. Shavig along the way. Loki wants to bring Kurita's army to the Earth through the cosmic cube, and he also needs someone to help him build a teleportation matrix that can open a space wormhole. Loki escaped from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground base, and then a big explosion occurred in the base. Countless agents were buried underground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Fury tried to fly a plane to chase the cosmic cube, but was shot down by Loki using the Mind Scepter. Ended in failure. Fury looked at the car speeding away in the dark night, and he keenly caught an opportunity. The Avengers' plan can be passed. Those fat pigs in Parliament will not allow foreign enemies to threaten their status. That night, Natasha, who was on a mission outside, was playing tricks on the enemy boss. The boss suddenly received a call. After Coulson made some verbal threats on the phone, the boss handed the phone to Natasha like a well-behaved child. Barton was controlled by the enemy and taken away. Natasha, who was still smiling playfully, suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation, immediately went into a rage, and killed the boss and a group of his men while being tied up. Hawkeye was the one who brought Natasha redemption. He brought Natasha into S.H.I.E.L.D., got rid of the Red Room, and gave her a future to look forward to. Now that Barton is in danger, Natasha will naturally not sit idly by. A grubby little girl rampages through the slums clutching a handful of crumpled bills. She found Dr. Bruce Banner, who was practicing medicine, and prayed that he could help her sick father. For Banner, who has 7 doctorates, being a barefoot doctor is not difficult for him. Overflowing with love, Banner was led out of the residential area by the little girl and came to a dilapidated small house outside the city. The little girl climbed up the window and escaped under his shocked gaze, leaving him in the small, shabby house. Banner had realized that he had been fooled, so he complained, "Oh, I should have collected her money first. For someone who needs to escape stress, you found a good place." The sexy Black Widow walked out from the other side of the shabby house. Using her excellent body to seduce men is one of her specialties. Simply avoiding is not a panacea. Obviously, Banner did not expect that the one who came to him this time would be a great beauty. This did not seem like General Ross's work. Banner was at a loss, looking around in the shabby house, looking through the window at the dark outside. It was very quiet outside, which made him more certain that the woman in front of him was not sent by General Ross. That guy has always been tough and would not be so soft. I guess the outside is surrounded, only you and me. Natasha took a few steps closer, trying to make herself look more friendly. Is that little girl also an agent? You entered the industry so early. Are you here to kill me? To be honest, the person who can kill me may not be born yet. Dr. Banner was not exaggerating. The more he studied the Hulk in his body, the more he could feel the power of the Hulk. Even though Banner had 7 doctoral degrees, he still couldn't find any way to deal with the Hulk. No, I'm here to ask for your help on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. What if I refuse? I'll try to convince you. What if the other person in my body also refuses? Natasha's eyes flashed with panic, but she still forced herself to remain calm and said, "You haven't let him appear for more than a year. I hope you can keep it up." Natasha took out her mobile phone, showed the picture of the cosmic cube and said, "We are facing a disaster that concerns the safety of the whole world. This thing has the power to destroy the world." Banner was aroused with curiosity, put on his glasses and began to look at the picture of the cosmic cube in detail. "What does Nick Fury want from me? Eat him. We're hoping you can find it. It's been snatched. The gamma rays it emits are too weak for us to find, so we're hoping you can help us. So you're not here to capture monsters." Banner took off his glasses and his conversation with Natasha became faster and faster. At least he didn't say that. "If you have any doubts, you can ask him directly. Don't lie to me." Banner suddenly stepped forward, slapped his hands on the table and roared, scaring Natasha into pulling out the pistol hidden under the table. Outside the house, a large group of people were rustling and approaching quickly. and the click-click sound of firearms being loaded could still be heard vaguely. Banner looked at Natasha, who was holding the gun to his head, and took a step back with a half-smile. "Sorry, I just lost my composure." Tears flashed in Natasha's eyes, whether she was frightened or deliberately pretending to gain sympathy. After a short exchange, the two parties became initially familiar with each other. Banner was tricked into boarding S.H.I.E.L.'s pirate ship by Natasha in a few words. Since Stark decided not to continue building weapons, he began to move into the field of new energy. After all, the reactor has been developed and the technology is mature, it just needs to be further expanded. But later Stark was poisoned by palladium, so the project progress has been delayed. Tonight he will replace Stark Tower with a newly developed reactor to power it, launching the first shot of clean energy. The lights in Stark Tower, which had been turned off, suddenly lit up again, and the reactor power supply was normal. The next step is to issue a press conference and promote it to the market to make Stark Industries a huge profit. Just when Stark returned to the building and opened champagne with Pepper to celebrate, the uninvited guest Coulson came to the door. Stark originally wanted to refuse the visitor, but Coulson had hacked into Jarvis's security program and took the elevator directly to the top floor. Pepper was not as reclusive as Stark and enthusiastically handed Coulson a glass of champagne. "We want you to take a look at this." Coulson handed the laptop directly to Stark. Stark connected the computer to Jarvis and made a holographic projection. Then the video of Steve, Thor, Hulk, and Iron Man fighting appeared on the big screen. "It seems that you have to be busy again. I will fly to Washington tonight. It seems that I can only hold the press conference on new energy. As Stark's good wife, Pepper always has Stark's best interests in mind. I thought we could have a good celebration today, or we would just ignore them." Stark apologized, but in the end, under Pepper's persuasion, the two kissed goodbye. Sometimes Pepper knows what he needs better than Stark does. "Take me to the airport. Will your car be on my way?" Coulson said. "It was originally away, but Mr. Zhang Li is not here with you, so I have to send someone to see you off." "Do you mind?" Pepper said. "Then I won't bother you. Let Tony make a call. When Zhang Li gets here, he only needs to lift his feet and then put them down." That makes sense. After studying magic theories for several months, Zhang finally had an idea on how to create a space ring. He engraved runes on the ring, and then embedded the mirror space into the ring through the magic of Kamar-Taj. At the critical moment, Jarvis's voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Mr. Zhang Li," boom. Zhang was startled by Jarvis's sudden voice. By accident, the compressed mirror space suddenly expanded, activating the energy of the runes and causing an explosion. "Jarvis, I'm going to tear you apart." Zhang Li raised his hand and directly gathered all the metal in the room and shaped it into a ball. Don't be angry, don't be angry." "Fuck, you better give me a reasonable explanation, big shit, or I will tear down your building." Zhang Li opened the portal, came to Stark's side angrily and picked him up. Zhang, why are you so crazy all of a sudden? Put me down quickly." "Shit, you better give me a reasonable explanation or I will stuff this piece of iron into your brain." Zhang Li threw an iron ball bigger than Stark's head into Stark's face. "I'm not looking for you, you're the agent behind you." "Coulson, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb, you're looking for tension." Seeing that Zhang Li was really angry, Stark directly put the pot on Coulson's head. "Coulson, Mr. Zhang Li, please don't get excited, it's Loki. Loki stole the cosmic cube. I'm here to ask you about related issues." Coulson retreated strategically and quickly sorted out the situation to prevent Zhang Li from attacking him. "Loki is here." Zhang Li put Stark down, and he threw the iron ball into the mirror space. Cough, Zhang, why are you crazy? You eat my food, live in mine, you haven't even helped me take out all the shrapnel in my body, and now you start to bully others. Hey. Zhang Li scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I'm sorry, please understand, I'm studying magic recently. Think about it from your place, if you were killed by Jarvis at the critical moment when you were studying the arc reactor. You were suddenly startled and then the reactor suddenly exploded. Are you angry? Am I still alive to be angry? The explosion of the arc reactor is no different than the explosion of a nuclear bomb. How about this? As compensation, I will give you a copy when I succeed in my research, as a wedding gift for you and Ms. Pepper." "What are you talking about? It's not even a start yet." Zhang Li said firmly, "I guess only Pepper can subdue you in this world, it's a matter of time." Can we talk about Loki first?" Coulson asked weakly. Zhang Li asked, "Why don't we talk about the cosmic cube first?" Zhang Li originally wanted to borrow the cosmic cube from S.H.I.E.L.D. to play with, but after seeing the ancient one, he knew that the ability he mastered was far beyond his mental willpower. If he didn't settle down, he might become a puppet bound by power. So even though Zhang Li was particularly eager to contact the cosmic cube, he still suppressed his inner desire. In order to suppress this impulse, he even needed to use divine power to carve runes representing calmness every day to cultivate his body and mind. Mr. Zhang Li, we want to know more about Loki. You have been to Asgard before and we hope to get your help. Stop, this is your business, it has nothing to do with me, I will not join the Avengers, however I can help you get some external help. External help, are you talking about Thor? He has not appeared since he returned to Asgard. Can you contact him? Zhang Li said. He broke the Rainbow Bridge to save the lives of an entire planet, but I have a way to bring him here. Hi Heimdall, long time no see. You said the Rainbow Bridge was broken, why are you still standing here watching the gate? Out of courtesy, Zhang Li did not teleport directly to the Asgard, but first came to the broken Rainbow Bridge. It is my duty, I dare not slack off. Okay, dedication and professionalism are worth learning. I brought you Chinese food from Earth. Zhang Li took out a food box from the mirror space. Heimdall did not refuse. After taking the food box, he said, Thor is angry about your leaving without saying goodbye. Angry? What is he angry about? You found a way to return to Earth, but you didn't take him with you. He came to ask me about Jane Foster every once in a while, which shows how much he misses her. Heimdall's eyes can inspect the 9 realms, and now they have become Thor's tool to understand Jane. Doesn't he need to quell the war in the 9 realms? Where is the time to go to Earth? Besides, I'm here now, right? Hunting Loki, he doesn't have time to see Jane. Jane is not in New York City. That's none of my business. Zhang Li walked on the streets of Asgard with no obstacles along the way. The enthusiastic Asgardians welcomed Zhang Li's arrival. After the last sacrifice, he lived in Asgard for 3 months and asked Odin for runes. Long time no see, Your Highness, Queen of Gods. Zhang Li was about to enter the Asgard when he met Queen of Gods Frigga, who was also going to the Asgard. I haven't seen Zhang Li for a long time, you are more elegant. The more you know, the more you are. I spend all day with books, so I have a bit of literary air. I brought you some gifts, some food, some perfumes, jewelry, etc. There are a lot of things, so you probably have to ask someone to move them. The food alone can fill up a room, and the variety and taste are much richer than the food in Asgard. After Queen of Gods Frigga thanked them, the two walked into the Asgard together. Odin and Thor had been waiting here for a long time. Zhang Li, you are so disloyal, you ran away by yourself, you still say you are my best brother. As Heimdall said, Thor was very angry. Thor, pay attention to etiquette. Queen Frigga scolded Thor and Zhang Li followed and said, yes, you are a prince, you should be tolerant. In front of his mother, Thor couldn't get angry, so he could only give Zhang Li a threatening look. God King Odin, I'm here to take Thor to Midgard. Odin said, you have changed a lot. I am worried that you will be swollen after you leave. He could naturally feel that Zhang Li left Asgard. He thought Zhang Li couldn't stand the loneliness. Thank you for the previous teachings of the God King. Odin was very satisfied with Zhang Li's changes. The magic of Kamar-Taj is indeed excellent. You can come and take Thor to Midgard and really help me a lot. Although the Asgardians call themselves gods, they are not good at space magic. On the contrary, Kamar-Taj's magic is to borrow power from the dimensional demon and to protect the time gem. They have many magics about space and time. If Zhang Li didn't come, he would have to mobilize dark energy to send Thor to Earth, which would not be an easy task for him. Father, do you agree that I can go to Earth? Thor was a little excited. The situation in the 9 realms is still stable for the time being. It is enough to suppress it with Volstagg, and you have a more important mission to complete. After briefly describing what Loki did on Earth, Zhang Li left a lot of gifts he brought to Asgard and took Thor directly to Stark Tower. Zhang Li, your magic is really convenient and better than the Rainbow Bridge. Thor, who always felt that magic was useless, envied the portal magic sincerely, but it was a pity that he didn't have a strong magic talent. Coulson, please lead the way, we can talk on the way. Coulson asked, can't you just draw a circle and take us there directly? I haven't been to S.H.I.E.L.D., I don't have coordinates in my mind, and no one knows what accidents will happen when using magic on an unknown target. The first time Zhang Li learned the portal, he wanted to return to his home in the void. Then he experienced flooding, avalanches, fires, high-altitude falls, etc. After finally being able to cross the Sea of Stars and reach the Earth from Asgard, Zhang Li tried to return to the void again. This time he could clearly feel that he had been able to break the barrier of time, but was still blocked by a powerful energy. He guessed that it was Loki's trick. Cassandra can easily travel between the multiverses with the mysterious ring. Except for the fact that his mental will may be a little weak, he must be a crushing existence in other aspects. He would never believe that there was no interference from the mastermind behind the scenes. Stark said, "You guys go first. I'm not interested in pre-war team parties unless it's a pool party." "Are you not interested in being the team leader?" Zhang Li asked. Stark shrugged. "Come on, I'm Stark. Your little group is nothing new to me. Facing you guys all day is more painful than killing me." "Well, it seems you want to stay up late to study your armor again, right?" Zhang Li drew a rune representing protection, healing, and new strength in the air and pushed it into Stark's body with divine power. "What kind of magic is this? I feel refreshed and can fight for another 30,000 rounds." Thor said, "It's the rune, the divine pattern of Asgard. I didn't expect Zhang Li to be able to control the rune. How did you do it? Didn't your father tell you? I suffered a lot for this." Being pierced through the chest by Gungnir and hung on the world tree is not a good memory. "Hey, don't worry about that for now." Stark interrupted, "Can this rune always work? Can it be made into a special tool like an alchemist? I can give one to Pepper when I propose to her. Of course, if there is any powerful magic rune that can be engraved on my armor, I can consider giving you some shares of Stark Industries." "Have you forgotten how I got here?" I was interrupted by Jarvis. "The experiment failed and the house was blown up. You have to tell the servants to clean a room for me again." Jarvis' voice sounded, "Sorry, Mr. Zhang Li, I'm just responsible for passing the message. There are no extra electronic devices in your room, so I can't know the situation in the house." Jarvis wanted to push the pot to Stark. "Coulson came at the wrong time. Stark said I don't take the blame. Sorry, it's all my fault." Coulson had no choice but to take the blame. "No, it's Loki's fault. I'll settle the score with him." Zhang Li said that I can't beat the god of future stories. Can't I threaten a small god of tricks? On the SHIELD aircraft carrier, Steve and Banner's planes arrived one after another. "Let me guess, are these two gods from outside the Earth? They look no different from ordinary people." Black Widow Natasha took Banner and Steve to Zhang Li and the others. "Doctor. Banner looks even more ordinary, but I guess he must have scared you. People are shaped by gods according to their own appearance." Zhang Li and Thor said one by one. Natasha's smile froze, and her good mood was instantly gone. "I'm Steve Rogers. I heard that there are two charlatans in the team." Steve stretched out his hand, but Zhang Li and Thor did not shake hands with him. "Mr. Popsicle, there are two gods with divine power standing in front of you. You don't have to contribute your faith, but the word charlatan is indeed a bit offensive." "Oh, really? Sorry, I know nothing about charlatans. Can you show them off so that I can see?" Steve asked seriously with his hands on his waist as if he was full of confidence in himself. Thor straightened his chest and walked to Steve to look him in the face, then raised his hand to summon Mjolnir to fly past Steve's ear. "Wow, a remote-controlled flying hammer. I've seen remote-controlled airplanes on the street. Ha ha ha." Thor proved that people can really laugh when they are speechless. "Doesn't he know that I asked you to dig him out of the refrigerator?" Zhang Li looked at Natasha and asked. Natasha shrugged and Zhang Li said, "I bet $10. Steve, you will lose $10 to Fury today. Counting my $10, you will lose $20 today." "Wow, so your divine power is to predict the future? Maybe, who knows?" Seeing that no one seemed to notice him, Banner raised his hand to interrupt and said timidly, "I am Bruce Banner." Then he looked at Zhang Li and said, "You just said that I am mediocre, which is a bit offensive. I have 7 doctoral degrees." "I know, but I like Hulk more. Do you like me, Hulk? Don't bother me." Dr. Banner's chest suddenly swelled and turned green, and Hulk roared angrily at Zhang Li. After roaring, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes, and before he could make any more moves, he was imprisoned in Banner's body again. And Natasha and a group of agents beside him had already pointed their guns at Banner. Steve, who had learned a little about the information, was also shocked. Only Thor asked in confusion, "Is there a demon sealed in his body?" "Ha ha ha ha." Banner breathed heavily, not caring about the suit with the collar bursting, and hurriedly checked the heart rate watch on his wrist. "The heart rate is normal. This situation has never happened before." Banner didn't know what happened. It seems that Hulk is not very hospitable. "Don't worry, I just said hello to Hulk." "Can you communicate with Hulk?" Banner looked at Zhang Li with a flash of heat in his eyes. Natasha put away the pistol and said, "Mr. Zhang Li, I hope you will notify us before you make any big moves next time. It's just a greeting, it's not a big deal." Zhang Li had seen 2 Hulk variants in the void before, but because his strength did not allow it, he did not explore the genetic status of the human Hulk. Just now he felt it carefully again. The genes in Banner can indeed be copied, and he did not notice the so-called under all things. As previously speculated, not all Hulks can be favored by under all things. So can you really communicate with Hulk? Banner tried to communicate with Hulk but with little success. Zhang Li could communicate with Hulk, so he thought he could ask Zhang Li for help and find a way to get Hulk out of his body. Zhang Li said, Dr. Banner, you have 7 doctoral degrees and you should have some guesses about Hulk's situation. It's as difficult to separate the two of you as it is to take out the mitochondria of every cell in your body. Is there no way? Banner sighed, feeling depressed. Of course there is. Banner's eyes lit up again, but you can't do it. Who can do it? Banner has been looking for a way for 9 years and has not found a way. Now Zhang Li has a clue. How can he give up hope? Many people can do it and I can do it, but we don't want to kill Hulk because we can't bear the consequences. Hulk is a part of Banner, and killing Hulk is equivalent to killing Banner. Although Zhang Li can only erase Hulk's consciousness, he guesses that after erasing Hulk's consciousness, Banner should also slowly become Hulk. The best way is to let Hulk and Banner's consciousness merge and accept each other. But Zhang Li felt that Banner was not ready yet. Of course, the universe is so vast that there must be other ways to have the best of both worlds, such as finding the absorbing man, but the absorbing man in this world does not seem to be able to absorb the power of Hulk. What will it cost to destroy Hulk? Eradicated from this world, cut to the void by the Time Mutation Administration. It seems that I have to find a way myself. Banner just thought that Zhang Li was unwilling to help. After all, they just met by chance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the aircraft carrier suddenly made a buzzing sound, and then the fuselage slowly rose into the air and finally changed the surface color through science and technology and merged with the clouds. Steve was speechless at the shock of this scene. The takeoff of this aircraft carrier was like a piece of land rising out of thin air, which had a great impact on him. It's windy outside, let's go in and talk. Natasha led everyone into the operations center of the ship. Steve was dazzled by all kinds of high-tech products along the way. When he saw Fury, Steve took out a banknote from his pocket, stuffed Fury with $10, and then turned back and handed Zhang Li $10. Fury walked up to Zhang Li and asked, I bet with him yesterday that he should make up for the history of technological development. What did you bet with him? I bet he would lose $10 to you. It's our first meeting. I'm very happy to work with you, Mr. Zhang Li. Fury stretched out his little black hand. How happy? You are too happy too early. I said I don't like your black braised egg. Zhang Li's words made Fury's already dark face even darker. He looked at Coulson next to him and asked with his eyes, Didn't you say that this guy has changed a lot? Why does it feel like there is no change? Coulson shrugged helplessly. I don't know what's going on. He was very polite to us. It's a pleasure to work with you, Agent Hill. Zhang Li walked past Fury and shook hands with Agent Hill behind him. Agent Hill glanced at Fury, then smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Zhang Li's hand gently. Fury felt insulted. The $10 in his hand didn't taste good anymore. Coulson said you can predict the future. Is that true? See the picture through the crystal ball like a fortune teller. An excellent agent will never miss any opportunity to get intelligence, and every word of Hill seems to have been carefully calculated. So far, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s understanding of Zhang Li's strength and the abilities he controls are still speculation. Is that what Coulson reported? Almost. That's too far off. Zhang Li said, Although I am a magician, my capture of the future is limited to short-term predictions of good and bad luck, and I am far from being able to observe the future. The basic magic of Kamar-Taj is not enough to support Zhang Li's exploration of time and space. Zhang Li has not yet mastered the combination of the 24 runes. Zhang Li has many abilities, but his strength has not yet reached the level of predicting the future. Otherwise, he would have taken Reda and Riane out of the void long ago. Then do you predict what will happen to us next? First, there will be internal conflicts, and then we will be defeated one by the enemy. Zhang Li was indeed right. Although they successfully captured Loki, it was actually Loki's conspiracy to disintegrate them. In the end, they will be separated by Loki's conspiracy, but when the decisive battle comes, they will still reunite on the battlefield. I thought you might need to hold some ceremony or something, at least recite the mysterious magic spell twice. That's your stereotype of wizards. That doesn't make sense. Steve said, we have the same goal, what can make us disagree? Unlike Steve, Banner and Thor don't think they have the same goal. Banner has been fighting wits and courage with the military for nearly 10 years. He understands that the so-called officials have their own considerations, and they will never reveal their goals in full, so Banner never trusted Fury at the beginning. The reason why Banner came here is mainly because he was interested in the Cosmic Cube, and he also hopes to use the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. to find a way to solve the Hulk. Thor, he has only one purpose, to bring Loki and the Cosmic Cube back to Asgard. The energy of the Cosmic Cube can repair the Rainbow Bridge, and Loki needs to be punished by Odin. So they have their own agenda. Steve, who noticed the subtle atmosphere, looked at Fury and said. Zhang Li said, The thoughts of the old times are so simple and unpretentious. So far, Steve Rogers has not realized that Fury may have lied to him. He is also the king of agents after all. Although he is very watery, you must never doubt an agent's ability to lie and mislead. Okay, everyone, I asked you to come to work. The Earth is in danger. I hope everyone can be united and put aside personal prejudices first, okay? Seeing that the situation is not developing well, Fury immediately shifted everyone's attention to the enemy. Next is Thor's introduction to Loki, and then everyone plans an action plan. According to the information provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Banner analyzed that Loki may need a large amount of iridium in order to control the energy of the cosmic cube. Sure enough, they finally found the traces of Loki and Barton by tracking the collector of iridium. At a grand banquet in Germany, Loki violently inserted the information-sharing instrument into the eye socket of the iridium collector. Barton on the other side had sneaked into the collector's safe, opened the safe with the eye mask information shared by Loki, and successfully took out a large amount of iridium. After the operation, Loki should have fled the scene immediately, but he had another bold plan in his mind. He separated his incarnation and drove a group of mortals to the square, then revealed the costume of the god of tricks, making himself look bright and majestic. Kneel down. The scepter knocked on the ground and the sound was like a bell. Loki was really like a god king at this moment, showing his majesty in front of mortals. The noisy, chaotic, weak mortals who were busy escaping were shocked by Loki, and they were silent, slowly kneeling on the ground. Loki looked at this scene with satisfaction, and the smile on his face became more arrogant and proud. He enjoyed the worship of the crowd as if he were on the throne. Aren't you born to be like this? The temptation of freedom has deprived you of the joy of life. You long to be enslaved. You are madly pursuing power and status, but in fact you are full of slavery and will succumb to your ruler sooner or later. In the whole square, even if some people were angry, no one dared to refute, and the silence was terrifying. But there must be people who are not afraid of death and will stand up. A little old man with white hair and beard, thin and weak body, raised his head and straightened his waist, slowly stood up, with a determination to die, looking at Loki fearlessly. But it won't be someone like you. The voice was not very loud, but it was as firm as a mountain. Loki said, I am unique. The old man sneered, I have seen many people as shameless as you. There was only Loki among the kneeling crowd, but this little old man stood up and challenged his authority. The old man was so weak, and he was not as gorgeous, tall, majestic, and powerful as Loki, but his few words shook Loki's position. The 1,000-year-old humble room was lit up by a light. The old man was like a weak and swaying candle in the dark night, illuminating the future for all living beings. Feeling the swaying of people's hearts, Loki remembered that when he was in Asgard, he was also not recognized. Laufey abandoned him, and Odin didn't like him either, but he was obviously a king, so why should he be laughed at and become a laughing stock? Look at this stupid old man, he will be your role model for resisting me. The Mind Scepter released energy attacks, and the old man was about to die. At this time, Steve, who was wearing a battle suit, arrived in time with a round shield. The energy beam rebounded from the round shield, hit Loki instead. The last time I came to Germany, I also killed a big bad guy who was above all living beings. Now, Captain America walked through the crowd confidently while Loki was crawling on the ground. This round was installed by Captain America, just an outdated soldier. Loki slowly stood up and taunted. I am not outdated. Loki, put down your weapons and surrender. Natasha drove the fighter plane and aimed the muzzle at Loki. Advanced science and technology versus mythological figures. Who is the outdated one? Swish. The Mind Scepter directly fired an energy beam, forcing Natasha's fighter to retreat. Loki was in the crowd, and he was sure that Natasha would not open fire and hurt innocent people. After Loki opened fire, the crowd who had been kneeling quietly felt their lives were threatened, so they panicked again, screaming and running away. Captain America wanted to step forward to capture Loki, but Loki stabbed him in the lower abdomen with the end of the scepter and retreated to the side. Captain America, in pain, took the round shield in his hand, threw it out and hit Loki, but it had little effect. The two wrestled again. Perhaps because he had been frozen for too long, Captain 55's movements seemed very stiff, and he was easily subdued by Loki and knocked to the ground. Loki put the scepter on Captain America's forehead and threatened, kneel down. Captain America, who could not bear the humiliation, held the scepter and tried to fight back again, but he still couldn't do anything to Loki. After a few punches, he was knocked to the ground by Loki again. That guy is too cunning. Natasha flew in the air in a fighter plane, aiming the gun at Loki, but couldn't find the opportunity to attack. Agent Romanov, did you miss me? Tony Stark's voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. Boom. The sonic boom sounded, and a small light point approached quickly in the dark night. Iron Man arrived without any extra movements or words. His palm flashed, and the gunfire directly hit Loki. This level of firepower could not hurt Loki, who was a god, but Loki, contrary to his usual behavior, raised his hands and gave up resistance. Captain America saw this scene in his heart, but Stark and Natasha thought Loki was just like that. After the three of them handcuffed Loki, they set off on the return journey with the Mind Scepter. That guy behaved abnormally. There might be some conspiracy. Steve found Stark and expressed his concerns. Oh really? Isn't it because I stole your limelight, uniform boy? It is well known that Stark has two major skills, fickleness and mouth cannon. Even Pepper can only restrain his fickleness but has no way to deal with his mouth cannon. Old man, you are good at bodybuilding exercises. Stark added this sentence. Steve, who was already embarrassed, was furious. If it weren't for the overall situation, he really wanted to tear down Stark. Boom. Thunder flashed in the sky and Thor approached quickly. Natasha looked at the thunder in the sky and said, I guess he is probably lost. Originally, they set out together. Thor flew very fast with Mjolnir, but they arrived late. Another reckless man who doesn't understand science. Stark's words not only affected Thor but also Steve. Fury didn't say you were coming. There are so many things he didn't tell you. Rocky landed on the top of the plane and the cabin door opened. He saw a robot raised his hand to him. Without saying a word, he pushed the other party away with a hammer and then grabbed Loki's collar. Hello brother, long time no see. Thor didn't say anything and jumped off the plane with Loki. Someone dared to contact Stark's prisoners. This guy needs a lesson. Stark jumped off the plane directly. Is this part of the plan? Steve looked at Natasha, who was driving the fighter plane, and asked. Obviously not. Shit, Steve cursed and jumped off the plane directly. Bang. When Steve got close to the ground, he curled up and used his round shield as a buffer, smashing a big hole in the ground. His round shield was made of vibranium, which could rebound energy beams and absorb kinetic energy. In addition, Steve's body was strengthened by super serum, so the fall from high altitude did not cause much damage to him. We thought you were dead. Thor had a complicated expression. He was happy that Loki was alive and angry that Loki did not go home but wanted to invade the Earth. I am indeed dead. Loki replied calmly. He killed Laufey with his own hands, but he did not get Odin's approval and was denied by Odin. The moment he let go of Gungnir, the former Loki was dead. Thor looked at Loki's eyes without any emotion and he panicked. Loki, mother misses you very much, come home with me. The appearance of Queen Frigga appeared in Loki's mind. In the whole Asgard, she was the only one who treated Loki sincerely. Although she was not his biological mother, she was even better. But before Loki could speak, Thor, who was expecting Loki's response, was knocked out by Iron Man Stark. Wow, you should solve your own problems first. Stark was angry that Thor didn't give him face, and Thor was angry that Stark interrupted the communication between him and Loki. Both of them were arrogant and could not tolerate any sand in their eyes. They started fighting in the grove directly after a disagreement. Thor knocked Stark away with a hammer and Stark retaliated with a cannon. Both of them were just trying to vent their anger, but they really got angry when they fought. Boom! Thor summoned the power of thunder and hit Stark's armor. The electromagnetic shielding principle of the Faraday cage is that when an object is wrapped in metal, lightning attacking the metal will not hurt the object wrapped in metal. Thor's attack not only failed to hurt Stark, but also made Stark's armor burst with energy. Thanks for the charge. Stark directly converted the lightning that Thor attacked him into an energy beam and returned it to Thor. Thor's anger grew stronger and stronger, and he jumped up with Mjolnir in his hand. Steve arrived at the critical moment, and he stood in front of Stark and raised the vibranium round shield. Bang! Mjolnir came into contact with the round shield, and a huge energy explosion spread, directly raising the small woods within 100 meters to the ground. The three people were hit by the energy and flew backwards. Their minds became clear again, and their anger gradually subsided. Does anyone want to continue playing? I can stay with you all day. Steve spoke first. Stark and Thor didn't say much this time. The battle stopped, and the first meeting of the three giants of the original Avengers ended. Loki did not escape while the three of them were fighting, but stayed where he was, waiting to be captured. Loki's behavior is too abnormal. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? After listening to Natasha's report, Fury, who was far across the ocean, looked at Zhang Li. When it comes to understanding Loki, no one here can compare to Zhang Li. I don't think it's important, but you think it's important. Zhang Li wore a pair of glasses and carefully read the history of magic in his hand without even raising his head. Fury looked at Agent Hill with a dark face and turned his head to motion for her to ask. Hill asked, Mr. Zhang, what do you think Loki is holding in his stomach? Zhang calmly opened a page of the book and said, Miss Hill, don't be like the black braised egg in everything. He is just an asshole. He always thinks that he can control everything. In fact, he is the one who is controlled. Give it to others. I don't even know how to be a puppet, but I'm still the king of agents. Zhang Li's words seemed to be ridiculing, but as Agents Duzir and Fury heard something different. What do you mean? Are you saying that someone is controlling the direction of all events behind the scenes? Zhang Li showed a row of big white teeth towards Fury. Aren't you very smart? Can't the king of agents even solve this problem? Why? I just don't say it, I just play. I just want to whet your appetite. Guess what? I will piss you off. Loki was imprisoned in a cage. The special cage was originally prepared to prevent Hulk from going on a rampage, but unexpectedly it was used to imprison gods first. The Mind Scepter was studied and analyzed by Stark and Banner in their own ways. Zhang Li's eyes never left the Mind Gem on the Mind Scepter from beginning to end. The Mind Gem has very powerful energy and can protect, modify, manipulate, or read the mind, and can enhance the user's mental strength, mental will, and psychic ability. And mental willpower is exactly the shortcoming of tension. Judging from the ability controlled by Zhang Li, his strength should be comparable to that of Heavenly Father. However, due to his weak mental willpower, his strength is always one step away from Odin and others. Although it is only one step away, the performance of strength is completely different. The reason why he studied the space Neji all day long was because he wanted to use it to exercise his spiritual willpower. Unfortunately, although this method can make his mental control more detailed, it has little effect on training his mental willpower. Now that the Mind Stone is right in front of him and the opportunity to reach the sky is so close, how can he resist this temptation? Zhang unknowingly took a few steps closer to the psychic scepter. At this time, Coulson walked in and said, Director, I have tried all methods, but Loki still refuses to say anything. Thank you for your hard work, Coulson. Black-braised Dan looked at Zhang Li. He wanted to speak, but instead looked at Natasha. Natasha looked at Fury in confusion, and Fury turned his head and curled his lips in the direction of tension. After Natasha came to her senses, she asked Zhang Li, Mr. Consultant, do you have any good ideas or suggestions? Fury showed no expression on the surface, but he was already complaining in his heart. I asked you to seduce him with your beauty, can't you speak softly and softly? Agent Hill was right next to him, but Fury asked Natasha to ask Zhang Li. This was obviously a test. Zhang Li moved his gaze away from the Mind Stone, looked at Black Braised Egg and said, This is why I hate you. You are always full of wariness and temptation towards people and always want to control everything. But I have said it before, you can't control anything. Is Black Widow beautiful? In one word, she is very beautiful. As a normal man, Zhang Yan naturally has desire for her, but having desire does not mean that he will be confused. Who would give up a brand new car for a bus? Natasha is like the shared bicycles Fury places in the city. There is a fee, so you have to scan the QR code first. Mr. Consultant, I didn't spend money just to hear you scold me. Can you give me some useful information? Fury was sure that he had not provoked tension, but why did the other party hate him so much? Isn't Thor right here? You didn't ask her first and he came to ask me instead. Thor was still thinking about whether he could take advantage of Loki's imprisonment to find Jane. Suddenly, everyone was staring at him and he didn't know how to answer for a while. What's wrong? I'm not familiar with Loki. Everyone. Saul blushed. Although he is my brother, he has always teased me. Besides, we haven't seen each other for 2 years and he has become a stranger to me. How do you think Loki got his title as the god of trickery? Saul was teased by him every day. Everyone, okay, you're a brainless person. Why would Odin want to pass the position of God King to a person like you who is full of muscles? Loki is obviously more suitable, although not biological. Fury looked at Zhang Li again. Zhang Li waved his hand and said, I've only known Loki for a few days and Thor doesn't even know about it. What kind of flowers can I tell? You use your magic to predict the future and tell fortunes. Aren't these the magician's specialty? You can even reveal my trump card, but you tell me you can't. Fury really wanted to strangle Zhang Li to death. Loki has learned magic for more than 1,000 years and you want me to count him out. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Zhang Li's main theme is, I'm a hen, don't mess with me. Fury couldn't open his head and look at it anyway. Did you know that the right of explanation belongs to Zhang Li? In the end, Natasha's acting skills were incredible and she used 2 small pearls to deceive useful information from Loki. Loki wanted to use the Hulk inside Banner to complete a certain plan. Fury, when you asked Zhang Li just now, why did he have no acting skills at all? I suspect you are playing me. It was during the time when Natasha was playing Loki that Stark had Jarvis hack into S.H.I.E.L.'s security network while studying the Mind Scepter. Steve also took the opportunity to sneak into S.H.I.E.L.'s warehouse and discovered that Fury was researching a large number of technological weapons without telling him. The Cosmic Cube is not used to study clean energy at all. You are using it to make weapons without telling me. Steve smashed the weapon he took from the warehouse on the table, and at this moment Stark also successfully invaded S.H.I.E.L.'s security network. The evidence is conclusive. Banner was the only one watching everything blankly. Damn fuck, am I the only one who is really doing serious work? Faced with everyone's condemnation, Fury decisively pointed the finger at Thor and Zhang Li. The arrival of Thor and Zhang Li made me realize that the Earth is exposed to the sight of all the major forces in the universe, but we do not have the ability to deal with it. Once the war starts, we will become someone else's prey. When Saul, who was watching the show, heard this, he immediately became angry. When you open the Cosmic Cube, it is equivalent to announcing to the universe that you are ready for a higher-level cosmic war. That's why visitors from the universe frequently come to the Earth. Zhang Li smiled slightly. Did you misunderstand something? I told you that you couldn't grasp it. Besides, I am originally from Earth, although it is not the Earth of this universe. And haven't you already come into contact with the Korean Skrulls? Zhang Li thought to himself. I remember that Black Braze Dan's wife is a Skrull, an alien. I don't know if it's done now. Should I scare him? Fury saw the nervous look in his eyes and decisively chose to shut up. But Stark, Steve, and Thor were already aroused. You said something to me and the little mouth was as sweet as honey. Natasha, please send Dr. Banner back to rest first. In this atmosphere, Fury was really afraid that the Hulk and Banner would suddenly jump out and give him a big blow. Where are you going? Banner asked, do you have a second cage that is the same as Loki's? Fury immediately started to explain in a hurry, I just want to prevent. In case of what, kill me before the Hulk shows up. Feeling Hulk's resentment, Fury retreated subconsciously and Stark and Steve, who were arguing, also stopped bickering. They have learned about the Hulk and they are afraid that even cannonballs can't kill him. Banner said, don't be delusional, I tried it, it didn't work. When I was at my lowest point, I was so desperate that I tried to kill myself with a bullet, but Hulk spit it out. No one has ever been able to understand Banner, and there are countless bitter waters in his heart that need to be poured out. I became immortal. Then I devoted myself to helping other people, and we were fine until you dragged me into this gathering of monsters and put everyone in danger. And he also unknowingly held the spiritual scepter on the experimental table. You want to know how I suppressed the anger inside me? Agent Romanoff. Fury opened his wallet and held the pistol at his waist. Everyone was alert and looked at the psychic scepter in Banner's hand. Zhang Li was particularly focused, because he also wanted to see if Banner would be affected by the Mind Stone. Sure enough, in his sight, the light of the Mind Stone flickered imperceptibly for a moment, and then Zhang Li saw the Hulk's figure seem to be reflected in Banner's eyes. Did he? The tracking program completed by Banner and Stark reacted. Banner put down his scepter and returned to the computer desk, and the reflection of Hulk in his eyes disappeared instantly. Interesting. Zhang Li took advantage of everyone's distraction and exited the room without leaving a trace. Because he has sensed that Hawkeye has aimed his explosive arrows at this place. Oh no. At this moment, Banner also saw that the location displayed on the tracking program was on the S.H.I.E.L.D. spacecraft, and he instantly realized that the enemy had lurked in. Boom. Sure enough, before he could explain the situation, the spaceship was attacked, and now everyone reacted without him having to say it. Steve and Stark went to investigate the engine problem. It was important to deal with the enemy, but the lives of the entire ship were more important. Natasha and Banner were affected by the explosion and fell into the next floor at the same time. Banner was dizzy from the fall. The heart rate on his watch was soaring rapidly, and Banner's body gradually expanded and turned green. It is not difficult to guess from his painful expression that Banner is having a mental tug with Hulk, and whoever wins will take the initiative. Banner was obviously at a disadvantage because he was affected by the Mind Stone. Are you okay? Natasha panicked. The honey trap may work for Banner, but it's a different story for Hulk. However, what she responded to was the roar of a big green man. Roar. Hulk was chasing Natasha in a small space. Fury immediately asked Hill to notify the flying combatants to send fighter planes to support. Natasha luckily hid in a small space and escaped the Hulk's pursuit. Hulk rushed into the warehouse where the fighter planes were parked and encountered Thor. Thor also wanted to try to persuade Hulk to wake up, but Hulk, who only had the mind of a child, just wanted to vent his anger and wouldn't listen at all. Thor knocked the Hulk flying with one hammer, but the Hulk was rough and thick-skinned, and his jaw that had just been smashed recovered almost instantly. Roar. Hulk also wanted to pick up the hammer on the ground and hit Thor, but he couldn't lift Mjolnir at all. He had no choice but to pick up the plane and hit Saul. At this time, the fighter planes sent by Fury opened fire on the Hulk through the hole blown up by Hawkeye. After Hulk was enraged, he jumped on the plane despite a hail of bullets, tore open the shield, took out the pilot, and threw him out. Fortunately, the pilot's parachute was still there, otherwise he would have been reduced to a pulp if he fell from a high altitude. Hulk vented his anger on the fighter plane. The plane's circuit was damaged, detonating the ammunition in the cabin, and an explosion occurred. Hulk also fell directly into the sky with the explosion. After Thor came to his senses, he immediately rushed to the place where Loki was being held. When we arrived that day, Loki was strutting out of the cage. "Loki, don't run." Thor pounced directly on Loki. He had been tricked by Loki countless times, but this time he also failed to recognize Loki's illusion. It wasn't until he passed through Loki's body and was locked in a cage that he realized that he had been tricked. "Goodbye, my dear brother, don't move." Loki was about to press the release button, but Coulson suddenly pointed the high-tech cannon at Loki. Bah. Before Coulson could react, Loki had penetrated his chest from behind with the Mind Scepter. It turns out that Loki who tried to press the button was also an illusion. The real Loki had retrieved the Mind Scepter and returned here at some point. No. Thor tried to smash the cage with Mjolnir but only made slight cracks on it. Loki ignored Thor's anger. He waved his hand and gently pressed the release button, and Thor was thrown directly from the spaceship. "You're going to lose, it's destined." Just when Loki was proud, the dying Coulson suddenly started taunting. "What? Your heroes are torn apart. What else can threaten me?" "You have no faith," Coulson said. "I don't really recognize it." Boom. Coulson didn't wait for Loki to finish speaking and directly triggered the cannon lying in front of him, blasting Loki away with one shot. No one in the East would stand stupidly in front of a cannon. "Mr. Zhang Li, stop talking, Coulson, you're going to die." "Tell me what's the secret of your safe," Zhang Li joked. "Oh, I'm going to die and you're still thinking about my property. Smile before you die, maybe you will be reborn with a blessed child in the next life. Besides, my price for saving people is very high. How much money can you save from your annual salary of more than 200,000 yuan? I'm afraid it's not enough." When Coulson heard that he could still be saved, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, Mr. Zhang Li, if you can save me, please act quickly. My hands have lost all feeling and my vision is blurry. I seem to have seen Satan. It is better to die than to live." Coulson now wants Zhang Li to take action quickly, and he is willing to spend all his family wealth. Anyway, agents don't have much time to enjoy themselves. They seem to have quite a lot of vacations, but they are often called back midway. Wait a minute. Reaching to his side, his hand reached into Ancient One's library through teleportation magic and grabbed a magic book. Zhang Li opened the catalog of the magic book and found the magic he wanted. Then he waved his hand to control the metal to shape into a vague human shape. Lying next to Coulson, "I need a hair of yours." Tension pulled off a piece of Coulson's hair, then turned the magic rune with one hand and muttered a spell silently, "Transfiguration." After the tension casting was completed, a puppet exactly like Coulson appeared next to him. "Coulson, follow me now, damn fuck black braised eggs, I resigned, you can go and have fun by yourself." "Coulson, what? Say it again. Does this have anything to do with saving me?" "It's okay, but I won't save you if you don't tell me." "Remember to speak with emotion." "Mom, fake, black braised egg, I'm resigning, you can go and have fun by yourself." Coulson already knew what Zhang Li wanted to do, he wanted to discuss Fury. Coulson said silently, "Sorry director, I just want to live." "Mom, mess with fake, black braised eggs, I resigned, you can go and have fun by yourself." The person next to him imitated Coulson's words in a decent manner. Coulson had black lines all over his head. "Can you save me now? I feel like my blood is going to drain out." Zhang Li returned the magic book to Kamar-Taj and then injected the healing power into Coulson to repair his damaged organs. "Ouch, so comfortable." "Coulson, don't make that ecstasy sound." With the black lines on his head full of tension, this guy doesn't seem to be pure. After the healing was completed, Zhang Li directly sent Coulson into the mirror space. Stark and Steve immediately inspected the number 3 engine that was exploded by Patton. However, Steve has been sleeping for 70 years and has no clue about complex circuits. In order to restore the engine power, Stark chose to trust Steve and drove the steel armor to personally push the fan blades to rotate. But Steve encountered an obstacle. The invaders controlled by Loki stopped Steve in his tracks. This soldier really slept for too long and the battle was a bit sloppy. Even 2 agents couldn't solve it. Stark was almost smashed into pieces by Engine 3. Although he escaped by chance, his armor was also severely damaged. Here Natasha was huddled in the corner, her heart still full of fear of the Hulk. When she knew that Barton was approaching her, she had to gather her emotions and go find Barton. Both of them have the extreme physique of a normal human being, and both are martial artists who are proficient in all kinds of fighting. For a moment, they were inseparable and they were indistinguishable. Barton, wake up. Natasha used her flexible body to lock Barton, but Barton twisted her body and hit the iron railing, causing pain. Natasha could only give up her locking technique and threw Barton out the moment she let go. Barton's center of gravity was unstable, causing his head to hit the iron railing. His brain was injured. His consciousness broke away from Loki's control and he briefly regained rationality. Natasha took advantage of Barton's dazed moment and kicked him directly on the head, knocking him out. Fury came to the dying Coulson. This powerful agent helped him a lot. Coulson, do you have anything else to say? I'm right here. Coulson, whose eyes were already lifeless, suddenly stared at Fury and raised his middle finger. Fuck, black braised eggs, I resigned, you can go and have fun by yourself. After doing this, Coulson died completely, but the middle finger never dropped. Fuck. Fury was frightened by Coulson's sudden move, and when he thought about it, he was speechless. Is this the Coulson I know? Did I assign too many tasks and this guy wanted to vent before he died? Fury reached out and closed Coulson's eyes. Coulson, your death will not be in vain. After Fury stood up, he put his finger on the headset and said, everyone, Agent Coulson has left us forever. Natasha, who had just subdued Barton, and Steve and Stark, who had repaired Engine 3, fell silent after hearing the news. And Loki had quietly left on a shield fighter plane. The Avengers fell apart and the corners of his mouth turned up in a satisfied smile. The counselor defeated Tian Hanzi by entering the game with his own body, and Loki thought he was invincible. He is about to meet the arrival of Kurita's army. And in such a short period of time, whether the Avengers can find him or not is one thing. Thor, who fell by the river, silently raised Mjolnir. He felt remorseful for Loki's behavior. He didn't know when his brother actually embarked on a villainous path. Hulk fell from the sky and smashed a big hole in the roof of a warehouse, and there was also a big pit in the ground. After Hulk was injured, Banner's consciousness once again gained the upper hand, and his green body slowly shrank back into Banner. The old security guard in the warehouse witnessed all this and thoughtfully found clothes for the naked Banner. I didn't hurt anyone, did I? Banner asked while putting on his pants. No, I'm the only one around here. Guarding such a large area by himself, this little old man is pretty cool. Fury threw a set of blood-stained Captain America cards in front of Stark and Steve. This was taken out of Coulson's pocket. Fury looked at Steve and said, you are his idol. It seems that he has no chance to ask for your autograph. I am now deaf, blind, and helpless. Communication is interrupted. The whereabouts of the cosmic cube are unknown. I have also lost Thor and Banner. There is nothing I can do and my best assistant has also died. Maybe I asked for it. Yes, I used the cosmic cube to develop weapons, but I didn't expect this. Stark also knew my plan to deal with the enemy. It was the Avengers' plan. Gather some highly capable people together to see if they can unite and become stronger, to see if they can help us win the wars we can't win. Coulson will still believe that you can do it until his death. When Fury said this, Stark had mixed feelings in his heart. He knew what Fury had planned, but he did blame himself and was angry. So he left the meeting room. He was a man of action. Instead of listening to Fury's nonsense here, the top priority was to find that bastard Loki. Looking at Stark leaving, Fury said, Zhang Li is right, I actually can't control anything. Yes, tension has already foreshadowed that we will have civil strife. Where's Mr. Zhang? Fury suddenly realized that during the entire battle he had not seen the shadow of Zhang Li and there was no news at all. It was like disappearing out of thin air, evaporating from the world. Hill, I have been busy coordinating the operations of various units and did not see the tension. I thought you knew where he was. You ask me? I don't know either. At this moment, Zhang had arrived on the roof of the New York temple. Guyi seemed to have anticipated Zhang's arrival, so he specially prepared tea. Zhang Li was not polite. He sat directly opposite Guyi, then raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Good tea needs to be savored carefully, and you wasted a cup of excellent Kimun black tea. I'm just a 9-year-old kid, what can I taste? Zhang Li looked at the tea can on the table. Guyi's movements paused as if he saw Zhang Li's little thoughts and said, no, I just have this. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Li directly put the tea can into the mirror space. You won't be so stingy, will you take it back? This tea must be very fragrant when used to make tea eggs. He can't taste it, but he can eat it. He once promised to make Chinese food for Riane, so he hid a lot of ingredients in his mirror space. You are like a bandit. Although he felt sorry for his tea, Guya acted very calmly, quite like a master. The two of them were in a stalemate, no one spoke anymore, just blowing the wind quietly. Aren't you curious why I came here, or have you seen it? Finally, Zhang Li couldn't hold back his temper and broke the silent atmosphere first. Most of the time I don't deliberately spy on time. But you can spy on many things at once, even many possibilities. Zhang Li didn't believe that Guya hadn't seen his future when he appeared. So Guya had spied on all the futures that Zhang Li had stayed in this universe. Unless one day he was strong enough to block time, then Guya couldn't see his future. What do you want to know? Guya put down the teacup in his hand. Zhang Li smiled, then took the teapot and poured himself a cup and said, I want to ask you after asking Banner some questions. The Banner he was talking about was the Banner from the future, the Banner who had merged with the Hulk. During his conversation with Steve, Stark realized that Loki was just as arrogant as him, liked to show off and wanted the whole world to revolve around him. So he knew that Loki must have gone to his Stark tower. After Stark fiddled with his damaged armor for a while, he was barely able to take off. And Steve also found Natasha, hoping that she could fly him to Stark Tower in a fighter plane. Like Stark, he no longer believed Fury's lies. Barton, who just got rid of Loki's control, happened to be there. He wanted to settle accounts with Loki, so the three of them went together. Looking at the Mark armor that was flying over his head, Zhang Li said, if I had taken out all the shrapnel in his chest before, would he have placed the arc reactor somewhere else, or even not brought it with him? At this time, Stark had not suffered from the sequelae of the war. If Zhang Li helped him take out all the shrapnel in his body, with his playboy style, he would definitely take out the reactor in his chest without hesitation. If he is controlled by Loki with the Mind Scepter at that time, it will be a lot of fun. Maybe he can even attract people from the Time Change Bureau. I'm very curious. Forget it, this question should not be asked. Zhang Li was very curious. Who was controlling the Time Change Bureau at this time, Loki or Cang? But when he noticed the aura suddenly emanating from Ancient One, he knew that this question could not be asked casually. Ancient One also said that he would not spy on time casually. Now it seems that this is not the case. Buzz. A huge energy fluctuation suddenly came from the Stark building in the distance, and then a beam of light shot up into the sky, opening a hole in the sky. The moment the space channel opened, the Kairita army rushed over from the other end of the universe. Stark, who was thrown off the building by Loki, remotely activated the armor through the bracelet. Steve and the other two quickly joined the battle as soon as they arrived. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of Thor and Banner. Thor drove the Thunder, and Banner rode a motorcycle slowly and arrived late. The Kairita's mechanical bugs, along with many Kairita soldiers, quickly dispersed to New York City and began a plundering war. I have a special identity and will not participate in the war. Zhang Li saw the Kairita soldiers approaching the temple and decisively chose to hide behind Ancient One. It would be easy for him to deal with these little Karami, but why should he move when he could lie down? You don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Ancient One waved his hand to retract the tables and chairs into the mirror space, and his plain clothes turned into yellow battle clothes. He solved the Kairita soldiers with a wave of his hand. Hey, what kind of magic is this? Why is it not in the book you gave me? How can you hide it? Ancient One looked at Zhang Li unhappily. How can an ordinary book contain all the magic, and you are not a wizard of Kamar-Taj? Besides, you can flip through so many books in my collection whenever you want. If you don't find them, it can only be your own problem. Zhang Li casually invaded Ancient One's library. How could she not know? It's just that he was generous and didn't care about him. A white light flashed in the air, and then Banner, whom Zhang Li had been waiting for a long time, appeared on the roof of the temple. Welcome back, Banner. Hulk, you look good. Why don't you dye your hair? That way it looks more uniform. Zhang Li raised a teacup to toast Banner. Zhang Li, Banner looked at the center of New York City in the distance, where a Hulk was smashing the mechanical bug of Kairita. I can explain it. Because he came from the future, he had to be careful in his words and deeds to avoid changing history and causing time branches. You have 7 doctoral degrees. You can find many theories to convince me, and I can't even tell the truth from the false. Shit. Banner was at a loss and a little discouraged. But you don't have to explain because I know what happened. What? Banner was stunned at first and then suddenly reacted. Oh, I almost forgot that you are a magician who can predict the future. In fact, I can't predict the future, otherwise I wouldn't be waiting for you here. What? Green Banner felt that he didn't have such a headache when he was studying for a doctorate. Don't talk for now, I can give you the time stone. Now I want to ask you a few questions. No. Ancient One interrupted Zhang Li directly, and Zhang Li remembered that Ancient One didn't know the purpose of Banner's visit. Okay, I have to explain to you first. So Zhang Li snapped his fingers, and the three of them appeared in the mirror space. Zhang Li drew his fingers again, and a golden light appeared in front of the three people, surrounded by 6 gems of different colors. Banner came from the future and wants to borrow the Time Stone from Master Ancient One, and the loss of the Time Stone will make our timeline unstable. Zhang Li took the green gem, and the gold line suddenly branched into a black branch line. But Master Ancient One, don't be nervous, because Banner will return to the time node where he borrowed the gem and return the Time Stone. Zhang Li put the green gem back and the black branch line disappeared. If you still have questions, think about your future good apprentice. Banner was stunned, but Ancient One had figured it out. He is the best among us. After saying that, Ancient One directly opened the Eye of Agamotto and handed the Time Stone to Banner. Zhang Li, are you from the future of the future? Banner looked at the time gem in his hand and asked Zhang Li in confusion. No, I'm from another universe. What? Are you sure you're not talking about other star fields or something? I know you're a scientist and you're very curious, but I've helped you a lot. Shouldn't you answer some questions for me first? Zhang Li seemed a little anxious. Okay, you ask, I'll tell you everything I know. Zhang Li asked, the first question, when did I leave you after the New York War? Did I come back? Can I tell? You can tell. Banner looked at Ancient One first, and when he nodded, Banner said, you were elusive and lived in Stark's apartment for about half a month and then you disappeared. I don't know where you went. A year later you appeared in Asgard but then disappeared mysteriously again. We looked for you later but there was no news. We thought you disappeared under Thanos' snap, that's all I know. Zhang Li asked, are you sure you didn't leave anything else behind? Others may know something else but I only know this much. Okay, you can go back and report, I'm fine. Zhang Li snapped his fingers to cancel the mirror space and the three returned to the real world again. But Zhang Li didn't notice that there was an extra can of tea in the hands of the Ancient One, which she put into her own mirror space. Is it that simple? Banner was a little unbelievable. This mission seemed too simple, he didn't do anything. However, Zhang Li stepped forward and pointed his finger at his temple at the moment he wasn't paying attention, poking into his skull, and instantly read Banner's memory. Okay, you can go goodbye. The reason why he didn't use mind reading at the first time was that after Banner merged with Hulk's consciousness, his skull seemed to be able to block telepathy. After Banner left, Zhang Li asked Guyu with a smile. Now that you no longer have the Time Stone, how many future possibilities can you still see? Can you guess the next question I want to ask? Guyu frowned and looked at Zhang Li and then looked behind Zhang Li. Fake. Zhang Li's smile faltered. The moment he turned around, the Time Stone flew from his eyes to the Eye of Agamotto on Ancient Yi's chest. Then he saw Captain Buddick standing behind him. I'm here to return the gems. I'll open the back door for you. Zhang Li raised his hand and pushed Steve into the portal, sending him directly to Stark Tower. I thought he would show up somewhere else first, but I didn't expect that the first stop would be here. What a mistake. Ancient One, would you like to have a cup of tea, sit down and chat slowly? No need, I just invaded Little Mouth and wiped Captain Honey's brain. My situation in the future is not much different from what Banner said. Now I want to identify some issues. Don't ask? Well, the Eye of Agamotto on Guyu's chest shone green, and she stared at Zhang Li. Zhang Li snapped his fingers and brought the two of them into the mirror space and then said, so you saw that time and space were broken. No, then what did you see? Zhang Li was curious about how the world would change if he called that name. Ancient One was silent for a while and said, the multiverse has fallen into chaos and war and Loki dies. You will be trapped in time forever, and you will never have the chance to return to the Land of Nothingness. Ha ha ha, it seems I guessed it right. Zhang Li felt that he had penetrated the mysteries of the universe. This universe is not complete yet. Although many demons already exist, their energy is weak and they are asleep. This universe is like an egg that has not yet hatched. Everything is possible. During the few months he stayed in New York, Zhang Li did not do anything. He tried to find traces of OAA and also tried to cover the city with his thoughts but found nothing. At that time, he already had suspicions. Don't make any bad ideas. Guyu reminded, don't forget that you still have family waiting for you. Gu placed a pair of fingers on the Eye of Agamotto, keeping a relatively safe distance from Zhang Li, ready to subdue Zhang Li who might go crazy. Loki is that little chicken, right? The god of stories is the spokesperson of this new universe, and he will bring this universe into the embrace of eternity, right? But why did he bring me here? Zhang Li is like an explorer who has discovered the truth but is troubled by another problem, sometimes going crazy and sometimes falling into deep contemplation. As an alien soul, being trapped in the void forever seems to be the best solution to the problem. But Loki sent Zhang Li outside the void or to the past timeline. Ancient One said that he was asked to protect the God Queen. Because the first stop was at the node where Maelski came to London, Zhang Li did not have too much doubts. He just thought that Cang was now in control of the timeline, so Loki could not too much interference. But now he found that things were not that simple. When Ancient One saw him for the first time, he politely gave it to this magician, and Odin directly helped him complete the sacrifice of the world tree. They all seem to be doing the same thing, trying to grow up. So why is this? Tell me, why did he bring me here? Why do you want to help me? Judging from the memories of Banner and Steve, after the Battle of New York he seemed to have gone elsewhere, and then appeared in Asgard a year later, and really saved the Queen Frigga, and then he should have left this world. Your growth is unexpected. We thought you would need at least some time, but now it seems that we have all underestimated you. After that, Guya used the time gem to cast a magic on Zhang Li that Zhang Li had never seen before. Ancient One, time loop, you should know this magic. You want to trap me here? No, I just want to have an extra guarantee before the negotiation is finalized. Guya waved his hand and put the tables and chairs back on, then took out the tea leaves and brewed tea again. Zhang Li took a deep breath, temporarily suppressed the restlessness in his heart, and sat down opposite Guya. I won't take risks with Rida and Rena. They are my family in this world. I just want to know what you want to do. Why does this person have to be me? Guya pushed a cup of tea in front of Zhang Li. I'm just an errand boy. Some things are better for you to ask the owner in person. You can't get any promises from me. Even if I make a promise, I may not be able to fulfill it. Zhang Li fell into silence while looking at the tea in front of him. Even though he had been a man for 2 generations, his wisdom still felt a little stretched and not enough. A bad plan. Zhang Li complained that their plan was full of flaws, but Zhang Li didn't know what they were going to do, which made him feel prickly and panicked. What else do you want to talk about? Ancient One, 3 chapters of the agreement. What's specific? First, don't do stupid things. Second, don't do stupid things. Third, don't do stupid things. Hey, can you tell me specifically what category of stupid things you understand? Zhang Li was laughed out of anger. He didn't expect that Guya actually had such a side. Secrets must not be leaked. You cannot reveal details about the future to others. If you really can't help it, remember to be more subtle. Try to restrain yourself and don't leave your deep footprints in this world especially. You are still young, don't be led astray by Stark. Zhang Li was confused. What does this mean? I am actually a little young, but I am physically healthy. I am 178 meters tall. Let's talk about the matter. Isn't the use of the word small a bit humiliating? Finally, I told you not to affect the overall progress of major events. Changing the current history is not a good thing for you. Zhang Li waited for the next words, but Guya stopped talking. No more, enough. Okay, I agree to everything. Can you let me go now? This is your mirror space, you should let me go. Do you need me to let you go if you want to leave? Zhang Li snapped his fingers and brought the 2 back to the real world. Then Guya took out a magic contract. Sign the contract. I did pretty well before, didn't I? I didn't violate any taboos. How about you cast a spell that can block taboo words for me? Contracts can't be signed casually. Who knows if Ancient One will do anything with it? Although you haven't completely mastered the runes, I still think that contracts are more restrictive to you than magic. After Zhang Li repeatedly checked the contents of the contract, he reluctantly signed his name. When he arrived at Stark Tower, the battle was already in the late stage. Loki was hit in the pit by Hulk and made a woohoo sound. Tilde, long time no see, Sister Jai, why are you lying in the pit? It's you, the lowly monkey. The dying Loki jumped up instantly, and then suddenly remembered that Zhang Li also swung him like Hulk last time in New Mexico, so he stepped back a few steps alertly. What do you want to do? How did you end up here? Oh, I almost forgot, you don't even know I'm on Earth. When you controlled Barton and the others, didn't you search their memories? Oh, I see, the monkey's memory will dirty your brain. What do you want to do? I warn you, I'm now a man of Thanos, the overlord of the universe. If you offend him, you'll suffer. I don't eat beef. Zhang was defeated by Guyi, and now he is still angry and has nowhere to vent his anger. Zhang Li raised his hand and imitated Hulk, smashing Loki back and forth into several holes on the floor. It has to be said that Stark's building is really built to withstand damage, and the next floor is not even visible with such a big hole. After swinging Loki, he drew a circle with his tension finger, and a teleportation aperture appeared above and below Loki's head, and then Loki began to fall freely inside. Tension's palms are clasped together and the portal is closed. Then he looked at the spiritual scepter in the distance, and hooked the scepter into his hand with a hook of his fingers. With the Mind Scepter in hand, Zhang Li felt like he was on the sea, and the energy of the Mind Stone was simply boundless. Okay, let me see what surprise you can give me. On the throne at the end of time, Loki suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "No!" The tree of time was shaken, and various natural disasters of varying sizes occurred in various worlds in the multiverse. And just when Zhang Li was about to touch the Mind Stone, green light emitted from his hand. The time magic arranged by ancient Eon Zhang suddenly took effect, and Zhang's time began to go backwards. Zhang Li looked at the spiritual scepter lying there quietly in the distance. He tried to get the scepter into his hand through the magnetic field, but he always felt as if he had done this action many times. Whenever the scepter was about to be acquired, the tense time began to go backwards, back to the time when he saw the scepter. Is this time going backwards? Didn't Ancient One remove the magic from my body? Hey, is she playing dirty tricks? The majestic Supreme Mage actually plays such a trick. But why? Zhang Li was puzzled. Didn't Gu Yi and the others want to grow up quickly, directly enhance his spiritual will through the Mind Stone, and then he will become stronger? But why did Gu Yi stop him? At the end of time, Loki closed his eyes again to rest, but the noise he caused had already alarmed many people. So, is this your chosen challenger, Loki? In a mysterious hall, a mysterious man with blue skin and purple robes could actually peek into Zhang Li's current situation through a screen. He didn't know how. It's interesting. I can't see this man's future and I can't detect his other transformations. He comes from the Land of Nothingness. Is he a citizen of the Land of Nothingness? The unknown often represents a threat. It seems that I have to contact other allies. At this time, Zhang Li didn't realize that someone was already watching him. After several fruitless attempts, Zhang Li finally gave up on the idea of becoming stronger through the spiritual scepter. Fake squid Loki. After Zhang Li secretly cursed to vent his anger, he arrived at the top of the tall building of Stark Tower with a bang. Natasha saw Zhang Li appear and asked, Zhang, you came just in time. Do you see where Loki is? We need his scepter to close the passage. Tension, we have to stop Loki. Stark tried to use a cannonball to forcefully stop the operation of the cosmic cube. The energy shock caused Dr. Shavig to hit his head. After regaining his consciousness, he now blamed himself for becoming Loki's accomplice. I can't touch it. Zhang Li walked to the edge of the building and waved his finger, causing the spiritual scepter to automatically fly to the top of the building. Thank you, you've been a big help. Natasha picked up the scepter on the ground and directly penetrated the protective force field of the cosmic cube, which could destroy the teleportation matrix at any time. Everyone, I found a way to close the channel. Good, close it quickly, we can't hold on any longer. Two fists are no match for four, and Kurita's millions of troops are pouring in continuously, and they can no longer withstand it. Hawkeye has shot all his arrows and now he can only fight the enemy with his bare hands. Even the big guy Hulk was briefly suppressed by the Kurita army's firepower. The only one who can still fight is probably Thor, the god of thunder. Don't be in a hurry to close it yet. Stark's voice came from the headset. A nuclear bomb is flying over and I have an idea. Fark. Everyone secretly cursed that the top government officials were selfish people who didn't care about the lives and deaths of civilians. At the same time, he also scolded Fury for not being able to guard the weapon in his hand and being a loser. Dr. Shavig, we meet again. You have done something big this time. Zhang Li began to chat with Shavig. Zhang, I made a big mistake. Dr. Shavig was ashamed. Hey Zhang Li, can you help me? There are still many civilians down there who failed to evacuate in time. There are more and more enemies. Steve and the others can't hold on any longer. Natasha knew that Zhang Li had the ability to make metal surrender, and Zhang's method of making the spiritual scepter fly up just now proved that the information was accurate. Kurita soldiers are all covered in metal armor, and their tension shots can definitely deal a blow to the enemy. I'm just a consultant, not a member of the Avengers. Zhang, doctor. Shavig suddenly knelt down in front of Zhang. Please take action to make up for the big mistake I made. Seeing Dr. Shavig with tears on his face, everyone knelt on the ground and he was an acquaintance. Wouldn't it be a bit unkind not to help? Okay, anyway, I'm full of anger right now and need to vent it out. Come over. Zhang Li pulled out of thin air, and a Kurita soldier and his aircraft were directly pulled to the rooftop by Li Zhang. Zhang Li directly strangled his spirit, and the Kurita soldier with claws and fangs instantly collapsed to the ground. The metal on the aircraft fell off and turned into a helmet and a hammer under the control of tension. He put on his helmet and pulled out a piece of red cloth from the mirror space and put it on his body. The second Thor was born. Why are you dressing up like Thor? Because I don't want to be a hero. Boom. Zhang Li raised the hammer, and the power in his body poured out, turning into thunder and surrounding him. He moved onto the back of a large mechanical insect and smashed it into pieces with one hammer. The broken limbs of the Kurita soldiers were scattered on the ground. The hammer was thrown out again, and with a bang sound there was a sonic boom, and another big insect was crushed to pieces. The metal hammer softened and deformed even before it came into contact with the big bug, and it disintegrated the moment it smashed the big bug. Zhang Li didn't care at all. He stretched out his hand and gathered a hammer again in his hand and rushed into the Kurita army. Zhang Li charged forward, frantically harvesting the heads of Kurita soldiers like chopping melons and vegetables. Saul was directly stunned by Zhang Li's sexy moves. "Well done, Thor." Captain America suddenly rushed up from the side and patted Thor on the shoulder. Then he turned around and saw another Thor fighting crazily among the army. "Is this a clone spell?" Saul looked at Steve resentfully. "That's tension." "Is he that strong? I didn't realize it at all." Steve couldn't imagine that the boy he had quarreled with when they first met could have such terrifying fighting power. Boom. Zhang Li raised his hand and struck with thunder, knocking down a big insect. "Are you sure they're not related by blood?" Steve asked Thor. "What?" Thor was startled by Steve. "If he hears you, he will die. Although I don't know how he controls the power of thunder, I know that he is very stingy. One transformation of 3,000 hammers." When the hammer was raised, 3,000 square hammers spontaneously condensed from the discarded metal on the battlefield. 3,000 hammers fell, and each of the overwhelming hammers could accurately kill a soldier. This punch takes 9 years of skill. Zhang punched out from a long distance, and his divine power came out of his body. With a bang sound, the big mechanical bug in the sky seemed to have hit a transparent wall and fell down. Thousands of thunders from heaven. Mjolnir in Thor's hand, who was watching the show, suddenly flew into Zhang Li's hand. The energy in his body continuously poured into Mjolnir. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky, blocking out the sun, and the blue light emitted by the universe cube appeared much brighter. Dark clouds rained down thunder, shrouding the surrounding Stark Tower, and all electronic equipment malfunctioned under the influence of the powerful lightning electromagnetic field. Thor looked at Mjolnir in Zhang Li's hand resentfully, feeling as if his little wife had been snatched away by Zhang Li. "He won't kill us too, right?" Steve said so unconfidently for the first time, and the aura displayed by the tension was a bit too strong. Roar. Even the bellicose Hulk ran to Thor, looking a little flustered. The thunder might not kill him, but it frightened him. "Probably, no way. Thor can also summon thunder, but he doesn't have that clever control." Boom. Thick thunderbolts landed like wildly growing tree roots, destroying most of everything around Stark Tower. There were very few surviving soldiers in Kurita, and all the big mechanical bugs fell to the ground and lost their movement. But under this panic of heavenly power, no ordinary person was harmed. They just felt their hair stand on end, and the thunder automatically avoided them. "Phew, I'm sorry, someone provoked me and the noise was a bit loud." Zhang Li handed Mjolnir back to Thor and then said, "The credit is yours, I never came." With a bang, Zhang teleported directly to the roof of Stark Tower, leaving several people looking at each other. Thor looked at everything around him. What kind of credit is this? Be the destroyer. The government is already giving face by not seeking compensation from Saul, but it also has such a shitty credit. After Zhang returned to the roof of the building, he felt a lot more relaxed. This was the first time that he had vented the power in his body so unscrupulously, and his body was sweating. "Natasha, what kind of monsters have I come into contact with this day?" She originally thought that after being scared by Hulk, there would be nothing to be afraid of in this world. But when the tension triggered the thunder, Natasha felt the power of heaven, and the powerful pressure made her feel insignificant. "Doctor." Shavik next to her even knelt on the ground as soon as his legs softened. "You're really messing around. It seems my magic isn't precise enough." Gu Yi on the roof of the temple saw Zhang Li summoning thunder, and she felt her head buzzing. Fortunately, Zhang Li pretended to be Thor, otherwise she would have been really difficult to deal with, and Loki wouldn't have been able to explain anything. Stark approached the thunder pool with the nuclear bomb. He was also startled and almost turned around. When he saw that his Stark Tower was destroyed like an unfinished building, he cursed heartbrokenly, "Thor, I give you a star, a star, a star." The little mouth was smeared with honey, which was a bit sweet. Although he said he was being unreasonable, this thunder also refreshed Stark's inner view of God. Maybe what Fury said is not completely unreasonable. There are thousands of thoughts in his heart, but Stark has not forgotten the nuclear bomb he is carrying. At this moment, he interpreted the responsibility of a hero, carrying a nuclear bomb and rushing into the space wormhole without hesitation, and threw the nuclear bomb at the enemy on the other side of the starry sky. However, the hero is not completely fearless. He is not ready to sacrifice yet, but Pepper's mobile phone communication has not been connected. "Sorry, sir, I was unable to contact Ms. Pepper." Pepper had just held a press conference in Washington and was returning to New York on a private plane. Her eyes never left the TV news, and her cell phone happened to be in silent mode. Jarvis's report cut off the last hope in Stark's heart. The nuclear bomb was released and its energy was exhausted. Then he looked up and saw the enemy's huge space battleship and their millions of troops. The seeds of fear bloomed all over the place in an instant, occupying his entire brain. The beating frequency of his heart instantly increased, then gradually slowed down until it stopped. Boom. Even across countless seas of stars, Steve could feel the nuclear explosion on the other side of the starry sky through the space wormhole. Close the passage. Steve couldn't bet on how many people would be harmed if nuclear radiation spilled into the sky over New York through the wormhole. So he chose to give up on Tony. However, the result was not bad. At the last moment when the channel was closed, Stark returned to Earth through the wormhole, but his armor did not slow down but was in free fall. Roar. Hulk jumped up and caught Stark, using himself as a cushion to cushion the landing. Thor stepped forward and lifted Stark's steel mask and then saw Stark's peaceful face. He has no heartbeat. Roar. Just when Stark was pronounced dead, Hulk roared at Stark. This roar was so powerful that it directly brought Stark's soul back. Zhang Li upstairs has been paying attention to Hulk's changes, but he has not found anything wrong. I thought you would call under all things over. Stark was not completely dead, because Zhang Li saw that his soul did not leave his body, but there was a crack between him and his body. And Hulk's sudden roar scared Stark's soul and body, and the two coincidentally merged together. Stark, who survived by chance, was still in shock. He used his best mouth cannon to ease the atmosphere after the war and comforted himself. We won, everything is over. Little did he know that the seeds of fear had been planted in his heart. Well done everyone, let's not go to work tomorrow, let's have a meal together. I know a Turkish kebab that tastes good. We are not done yet. When several people heard this, they realized that Loki had not been arrested yet, so they climbed up the Stark building again and searched for Loki's traces separately. After the war, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed to the scene as soon as possible. Fury is a black-boiled egg. He was not seen during the war, but he sent people after the war. And they were all from S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Sitwell and Agent Crossbones Bullock were the first to come to the roof to retrieve the Mind Scepter and the Cosmic Cube. They happened to meet Stark and Thor on the roof. Thor said bluntly, I want to take the Cosmic Cube and Loki away. Zhang Li raised his hand to draw circles and with a pop, Loki fell to the ground. Ouch. I was in free fall for half an hour. After tying up Loki, everyone took the elevator downstairs in 2 batches, but Zhang Li left directly with magic. Why doesn't he take us with him? Stark complained. Zhang Li went directly to the lobby on the 1st floor. After the battle, all forces poured in and actively cleaned up the battlefield, with ulterior motives. The direct spiritual suggestion of tension made everyone ignore themselves. After Stark and the others went downstairs with the Cosmic Cube and Loki, Stark from the future made Ant-Man Scott shrink into a smaller form and enter the arc reactor, destroying the circuit and short-circuiting it. Then Stark from the future, disguised as a soldier, easily subcontracted the Cosmic Cube. Everything was going well, but Hulk suddenly rushed out and knocked him down, and the cube slid down to Loki's feet. Although Loki was confused after witnessing everything, he would not miss the opportunity, picked up the space cube, Agent Space Wormhole, and left directly. Zhang Li wanted to follow him, but after several attempts he found that he couldn't leave at all. Guya's magic had taken effect again. I don't know how many times I tried. Not yet reaching the Heavenly Father level, it was not easy for Zhang Li to detect the reversal of time, so every time he realized that time was reversing, he didn't know how many times he stupidly repeated the same action. Zhang Yan walked up to the pale Tony and said, Move over, the doctor is here. Zhang Li, please help Stark, he can't breathe. Steve and others quickly moved out of the way to make room for Zhang. Shit, in order to reward your bravery and bravery, I decided to fulfill my previous promise. Stop, nonsense, you, hurry up. Tension's 2 fingers pointed at Stark's chest and Stark let out a strange cry of wow. He felt the shrapnel in his body move violently. Tension controlled the shrapnel in his body to transform into tiny iron needles. When he raised his finger, several iron needles as thin as an ox hair passed through the intercellular spaces, came out of his body and fell into Zhang Tension's palm. Stark's breathing became smoother and his complexion gradually turned rosy. Did you take it all out? Yes. Zhang flipped his palm and several shrapnel fragments of different sizes appeared in his palm. Ha ha ha, I'm back to health, it's worth celebrating, let's have a party tonight. Zhang Li struck. Actually, you can only be considered sub-healthy. Also, Loki ran away. Only then did several people realize that Loki was missing. Then everyone started to look for Loki again. Zhang Li found the best place to watch the movie and saw that future Steve successfully deceived the Mind Scepter by saying, "Long live Hydra." Then as soon as he got out of the elevator, he had a fight with his past self and was beaten up by his past self. Bucky is alive. What? Future Steve is better at playing tricks. When his past self wasn't paying attention, he used the Mind Scepter to knock his past self out. Then he stood there admiring his buttocks and praised her before leaving. After future Steve left, another future Steve came out of the corner. Why are you standing there stunned? Do you think your butt is sexy? Zhang Li suddenly appeared behind Steve from the future, startling him. You scared me. Zhang Li asked, how do you feel? How does it feel? Kick yourself and then appreciate yourself. I watched a movie where a killer went to the past to kill someone, and finally found out that the assassination target was his future self who traveled back in time. In the end, he fell in love with his future self after plastic surgery, and then I gave birth to myself. Stop, that's too disgusting and stupid. So you still admire your butt now? Steve couldn't help but glance at his old buttocks, and then felt a chill. He quickly put down the spiritual scepter in his hand and left this place of right and wrong. Zhang Li looked at Steve's buttocks and said, maybe there is such a parallel universe where you really fell in love with yourself and gave birth to yourself. Just after future Steve left, Zhang felt that there was a sudden fluctuation of life on the top floor. When he went over and took a look, wasn't it Loki lying in the pit? The finishing work after the war was left to black braised eggs. After a tiring day, Zhang Li needed to reward himself. After having a hearty meal at a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, he wandered aimlessly on the streets. He needed to think carefully about what to do next. Anyway, he must not follow Loki's rhythm. He needs to control his own rhythm. Buzz buzz. Several motorcycles suddenly rushed out and surrounded Zhang Li, and then several black guys took out knives and threatened Zhang Li. Hand over all the valuable things you have on you, don't make me angry. Oh, do you know why black people are always discriminated against? Because you make people uncomfortable in terms of visual impact, and you are so self-destructive that it is annoying. You're looking for death. The black boy became angry and aimed the knife in his hand at Zhang Li's lower abdomen. Ouch. The knife that was meant to be stabbed at Zhang Li ended up stabbing him, and blood spurted out instantly. The other black guys were fighting together as if they were possessed by evil spirits. They fell under the mental illusion of tension. The black guy who wanted to stab Zhang Li looked at Zhang in horror and kept shouting devil demon and ran away while shouting. Zhang Li ignored him. This guy would either become crazy and be locked up in a mental hospital, or he would not come out to do evil again. After dealing with the gangsters, Zhang Li began to look around. He knew where this place was from the memories of the gangsters. I didn't expect to visit Hell's Kitchen. The sun was setting, the night was coming, and the evil was about to sprout. Hell's Kitchen is the collective name for the 8 darkest and most evil streets in New York. It is a paradise for crime. There are only 2 kinds of people who don't commit crimes here, the dead and superheroes. Kid, I suggest you leave here as soon as possible. Matthew, wearing sunglasses, used a blind stick to kindly remind Zhang Li to leave this evil place. Hi Matthew, nice to see you again. You look better in a suit like a man in black. Do we know each other? I can't see what you look like. Sorry, I didn't recognize your voice. Zhang Li, about 4 years ago, you were still wearing a red suit at that time, so lame. Who are you? Daredevil Matthew Murdock suddenly became alert and serious. Not many people knew his true identity, and he suspected that Zhang Li might be an enemy. Wait, you said 4 years ago. Matthew thought he might have misunderstood Zhang Li because 4 years ago he hadn't put on a red suit and hadn't become Daredevil. Oh, sorry, in this world you hadn't become Daredevil at that time, my mistake. This world. Are you sure you're sane? Matthew thought Zhang Li might have a brain problem. Let's ignore this question for now. So do you know Danny Rand? Zhang Li suddenly wanted to learn Qigong. I don't know any Danny Rand. Well, you're still too young, but thank you for showing up and letting me find something to do. Zhang Li read his mind and discovered that Matthew had just embarked on his journey as a superhero and knew very few superheroes. Matthew wanted to ask something else, but he suddenly heard a voice that did not belong to this space appear behind Zhang Yan. The smell of burning incense and a slightly cold air blew over. In Matthew's radar sense, there seemed to be something behind Zhang. Connect to this other world. Zhang Li stepped back and walked into that world, and then he disappeared from Matthew's eyes. Matthew could no longer hear any sounds about Zhang Li, but the smell remaining in the air told him that Zhang Li had indeed been here. Is that an arbitrary door? Since Stark announced that he is Iron Man, the whole world has undergone some wonderful changes. After Zhang Li left Hell's Kitchen, he went directly to Kamar-Taj. Mr. Zhang Li, is there anything I can help you with at this late hour? Master Madhu stepped forward and asked, Master Madhu, before I became a mage, I was a mind reader and I still am now. I'm not in a good mood today, so you stay away from me, lest I can't help but do something bad to you. Madhu is a disciple of the Ancient One and has always coveted the position of Supreme Mage. After the outstanding Casillas appeared, he knew that he was hopeless, so he began to lower his standards and aimed to become a powerful guardian mage. He was born into an aristocratic family, so he behaved in a rigid manner. Zhang Li didn't even have a formal mage identity, but he broke into Kamar-Taj again and again and stole books at will. This was heinous in his opinion. This is Kamar-Taj, not your back garden, little brat. Madhu took out his short stick magic weapon and threatened, now you either get out of here or I tell you to get out. Haha, I'm so scared, I'm giving you face right. As soon as Zhang raised his hand, the Xuan ring in Modu's hand liquefied like water and flew towards Zhang. The moment he was caught by Zhang, it changed back to the appearance of Xuan ring. Give me back the Xuan ring. Madhu raised his weapon, jumped up, and smashed the door in front of Zhang Li. Zhang casually drew a circle, and two interconnected portals appeared above his head and below his feet. Seeing that Madhu was about to fall into Zhang Li's portal trap, he suddenly stepped on the air, and his whole body actually stepped on the air, avoiding the portal. Ha, I forgot, your short boots are also a good magic weapon. Stop talking nonsense. Madhu raised his stick and hit it. His fighting skills were good, but the speed of tension was too fast for him to catch up. Originally, I didn't want to embarrass you for the sake of Master Guyi, but you insist on coming to find trouble. Certainly. Master Madhu was frozen in place and unable to move. It seemed that he was following the tension, but in fact it was the mental field that intuitively sealed Madhu's body. What did you do to me? Madhu didn't see Zhang Li cast magic and he didn't even swing forward. This move surprised him. Shut up. Madhu's mouth was still moving, but no sound came out. This is a spiritual suggestion. Invading Mordu's brain makes him feel like he is mute. Very well, now let's see what magic is suitable for punishment. Zhang Li reached out and borrowed the magician's books collected by Guyi and began to search for suitable punishment magic in front of Modu. If looks could kill, Modu's looks were enough to kill Zhang Li 1,000 times. Who are you? What did Master Baimadu do? A fat, middle-aged man with a crew cut, his hands wrapped around the magic aperture, looked at Zhang Li with vigilance. Oh, it's the Mage King. You're here just in time. Can you tell me what magic is more suitable for punishing children who make mistakes? I searched for a long time and couldn't find it. King, what you are holding is the Supreme Mage's Collector's Edition of the Magic Book. Are you an intruder? Wang immediately completed the details of Zhang Li's invasion of Kamar-Taj in his mind. The thief Zhang Li stole the books from the Supreme Mage and was discovered by Master Madhu. Madhu wanted to stop him, but Zhang Li used a trick to subdue him. Wang punched the wall next to him, and his fist passed through the wall and appeared strangely next to the side of Zhang Li's face. As expected of the Mage King who used teleportation magic to the extreme, Zhang Li didn't even notice that the teleportation magic was formed just now, and a fist had already appeared on the side of his face. Zhang just dodged the fist, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the teleportation magic that could only accommodate the size of a fist expanded instantly, and then Wang rushed out from inside, punching and kicking Zhang Li. With your strength, the position of next Supreme Mage must be yours. Zhang Li took a sidestep to dodge Wang's attack and quickly retreated to distance himself. Cut the nonsense. Wang turned around, and suddenly a magic rope flew out of his hand like a snake, instantly wrapping around tension. Looking at Wang rushing up with his fists waving, Zhang Li repeated his old trick and opened his mouth and said the word ding. The moment Wang's movement stopped, the golden light on his body flashed and he broke free from the shackles of tension. Huh, guardian magic, when did you arrange it? Zhang Li almost overturned and Wang punched him in the face. Pulling away from Wang again, Zhang Li tried to read Wang's consciousness. As a result, golden light patterns flashed across his flat head, which actually blocked the intrusion of Zhang's consciousness. Good fellow, the king's position as the supreme mage is not for nothing. This guy is quite something. If the guardian magic is not carried by an object, it will consume a lot of magic power, but the king even put the guardian magic on his head. In such a safe place like Kamar-Taj, if the king arranged this magic in advance, how strong would his magic be? If it was arranged temporarily, how fast would he be and how skillful would he be? Is he really only good at teleportation magic? But the king is now more surprised than Zhang Li. Before the battle began, he had secretly released the communication magic, but now Kamar-Taj is still as quiet as before. This is not right. Who are you? The king planned to see if he could continue to delay time. Nice to meet the Mage King, my name is Zhang Li. Zhang Li, the king looked carefully, but he was as young as the rumors said, with the appearance of a white and yellow mixed race. Then why did you attack the Mage Mordo? He no longer bothered about the magic book in Zhang Li's hand because it was allowed by the Supreme Mage. He humiliated me. Really? Wang turned around and asked Mordo. Mordo could open his mouth but no sound came out. What did you say? Wang thought Mordo was too quiet and he even picked his ears. I silenced him. What kind of magic is this? How come I don't know? He remembered all the magic in Kamar-Taj, but he had never heard of this kind of magic that can make people shut up. Of course, there are many magics that can make people shut up, but there is really no magic that is as safe as Zhang Li's. It's not magic, it's superpowers. Superpowers? Are you a special race? Yes. Isn't Zhang Li a mutant? Besides, Mumidlai can't be considered a human. Anyway, can you release Master Mordo first? Wang believed most of Zhang Li's words. Otherwise, it couldn't explain why Zhang Li was so reckless and why there was no response to his message. Forget about the others, how could the Supreme Mage not find out? Unless there was some dimensional demon holding her back. Then you have to let him learn to respect people like this, respect a guest. He will, Wang promised. Zhang Li then snapped his fingers to remove all the control effects on Mordo. He is an intruder, a stowaway. Calm down, Master Mordo. Wang stretched out his hand to stop Mordo and warned with his eyes. Don't make a big deal, you are already embarrassing enough. Mordo wanted to eat Zhang Li, but in the end he snorted coldly and left angrily. Please come this way. I'll take you to see the Supreme Mage. Wang looked at Mordo who was leaving. His face was not very emotional, and he walked in front to lead the way for Zhang Li. After they left, a figure walked out from the corner of the corridor. He was Cassilla's, the proud student of Ancient One, but even he could not browse Ancient One's collection of books at will, so he felt resentful. Don't you have anything to say? Wang's calmness was a bit unexpected. He had no hesitation when he just attacked. I'm sorry for attacking you suddenly. Wang suddenly stopped and turned back to bow to Zhang Li to apologize. This. Zhang Li looked at the direction where Mordo left and then looked at Wang. Is this what I mean? Why don't I know? Is it true that the imagination is the most powerful weapon of mankind? When did you set up that guardian magic just now? Zhang Li asked curiously. When I attacked, I didn't see it. When I approached you, I felt an inexplicable threat. There is a beast lurking in your body which is frightening. Zhang Li could probably understand. Judging from Wang's proficiency in teleportation magic, his spatial perception ability would naturally not be weak. Although he hid his ability well, his mirror space was always open, so it was normal for Wang to notice the huge energy. So your talent is to cast magic instantly. I prepared for a long time, but I just put some tricks on the teleportation magic. Can you be more specific? Zhang Li didn't understand Wang's words for a while. I arranged the protection magic in advance and then cast the magic on myself when I passed through the portal. Use the mirror space. Wang paused and looked at Zhang Li deeply. He didn't expect Zhang Li to understand the key point with just a little click. Are you the successor of the Supreme Mage? No, I'm not. What a pity for your magical talent. The king's magic is the result of his years of accumulation. Through his knowledge and talent, he first enters the mirror space and puts on the protective magic he has arranged in advance when passing through the portal, and then passes out from the other side of the portal. In this way, the protective magic is directly put on him. Wang, I think we can discuss magic knowledge together in the future. Zhang Li had a little inspiration about the space ring he was studying. Since it is impossible to compress the mirror space into the ring, can a connection channel be established directly between the ring and the mirror space? If you just want to keep the mirror space for a long time, you still need a lot of magic power supply. This problem must be solved. Wang did not give Zhang Li a direct answer. After taking Zhang Li to Guya's residence, he hurriedly said goodbye. You really know how to cause trouble for others. Guya scolded Zhang Li unceremoniously. Yeah. Some bastard threw me here without saying a word, and said this is not right and that is not right, and asked two old immortals to watch me, but he didn't explain what was going on. After one of the old immortals stabbed me to death with a gun, he forced me to finish watching the legendary life. He raised his two sons astray and wanted to show off to a child who was less than 10 years old. Shameless. Zhang Li snatched the tea that Guya had just brewed and put it directly into his stomach without worrying about burning his mouth. The resentful little eyes seemed to say, Did you hide the tea leaves, you old immortal? You secretly took the tea leaves from my mirror space back. You are so shameless. Can the things you gave away go back smoothly? Guyi, it is precisely because you are still a child that you lack education. Yes, you are all right, but I don't understand. Don't you want to train me? Why do you forbid me to touch the Mind Stone? This doesn't make sense. Are they afraid that they will be out of their control after breaking through the father level? We have to make sure you can't step into the ranks of the father level, Gu said bluntly, but I've already stepped half a foot into it. His magnetic field ability combined with the energy in his body, although the control may appear rough due to the lack of mental willpower, but the burst can definitely reach the influence of the father level. This is Odin's mistake. We didn't expect that your body could still absorb the energy of the world tree even after losing the control of the soul. The original plan was that after leaving Asgard, you still needed to come to Kamar-Taj to learn magic. Finally, by 2013, your strength should steadily enter the quasi-father level. If it is just for the purpose of training you, wouldn't it be more convenient to throw you directly into the mutant world? It makes sense. Loki is the god of stories. Even if the universe he controls is not complete, throwing Zhang Li into a mutant world will definitely make Zhang Li rise quickly. So what is your purpose? There is no free lunch in the world. They spent so much thought on Zhang Li and they must have a plan. You also said that this universe is incomplete, but it is in this incomplete universe that a god of time was born. Time should be the eternal authority. So our god of stories needs to face challenges and trials. What does this have to do with me? Zhang Li felt uneasy, as if he was involved in an incredible event. Loki chose you? Fuck. Zhang Li jumped up on the spot with a grudge in his chest that he had nowhere to vent. Chosen me just because I'm a stowaway from outside the universe. Haven't I been exiled? Why did he choose me to be his scapegoat, put all the blame on me? Just like picking a death row prisoner from the prison to take the blame. Boom. Excited, Zhang Li smashed Guya's table with a slap and the energy in his body was wantonly released. The room was raging with a strong wind. The powerful energy alarmed the protective magic circle of Kamar-Taj, and the mages who were ready to sleep woke up one after another. Who dared to release such a majestic magic power in Kamar-Taj? Is it an invasion by enemies from the dimensional space? Boom. There was an explosion on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s spaceship and fire and black smoke rose. Mom, what happened to Fake? Black Braised Egg was extremely angry. Loki's crisis had just been resolved and something happened again so suddenly. After some operations on the computer, Agent Hill reported, "Director, it's Zhang Li. Calm down, kid." Ancient You floated in midair and stared at the tension on the deck of the spaceship. "I'm calm enough. I tolerated you like a clown for 2 years and let you do what you want. I just want to go home, even if it's just a prison, I admit it." Zhang Li raised his hand to control a fighter plane to disintegrate and turn into countless sharp iron thorns surrounding Guyi. The two magic apertures in Guyi's hands cooperated with her movements to form a perfect defense, intercepting all the iron thorns 2 feet in front of her. Zhang Li knew that an attack of this level could not stop Guyi at all, so he grabbed an iron spear and used his fingers to continuously carve runes on it with divine power. Zhang Li and Guyi broke down. Zhang Li hoped that Guyi could let him go, but Guyi said that this was his mission and he couldn't avoid it. Zhang Li also asked Guyi to recommend her to learn Qigong. Guyi said that was originally planned, but now it is no longer possible. Qi is a more mysterious energy. There are many practices in martial arts that test and strengthen people's will. We dare not take risks. As a result, Zhang Li, who was unwilling to accept it, escaped from Kamar-Taj. Who is Zhang Li's enemy? Contact Stark and the others to ask about the situation. Fighters take off and let the agents support Zhang Li. Fury issued a series of orders, and the agents on the spaceship took action quickly. The battle in New York hasn't even ended a day yet, so why are the enemies coming again? The Avengers members who were supposed to have a good rest hurriedly locked Loki up with him, and then went to hold some kind of celebration banquet. The agents under him may not be able to handle it alone. Agent Hill reported, "Director Stark and the others don't know anything about it, but they are on their way over. Tell them to hurry up." On the deck, Guyi easily withstood Zhang Li's attack, her robes fluttering in the wind and making a grin. "Li Zhang, stop doing stupid things, this is your mission." "Shut up." Zhang Li didn't want to hear Guyi's explanation. Being chosen by Loki, he didn't know what he was going to do, but things involving the multiverse would never be simple. Zhang Li was afraid that once he heard it, there would be no way out. Missions should not be given but should be chosen by people. "And I refuse to listen to your bullshit." Zhang Li threw the iron spear in his hand at Guyi, and at the same time his telekinesis and magnetism exploded. He shouted the word ding, and even Guyi was disturbed by the powerful field force for a moment. And in the moment when he was frozen, the iron spear thrown by Zhang Li turned into 4 and stuck in the 4 directions of Guyi's southeast, northwest, and northwest. The 4 iron spears pulled each other, faintly affecting the power of space. The four elements of ice, fire, thunder, and poison attacked the broken space and rushed towards Ancient Yi. Zhang has been studying the mirror space for so long. Although he has not come up with the Neji, he has developed many ways to use it. Thunder and fire are all converted and sealed by the energy in his body, while ice and poison are the products of the fusion of magic and runes. Although he was unable to take the step to the Heavenly Father level due to the problem of mental willpower. But the energy stored in his body is not inferior to the Heavenly Father level combat power. With a bang, the tension teleported out. It was absolutely impossible for him to trap Guyi, let alone defeat him. So his purpose from the beginning was very simple, to find ways to reach the Mind Stone. As long as he can improve his mental willpower and break through to the Heavenly Father level, he will completely break the rules set by Loki and the others. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s laboratory, the Psychic Scepter was temporarily placed here, and many scientists were conducting tests with various instruments. Regardless, Zhang Li stepped forward to grab the Mind Scepter, but suddenly remembered that he had signed a contract with Guyi. The moment he touched the Mind Stone, he would be forced to turn back time. Fark. Just thinking about taking out the Mind Stone and using it to break through, I forgot that I had Ancient One's magic restriction on me. Stop it, you know you can't touch the Mind Stone at all. During Zhang's hesitation, Guyi had already escaped from the trap and came behind Zhang. That's not necessarily the case. Zhang Li hooked her fingers and the spiritual scepter flew towards Zhang Li. The moment Zhang Li was about to touch the spiritual scepter, Guyi found that the magic she had arranged on Zhang Li's body did not work, so she opened the Argo on her chest. The eye of the motorcycle stops the tense time. When Zhang Li came back to his senses, the spiritual scepter had already come to Guyi's hand. Now Zhang Li really had no chance. You are scared, hahaha, then I can be even more unscrupulous. Just now, Zhang Li used psychic suggestion on himself to completely block his inner thoughts. As expected, the magic left by Ancient Yi on him became ineffective. He is the person chosen by Loki, and they don't dare to kill him. Since he is still useful, they are not afraid of making things worse. Crack, click, click. S.H.I.E.L.D. spaceship began to make a metallic click sound. If I threaten the lives of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., how should you deal with it? Swish, swish, swish. The metal on the spaceship fell off the spaceship and began to condense armor for him with the tension as the center. The fighter planes taking off the weapons in the warehouse and the various metal components of the flying ship liquefied and gathered, wrapping the combat power-wearing armor. Condensing into a steel giant like a transformer, leaving only a thin metal plate to hold up the flight track so that the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. would not immediately do the free fall of high-altitude falling objects. Fuck Zhang Li, what the hell are you doing? Fury didn't expect that the enemy was not the bald woman in yellow robes but Zhang Li. He had already held the pager to contact Captain Marvel in his hand, ready to press the call button before he died. Why are you called Black Braised Egg? They are all undercover agents of Hydra. You die one and they die a bunch, you don't lose. Hill, am I a gift? Alas. Ancient One sighed and then gently uttered two words, sleep. What? Zhang Li was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask a question, he suddenly felt dizzy, his eyes gradually blurred and his body softened and fell down. What happened? I was showing my power just now, why do I suddenly feel like I'm dying? Before I could figure out the situation, Zhang Li fell asleep. In Kamar-Taj, Ancient One tasted the tea in the cup, while Zhang Li slumped on the table and snored slightly. This is the contrast between the strength of mental willpower. Even though Zhang Li has powerful mental energy, his strength is only one step away from the level of the Father of Heaven, but he didn't even know when he was plotted against by Ancient One. He fell into a dream and couldn't get out of it. What the hell? Coulson's body turned into a metal man. Early in the morning, Black Egg had just woken up, and Agent Hill ran over to tell him that Coulson had turned into a metal lump. I've heard of mummies and seen a lot of them, but I've never heard of anyone whose body can be metallized after death. According to the test, the quality of metal Coulson is equal to the quality of the metal that disappeared inexplicably at the place where Coulson was found, and the material is the same. So, someone stole Coulson's body. Characters like Zhang Li and Thor have appeared, and Fury is afraid that someone can control a person's memory before death through the corpse. Coulson knows a lot of secrets. It's hard to say Coulson's blood is real, but it's impossible to be sure whether Coulson was really dead at the time. It's Zhang Li, let Stark ask him. Fury thought carefully. Coulson gave him the middle finger before he died and called him Black Egg. That was not Coulson's character but more like Zhang Li. Although the Avengers were established, they were kidnapped by Stark. He worked hard for many years but lost all his credit because of a lie. But the result was good, so he was not dissatisfied. Stark returned to his villa and came to the floor where Zhang Li lived. The moment he opened the door, he was startled by Coulson lying on the ground. Help, life. Coulson stretched out his hand to Stark tremblingly like a mummy. Zhang Li was locked in the room and restricted, so he couldn't get out at all. Stark usually didn't bother Zhang Li because he was very irritable when studying magic. Zhang Li hadn't come back to live since the New York War, so Coulson was trapped in the room for 3 days without food or water. That is to say, he was trained and was an excellent agent. Otherwise, he lost too much blood that day, plus he didn't eat or drink for 3 days. Ordinary people would have died long ago. At this moment, Zhang Li was lying quietly in the wizard's room of Kamar-Taj. Someone would come to visit him every day and report the situation to Ancient One. Ancient One cast a spell on Zhang Li. If Zhang Li couldn't calm down, he would be trapped in a dream and repeat the same thing over and over again. In a dream. Zhang Li tried to flee to Asgard and then use the power of the World Tree to escape to other star regions. But Odin slapped him back to Earth with a big nose. He thought about stealing the cosmic cube and even threatened the lives of New York citizens, but the result was the same, being stopped by Ancient One, and then returning to every moment he saw Ancient One. Puff. Zhang Li fell in the ruins of New York, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of unwillingness and numbness. Why don't you let me go? Zhang Li naturally noticed the constant repetition of the dream, but he was unwilling, so even if he knew he was trapped in the dream, he tried his best to resist. The final result was failure without exception, mayfly shaking the tree. In a trance, Zhang Li seemed to have returned to the world he was familiar with, a world without extraordinary. People are always busy, and as an orphan, he is no exception. In order to live a better life, he even works harder than ordinary people. But without the extraordinary world, evil is always more suffocating, and it is impossible for people to see hope. Zhang Li went to work as usual and was arranged to go on a business trip, but when he came back, the intern arranged by the boss had replaced his position. Zhang Li was weak and naturally did not dare to resist, but retreating never won respect. Zhang Li finally got a promotion and a raise, and he saw that good days were coming, but in the end he became the cowardly scapegoat. Tax evasion, a large amount of money suddenly appeared in his bank card, and a big case with many loopholes was hastily closed on him. Unexpectedly, the boss colluded with the inspection party. He tried to resist and struggle. What awaited him in the end was the robber in the dark alley. His evidence was snatched away, and he accidentally knocked off the robber's mask during the struggle. Wasn't that man the intern arranged by the boss to enter the company? It is said that he is the younger brother of the mistress kept by the boss. Seeing that the matter was exposed, the man became ruthless and stabbed Zhang Li directly. Finally, Zhang Li died in a cold, rainy night. In his previous life, he never escaped the game of the superior, and now his fate was rearranged by another superior. Zhang Li was unwilling to give up. Even if he was an ant, he should have his own time to scream. It seems that Zhang Li was trapped in the dream by Guyi, but Zhang Li was also trying to find a way out. What do you want me to do? Returning to the initial scene of the dream again, Zhang Li did not make a big fuss this time and asked the doubts in his heart in a stable mood. Come find me. After Guyi finished speaking, the dream collapsed. Zhang Li slowly opened his eyes in the real world. Zhang Li, who had been sleeping for 5 days, woke up just at sunrise when the first ray of sunlight fell on the windowsill. Looking directly at the red sun in the sky, Zhang Li's inner desire for power once again climbed to another height. I thought I had lived a carefree life, but I still felt afraid. I'm afraid that I was being plotted against since I was born. If that's the case, there's no need to be timid. I've lived my life in vain, so I'm not losing out. With a plan in mind, Zhang Li no longer backed down. Loki wanted to plot against him, so why couldn't he plot against Loki? No matter what he has to face in the end, the most urgent thing is to find out what Loki chose him to do. Zhang Li came to Guyi's residence again, sat calmly in front of Guyi and asked, "What does Loki want me to do?" Guyi was stunned for a moment and realized that Zhang Li seemed to have undergone some transformation. Often the more important the decision, the more brutal and simple the way to resolve the dispute. Have you heard of gladiators? Zhang Li was stunned and then replied, "Sure enough, so you want to train me to be Loki's boxer and fight for him in the ring? Who is the opponent?" This was originally just an exam, but Loki's promotion made many organizations or individuals who control the power of time feel threatened. So a test to test whether Loki is qualified has evolved into a competition for the power of time. It's really a bad taste. The superiors like to watch these bloody and violent games to kill their boring time. Among those who participate in the competition, some of them may really care about the power in their hands, but most of them should just have a playful mentality. Because of the existence of eternity, the authority of time is always in the hands of eternity, and above it are the Living Tribunal and OAA. So the authority that Loki is fighting for is just a joke. Even if he really sits firmly on the throne of the god of time, he can only be regarded as Eternity's assistant. Although Guya serves as Loki's temporary agent, she doesn't know much, so Zhang Li doesn't get much useful information. Probably someone wanted to snatch the power of the god of time from Loki, and no one would accept it, so someone proposed it, and each of them went to find a suitable warrior to fight for victory on their behalf. The reason why the strength is suppressed at the Heavenly Father level is because at the Heavenly Father level, certain abilities can already touch the rules of the universe. There are too many uncertain factors in such a duel. As for the powerful people below the Heavenly Father level, no matter how abnormal their abilities are, there is still a limit point. Odin has prepared a 1,000-year dream for you, and I have also arranged a training here to sharpen your spiritual will. Zhang Li frowned. You just said that the strength of a gladiator cannot reach the threshold of the Heavenly Father level. Zhang Li couldn't understand why they were trying every possible means to prevent him from breaking through to the Heavenly Father level, so why did they arrange training for him to hone his will? Ancient One said, only those who meet the standards are eligible to enter, but if you break through yourself on the battlefield, that is not within the regulations. You mean after my mental willpower becomes stronger, let me suppress my cultivation by myself, and then I can break through myself after entering the battlefield? Right. How can you rest assured? Aren't you afraid that I will break through without authorization in order to get rid of you? Ancient One put down the teacup and said, I once had the honor to travel to the Land of Nothingness. It was a huge place. As a garbage dump of the multiverse, its area even exceeded the scope of a single universe. If you want to explore the entire Land of Nothingness, even if it will take at least 100 years to achieve the level of a Heavenly Father. The implication: if you, Zhang Li, dare to violate Loki's rules of the game, it's one thing whether he will let you enter the Land of Nothingness, and it's another thing whether you can find Rada and Rana. 100 years later, Rada may still be there, but Rana may not still be there. Zhang Li's eyes twitched. Gods really like to fool mortals. You are now within the category of gods. Then what do I get? I can't promise it. When you finish the trial, he will negotiate with you in person. Zhang Li asked again, then what did he give you? Are you serving Emperor Weixin or Eternity? What kind of chips did Loki offer to make you willing to use it for him? After Guya thought for a while, he said, that's between me and him. So I don't have the authority to know about the cooperation between you, right? Zhang Li stared at Guya, hoping to see something different. But Guya's cultivation was 100 times better than Zhang Li's, and he couldn't detect anything strange about it. Seal your other abilities and join the temple as a mage apprentice. You will follow other mages to resist threats from alien dimensions. That is the practice experience I want to give you. Zhang Li looked at the Eye of Agamotto on Guya's chest, and he still had doubts in his heart. Did you see something through the time stone to let me get involved? Yes, that's strange. Why didn't Loki choose a grown-up Zhang Li to directly participate in the war, instead of spending time and effort cultivating me? Also, I didn't even communicate with him once. Ancient One's explanation is, strictly speaking, although you are a variant of Cassandra, your soul does not belong to this universe, so you have a special uniqueness. When you are cut into the Land of Nothingness, the person Zhang Li disappeared over time. Until Loki puts you back on the timeline, we can stand outside the timeline and observe you again. So everything I do now is to cultivate attention that meets the requirements in the future. It turns out that it's not that people don't want to pick up the ready-made ones, but that Zhang Li must go through this before they can select a qualified Zhang Li in the future. As for why you failed to communicate with Loki, it's because this timeline has been sealed. In order to prevent other gods who also control the power of time from sending assassins back in time to kill Loki, it also prevents Loki from returning to the past. Go into your own past and change certain established facts. Zhang Li questioned, but there are not a few people who travel through time and space to change their own destiny. In the universe that is about to end, anything is allowed to happen, because the end of destruction has been anchored. Just like female Loki hiding in the Doomsday timeline, the Doomsday events that are destined to happen, no matter how outrageous things are done, will not affect the Doomsday. Even if Iron Man in the Ultimate Universe gathers the Infinity Stones, he is unable to stop the end of the universe. As for those time travel events that are destined to happen, they are not strong enough. No matter how noisy they are, they can't escape God's sanction, so naturally they don't have to worry about it. I think I need some time to think it over carefully. It's a lot of information received at once and the tension needs to be digested. Half a month. What? Dr. Banner said that you have half a month to adjust your inner emotions. Oh yes, he said that. During the battle in New York, Zhang Li asked the future Hulk, and Hulk said that he had been living in Stark's apartment for about half a month. Going round and round, it seems like we are back to where we started. Zhang Li teleported back to Stark's apartment, covered with mental power, and found no one in the apartment. Jarvis, are you there? The camera moved to Zhang Li and Jarvis' voice sounded, Mr. Zhang Li, I'm happy to serve you. At the same time, Jarvis also answered Stark's call and cut Zhang Li's picture to Stark's mobile phone. Zhang Li, where have you been again? Did you know that Coulson almost starved to death? Stark's voice came from the speakers. I was kidnapped by a powerful wizard. I need a car now. I want to go out for a drive and relax. No problem, go to my garage and pick any place. Do you need me to introduce you to some places for entertainment? I'll treat you. Stark didn't say much. He could hear the fatigue in Zhang Li's tone. Something that can make a powerful person like Zhang Li feel tired is definitely not simple. So he didn't mean it and directly let Jarvis take Zhang Li to the garage to pick any place. Zhang Li rejected the entertainment venues mentioned by Stark and drove the most low-key Audi in Stark's garage on the road. I got a driver's license in my previous life, but I didn't expect to drive a car in this life. After driving around the suburbs of New York City, Zhang Li suddenly felt a little hungry, so he found a parking space, followed the crowd to find an open-air restaurant and ordered some food. Young man, you don't look very happy. An old man with white hair and beard sat opposite Zhang Li without asking Zhang Li's opinion, trembling, put his plate on the table and began to enjoy the delicious burger. I'm sorry, old man, may I ask your last name? Zhang breathed a little quickly, looking very excited, and the previous depression was gone. The image of the old man in front of him is actually a bit surprising. What's wrong? Is it incredible? The old man wiped the cream on his beard, took a big sip of the iced Coke, and showed no sign of dignity but amiability. Stan. Zhang Li stared at the old man and used a slight voice to test the identity of the person in front of him. Yes, that's me. The old man responded and continued to enjoy his burger. Zhang Li didn't seem so relaxed. He had been trying to find the old man before and even deliberately followed Stark and Steve. Now that the real person appeared in front of him, he was so excited that he was a little overwhelmed. Young man, you can be considered a god after all. Calm down and don't be so excited. Stan took another big bite of hamburger, took a sip of iced Coke, and then asked, You don't look very happy. Is it because of you? Did something happen? I want to go home to the Land of Nothingness. I don't want to be at the mercy of Loki, please. Young man, are you asking me for help? Stan asked Zhang Li with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, only you can help me. Zhang Li was a little frightened. Then I'm sorry because now I'm just a bad old man and don't have any superpowers. Tension was depressed and somewhat depressed. Yes, why should he ask Stan to help him? Why would a stowaway ask Stan to help him? Don't be so discouraged. Life is always full of all kinds of challenges and regrets. Although the distance is far away, the longing in your heart will only become stronger. Distance cannot break the relationship between people. On the contrary, it can let the bond between each other become deeper. When you return home after crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, you will find that the suffering you are suffering now is just a little bit of wind and frost. But the hardship you endure will make you upright and capable enough to protect your family and become the supporter of a family, the backbone of the family. After saying that, Stan took another bite of the burger and then drank up the iced Coke in one gulp. Stan, how many times have I told you that your body can't handle any more iced Coke? Zhang Li turned his head and saw a girl not far away rushing towards him menacingly. Young people, please enjoy and experience your own stories. I'm leaving first. Hearing the roar in the distance, Stan was so frightened that he hurriedly fled, and his originally trembling steps became swift. But no matter how fast he was eventually stopped at the intersection by the girl. Ha, he was caught by his granddaughter again, ha. There were a few old men nearby pointing at Stan, who was scolded by the girl and laughing. Zhang Li peeked into their memories and realized that Stan was playing the role of the girl's grandfather, a naughty old man who drank iced Coke regardless of his physical illness. It was enough for Stan to show up and chat with Zhang Li, but Zhang Li didn't dare to follow him and disturb him. Even spying on his memories privately is enough to scare Zhang Li. Bang! Zhang Li teleported back to Stark Tower. As the saying goes, money can make things work. In just a few days, Stark spent a huge amount of money to transform the originally dilapidated Stark Tower into the headquarters of the Avengers. It looks like new. Stark and Banner were holding champagne and discussing something with each other, and were startled by the sudden appearance of tension. Can't you just go through the gate? If you have to suddenly appear with a bang and startle people, I think it's more reliable if you draw a circle. Damn it, Dr. Banner, I need your help, Zhang Li said straight to the point. Stark was a little surprised. Wow, what does a powerful wizard want to ask the smart Stark to do for you? Stark, who has always been self-righteous, has often been frustrated by Zhang Li, so when he heard that Zhang Li wanted to ask him to do something, Stark seemed particularly excited. Study my body. Well, studying the body of gods is an interesting subject. So what kind of reward are you going to give me to impress me? In fact, being able to study the body of a god is already the best reward Zhang Li has given them, but Stark still wants to get as much wool as possible from Zhang Li's body. Now it is obvious that Zhang Li urgently needs them to do research, and the priority is changed, so the reward he wants is not excessive, and he has been coveting the various secrets hidden in Zhang Li for a long time. I want to be free from the Hulk. Dr. Banner immediately proposed the reward he wanted. He wanted to escape from the Hulk for more than a day or two. There is no reward, because after the incident I will delete all relevant memories of you. Wow. Stark took an alert step back, spilling the champagne in his hand. Answer my friend honestly, have you touched my memory? Stark stared into Zhang Li's eyes. Zhang Li replied, I have not modified any of your memories. Banner grabbed the key point and asked, why do you need to emphasize the word modification? Because I have telepathic abilities just like a psychic scepter. I can spy on and modify people's memories, and I can also control or change someone through certain psychic abilities. Oh shit, so have you peeked into our memories or even given us some kind of spiritual suggestion? It's just a cursory glance. Fuck you, what did you see? Forget it, don't tell me, I really made the wrong friends. These Starks are all emo. So how did he exercise with the beauties in the past? What was his fighting ability like, and what stupid things he did? Wouldn't Zhang Li know all these things? Maybe Zhang Li also saw what he did with the little hottie through his memory. Zhang Li, I'll kill you. Stark's face was fierce. He threw the wine glass in his hand and then picked up the wine bottle on the table and rushed up. What are you crazy about? Who would go to see such boring things for no reason? And I'm only 10 years old. Don't pollute my mind, okay? Swish. A set of metal armor flew over and was about to merge with Stark. Dop, go back. Zhang Li directly controlled Stark's armor and threw it back. Zhang Li, you are going too far. Go to sleep and you will forget everything when you wake up. Zhang Li pointed a finger at Stark's forehead, hypnotized Stark into a dream and then put him on the sofa. I surrender. Banner raised his hands and surrendered directly. Although he felt ashamed to be peeped at by Zhang Li, the 9 years of self-cultivation allowed him to maintain his rationality and not be as impulsive as Stark. Zhang Li explained, peeping into memories is similar to imagining out of thin air. It is not so detailed, not so clear, and there is no such feeling. Ah, right. Anyway, we don't have that ability, right? Whatever you say is what it is. Fuck you. Zhang Li felt that he was making things worse. Half a month later, Zhang Li's body was thoroughly studied by Stark and Dr. Banner. Zhang Li's complex genetic structure was not difficult to analyze, but there was no logical theory for the complex energy fusion in his body. After all, it was a new world and the level was not high. Compared with Stark and Banner in other universes, even if their wisdom reached the peak of wisdom in this universe, they were still not good enough. But the result was good. With the combined efforts of the two, they still developed 3 tubes of super serum based on Zhang Li's genes. However, due to time constraints, there was no time for experimental verification. Zhang Li asked Stark to order Jarvis to clear all research records and delete the relevant memories of Stark and Banner to ensure that no traces would be left before rushing to Kamar-Taj to find Ancient One. Under the arrangement of Ancient One, Zhang Li became Wang's assistant and a wizard apprentice guarding the Hong Kong temple. Because the wizard Ancient One used the power of the Time Stone to seal Zhang Li's ability, he is now useless except for his strong body. Wang would send Zhang Li to Kamar-Taj to learn magic every day. Although Zhang Li has learned a lot of magic, he cannot borrow power from himself because he is now sealed. He can only practice slowly, communicate with Vishandi and borrow power from him. Everything in the world has magic power. Your body has been transformed by divine power, so it is easy to cultivate magic power. The reason why you have not been able to cultivate magic power for 3 months is just because you are too worried. Relax and let nature take its course. Wang pointed out Zhang Li. Old Wang, you have said this 1,000 times. Logically speaking, you have experienced magic before, your body is full of energy, and you have read a lot of magic books before. Even if you are in a sealed state, your magic talent should be top-notch. And you have not been able to communicate with Vishandi for 3 months, which only shows that your heart is not calm enough. When they fought before, Wang found that Zhang Li's magic talent was not weak. During the 3 months of communication, many of Zhang Li's ideas made him feel suddenly enlightened. So Zhang Li has not been able to complete the most basic magic practice for 3 months, which makes Wang very confused. Maybe I should learn Qigong. Wang said, Qigong is more difficult to learn than magic. If you compare it, you only need to control 1% of the energy in your body to communicate with Vishanti and borrow enough magic power. To learn Qigong, you must be able to control at least 1/10 of your energy to get started. Before Zhang Li was sealed by the Ancient One, the energy mobilization of his body was just a thought. But now, as an ordinary person, he was constipated because of indigestion a few days ago. 4 days of boring practice passed. This night the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. After the cool breeze, Zhang Li felt refreshed. He immediately sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate. The bright moon sends sorrow, but unfortunately there is no moon in the void. I wonder if Riane and Riida are okay. Zhang Li had a lot of thoughts, and the past things turned back and forth in his mind. Gradually, those complicated thoughts gradually faded, leaving only a white moon in his heart. After checking the temple as usual, the king, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly felt a strong magical fluctuation coming from Zhang Li's room. So he set up a magic circle to isolate the outside world and let Zhang Li feel it. If the king wanted to take a look, he would definitely be surprised by Zhang Li's current situation. There was a shadow sitting cross-legged on Zhang Li's head, and his appearance was exactly the same as Zhang Li's. It turned out that Zhang Li's soul had left his body. Zhang Li felt that he seemed to have been summoned, so his consciousness followed the guidance and drifted with the current. Finally, he came to a black lake. "Do you want power?" A cold woman's voice echoed in his ears. Zhang Li turned around and saw a vague figure of a woman. Although the person was close in front of him, he could not see her face clearly. Is this Vishanti, a woman? One of the 3 Vishanti seems to be a woman. In order to make sure that he did not find the wrong person, Zhang Li respectfully saluted and asked, "Excuse me, are you the great Vishanti?" "No, but my power is even stronger than theirs. Do you want it?" Not Vishanti. "But I clearly communicated according to what was said in the book." May I ask what your real name is?" If he borrowed the power of some evil god, I'm afraid that Ancient One would have a hard time explaining it. He. "I am the beginning and end of everything." Sorry, I'm here to find Vishanti. Do you know where he is?" Death was a little surprised. Did this little guy in front of him reject him? In fact, Zhang Li hadn't reacted yet that the person in front of him was Death itself. He listened to the other party's speech and thought it was some evil and powerful demon. When Zhang Li saw Death, it was like someone suddenly told a murderer that he was God and could fulfill the murderer's wish. This span was too big, far beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. "Ha ha ha, you will come to me again." Zhang Li felt that he was like a sweet cake being targeted by the evil god. The black lake that Zhang Li stepped on suddenly lost its support, and Zhang Li fell into the lake and was choked by the black lake. This mouthful of black lake water is the evolution of the divine power of death, and it is also the power that death lends to tension. Scarlet eyes suddenly opened in the lake and stared at Zhang Li as if they wanted to tear him apart and eat him. Fear suddenly rose in his heart, and his ankle was suddenly dragged into the depths of the black lake as if someone had grabbed it. Zhang Li fell into a coma. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes again and found himself in a bright place. The white light was shining on the stone pillars all around, and there were strands of golden light entwined, which looked sacred and bright. "This is the holy land of gods." Zhang Li looked up and saw 3 giant gods looking at him with their brows lowered. The appearance of the 3 gods was roughly the same as the illustrations in the history of magic. They are the trinity of Vishanti. Zhang Li has seen Vishanti. Although he had read the history of magic, he failed to remember the names of the 3 gods accurately. He only remembered that the one on his right was Agamotto. Asit looked at the ancient divine power flowing in the depths of Zhang Li's soul. She frowned, exchanged glances with Hogs and Agamotto, and decided to reject Zhang Li's inner desire. Because Zhang Li had been marked with death, they did not dare to give him power easily, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. After Zhang Li performed the ritual, he was about to ask for help, but Asit interrupted him. "We can't lend you power, you should seek help from other gods." Zhang Li raised his head and Asit waved his hand directly and then excluded Zhang Li's consciousness. Zhang Li's consciousness suddenly returned to reality. Old Wang. Zhang Li put on his shoes and rushed out of the room to find Wang. After telling Wang roughly what he had encountered, Wang was also very unbelievable. "Are you sure you have seen the Trinity of Emperor Weishan?" "Definitely and definitely. But we don't have the same experience as you." Although we all borrow magic power from Emperor Weishen, it is just some kind of induction in the dark. We have never seen the true face of Emperor Weishen. And here you also met another demon god before. Your situation is too rare, so I will take you to see the Supreme Mage. Wang raised his hand and opened the portal to Kamar-Taj and walked into it with tension. That is to say, he acted like this in front of Zhang Li. In front of others, he pretended to put on the Xuan ring and circle it. It's past training time, rookie. As soon as he walked into Kamar-Taj, Madhu began to taunt and tense up in a strange way. In the past 3 months, Madhu had made things difficult for him. We have some special circumstances that need to be reported to the Supreme Mage, Wang said. Is your presence enough to explain the situation? Special circumstances happened to him. After Wang Du said this, Mo Du naturally had no reason to embarrass Zhang Li and could only let them go. Supreme Mage, we have some special circumstances that we need you to answer. No need to be formal, come and sit, I've made tea. Furuichi seems to be either making tea or making tea in his spare time. Wang seemed very reserved, but Zhang Li had no such scruples and sat directly opposite Guyi. After hearing about Zhang Li's situation, Guyi was also full of doubts. Hand out your hand and let me see. Zhang Li stretched out his hand. Guyi gently put his 2 fingers on Zhang Li's hand and then quickly pulled away. Both Wang and Zhang Li clearly captured the shock, confusion, and fear in Guyi. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? It's not your body, it's your soul that is anchored by a powerful and mysterious force. Gu's expression was solemn. She had never been exposed to such ancient and powerful magic, even more powerful than Dormammu. You mean to say that I have been targeted by a powerful demon and she is interested in my soul? Is she a demon from hell? There are many demons who are obsessed with souls, but among them the demons from the hell dimension are the craziest. No, maybe she is more powerful than the devil of hell. As the Supreme Mage who protects the Earth, Ancient One has come into contact with many demons from other dimensions, including the demons from hell. If it comes from the power of the hell dimension, she can recognize it at a glance. The Sorcerer Supreme who possesses the Time Stone can peer into many unknowns that even the dimensional demon god cannot. The magic power in Zhang Li's body reminded him of a powerful existence. Eternity, one of the creators of the universe, the true representative of time, the sum of all things in the universe. The Ancient One was lucky enough to have a brief encounter with him. The powerful magic power in Zhang Li's body is as powerful as the eternal power. Perhaps this is not a bad thing. You can try to use the magic power she lent you. Guya guessed that there might be some creation god who took a fancy to Zhang Li's soul, and the most likely thing was death. I don't seem to feel the magic power you mentioned. After all, Zhang Li rejected the other party. Then you can only try to find other demon gods to seek magic power, but don't fall into the evil god's tricks and confusion. Guya also had no ability to solve Zhang Li's problems, and Zhang Li also understood that since Emperor Weishen rejected him, other demon gods might not accept him either. Unless it's those evil gods who are fearless, or Loki, how could I forget about him? Loki is now also a multiverse-level powerhouse, and his magic power is much stronger than that of ordinary dimensional demons. Zhang Li himself was brought here by him, and he still has to go to the ring for him, so isn't it appropriate to borrow some magic power? As soon as Zhang Li returned to the room, he started trying to call Loki's real name according to what was written in the book. Sure enough, he just recited it silently 3 times in his mind before he felt Loki's call. Welcome to my office. Zhang Li opened his eyes and his consciousness had reached the heart of the Tree of Time, Loki's office. So that office chair under your butt is your throne? Yes, I made it softer and more comfortable. Loki's butt was still on it to test the softness. No further talk, I need your magic. I'm ready. Loki handed over a printed contract and said, sign this contract and you will become my thug. I can also lend you my magic power. All right. Zhang Li walked to Loki's desk, randomly twitched a pen, opened the pen cap, and then poked Loki without hesitation. Fake squid. Loki still kept smiling, unmoved, and the tip of the pen with tension stopped 3 inches away from Loki's cheek. I saw it. Tension time is controlled by Loki. Fake squid, the stars of your stars. Zhang Li breathed out the sweet fragrance and murmured with his small mouth. Nothing new at all. I've heard it hundreds of times. I've already developed immunity. Loki remained calm. As a god of the time dimension, Loki is basically immune to all spiritual attacks because he may have experienced them hundreds of times in advance. Zhang Li had no choice but to stop and smash the pen on the table. Loki is now another Cang, a bit mean and very worthy of a beating, but he can't do anything about him. Aren't you afraid that I will help you to play a fake game? As a contestant, if your opponent offers a higher price, it will be difficult for me to refuse. You won't. Loki spoke confidently. He had already firmly grasped Zhang Li. Zhang Li was full of resentment and really wanted to tear Loki apart. I want to see Rada and Riene. No, you are just a consciousness being led into my divine realm. All this is illusory, just like a video call, do you understand? Then why were you hiding just now? I'm bored. Although I can make my consciousness come at any time, I'm actually like a prisoner. I can only sit on my throne boringly and monitor everything, just like Heimdall. The throne represents responsibility. He didn't understand it before, but now he feels it deeply. You chose it yourself. Who can you blame? Zhang Li picked up the contract on the table and began to check it carefully to avoid any unequal terms and text traps on it. Do you need to read it so seriously and so many times? I'm a god after all, give me some face. Isn't the god of trickery just playing tricks on people? Is he trustworthy? That's all in the past. It's easy to change a country, but it's hard to change one's nature. Don't talk about that. Loki interrupted. Zhang Li smiled and continued, I insist on saying that some people fall in love with. Shua, what happened? Zhang Li felt as if he had done nothing, but it seemed as if he had done a lot of things. Okay, the contract is done, you can go back now. When did I sign it? I am the god of time and this is my territory. The remote control is in my hand. I pressed the fast-forward button to avoid wasting our time. Loki, you dog, you can leave now. Loki pointed and Zhang Li disappeared and he didn't have time to say the curse he wanted to say. Huh. After being kicked out of the consciousness space by Loki, Zhang Li was finally able to feel the magic power floating in the space. He could easily mobilize the magic power in the air to cooperate with the magic power in his body to create magic. Zhang Li's hands drew magic light patterns in the air, but this process required mental energy consumption. If he was not careful, the magic light patterns drawn in the front would collapse. As strong as Guyi, she could always support a magic array by herself. But after Zhang Li put on the Xuan ring and tried, he found that he could only barely draw 5 layers of magic light patterns. That is equivalent to a relatively good junior magician. Is this the difference in mental will? It seems that I still need to practice. His own mental energy is not weak, which is something that Guyi cannot seal. Now he has borrowed Loki's magic power. The combination of the two should at least be a high-level magician, but because his mental willpower is too weak, he can't exert his full potential at all. Lao Wang. It will never be wrong to find Lao Wang when you have something to do. Wang is not only proficient in various magics and has strong fighting power, but also has extensive knowledge. Whether it is asking for advice or sparring, he is many times stronger than Mordo. Old Wang, I need a sparring partner. Did you borrow magic power? Yes. Zhang Li turned his wrist and condensed a simple knife and shield, and his movements looked quite skillful. Then you better be careful, I won't hold back. After the two saluted each other, Zhang Li took the lead in charging into battle. The martial arts skills he learned from the Valkyrie in Asgard Valhalla finally came in handy. Wang did not use powerful magic to bully Zhang Li, and also used magic to condense cold weapons to fight Zhang Li. Before, Zhang Li did not quite understand why the mages of Kamar-Taj preferred close combat. Now as a magic apprentice, he finally understood the reason. The magic power of the mages is borrowed from the demon god, and the amount of magic power they can use is very limited. A long-range bombing may drain half of the magic power in their bodies, and this bombing may not necessarily hit the enemy. After all, this is not shooting. And close combat can well control the consumption of magic power in the body and can further temper one's physical strength. Just like the current battle between Wang and Zhang Li, although they use magic to condense swords for competition, they rarely use this kind of magic in battle. First of all, the magic power consumption of condensing weapons with magic power is not small. Secondly, the strength of weapons condensed by magic power is basically not stronger than ordinary steel, unless you are a strong man like Guyi. Condensing magic power into weapons for competition is just to practice the magic control ability of mages. Every time magic weapons collide, the vibration of the weapons will consume the magic power in the body and affect the strength of magic weapons. Only mages with strong magic control ability can always maintain the hardness and sharpness of magic weapons. Moreover, every vibration of magic weapons will give back to the body, which can play the role of expanding meridians and strengthening the body. In the next 3 months, Zhang Li will find Wang for training whenever he has time. If Wang is not there, he will ask the mages stationed in the temple to be sparring partners, and he is too lazy to even go to Kamar-Taj. 3 months of training greatly increased his strength. Now he can easily cast various magics and began to try to cast magic without the Xuan ring. But magic power is borrowed after all. If you want to cast magic without the Xuan ring, you need strong mental willpower to finally control the operation of magic power. Zhang Li obviously hasn't reached that step yet. Kamar-Taj. Casillas has become the best magician among his peers. He is proficient in various magic battles and is no less than Mordo. He can teach others to practice, but he still can't let go of his obsession. Guyi said that meditation can get rid of inner distractions and bring peace to people. But when he closed his eyes, his mind was full of his wife and son's past. His longing for his wife and children became stronger and stronger, and the memory that should have gradually blurred became deeper and deeper. Guyi said that she could teach Casillas to practice and give him a thought of resurrecting his wife and children. Although she didn't promise anything in person, she gave a hint. Casillas did his best to show his extraordinary talent for practice. But now he has surpassed most of the wizards and still has not touched the magic of resurrecting the dead. I want to see the contents of those books. The knowledge of Kamar-Taj is open to wizards, but there are several locked books that Master Ancient One prohibits people from reading. Casillas has read all the books in Kamar-Taj. If Kamar-Taj really has the magic of resurrecting the dead, it is very likely hidden in those books. But he prayed many times but failed to get the permission of Master Ancient One, who always refused on the grounds that he was not ready yet. If I am not ready yet, then is there anyone in Kamar-Taj who is ready? Casillas made up his mind to sneak into the library tonight to look through those forbidden books. Casillas returned to the square, and then he saw Zhang Li heading towards the library. I haven't seen this guy for 3 months. I wonder if he has touched those forbidden books. Thinking of this, Casillas hurriedly followed. Master Zhang Li, are you going to the library as well? Casillas caught up with Zhang Li. Who are you? Zhang Li didn't know many people, and he had never talked to Casillas before. I'm Casillas. If you hadn't missed classes in the past 3 months, you should have taken my class. Zhang Li took a closer look and saw that the man in front of him looked a bit like Uncle Ba. At the same time, he felt a sense of regret when he heard Casillas introduce himself. It seems that Strange in the future was tricked into Kamar-Taj by the Ancient One in the same way, but it can't really be a cheat. After all, learning magic can really resurrect the dead and restore the stumps of the hands to normal. Casillas was surprised. Did I see it wrong? There was pity in his eyes for me. Have you heard of me, Zhang Li? As the most talented mage in Kamar-Taj over the years, you are considered a celebrity. You can hear people mention your name every day. But it seems that I have never been closer to the Supreme Mage. Compared with him, my achievements are like grains of sand. Casillas boasted about Guyi and chatted with Zhang Li for a while. Approaching the library, he finally asked Zhang Li a question. I heard that Mage Zhang Li was allowed to read all the magic books in the library by the Supreme Mage. So have you ever read the forbidden books? The Supreme Mage always said that we are not ready to read those books, but I have already read all the other books. I am full of doubts about which banned books. Can you tell me something? Zhang Li frowned slightly, knowing that Casillas would not approach him for no reason. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Li felt that there was nothing to hide. After reading a few books, the reason why the forbidden book is a forbidden book is because the magic recorded in it is very dangerous. Without strong enough spiritual energy and spiritual willpower, we simply cannot control those magics. Even if she is as strong as the ancient master, she can't control it. You may not be able to fully control those magics. She said you are not ready yet. What she means is that you do not have such a powerful ability to control those magics. Zhang Li also gave Casillas a warning. If he still wants to peek at the forbidden book and come into contact with the magic inside, then his life will be in danger.